Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Became Serpent Hashira? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The smell of blood in the air. The hilt of a katana in his hand. The weight of a warm body on his lap. Iguro-san, we won? I don't want you to die, Iguro-san. Iguro-san, Iguro-san, please. If we ever get reborn, if we're born again as human, will you make me your wife? Iguro-san. Iguro-san, Iguro-. Midoriya. Midoriya Izuku sat up with a jolt as the image of a bloodied Kenroji dissolved before his eyes to be replaced by the ugly mug of his middle school teacher, Sasaki. Midoriya, can you not fall asleep during my class? The man asks with an ugly snarl on his face. Still disoriented from the memories playing in his mind, Izuku points at Sasaki's face. Depends, old man. Can you stop making your lessons so boring that I fall asleep? Laughter permeated the air as Sasaki's face colored a deep red from either embarrassment or anger. One more offense from you and it's detention, Midoriya. Sasaki snapped through clenched teeth before making his way back to the front of the class. Izuku rubbed his eyes to erase the last of his dream as he half-heartedly paid attention to his teacher. Since you're all third years, it's time for you to think seriously about your futures. I'll pass out handouts for your future plans now, but... Sasaki smirked, you're all pretty much planning to go into the hero course, right? Izuku watched dispassionately as the kids in his class started talking over each other and flaunting their quirks. He wondered how many of them would want to continue being a hero when they realized that being one involved a lot more than the possibility of a fat paycheck. Izuku fully expected them all to drop their ambitions when they realized that a simple mistake on their part could cost someone their life. Teach. All but one. Don't lump me in with the rest of these extras. I'm not gonna be stuck at the bottom with the rest of these rejects. Oh, if I remember correctly, you want to go the UA, right, Bakugo? Sasaki commented while sifting through the pile of disorganized pages on his desk. Bakugo Katsuki. On first glance he's a spoilt, overzealous brat too used to getting what he wanted, but if you cared to look deeper, there's a burning ambition in his eyes that's hard to ignore. Izuku didn't know if the ambition was strong enough to take him to the top 10, but it certainly wasn't something to scoff at. Izuku suppressed a yawn and stared out of the window at the passing clouds as the class dissolved into chaos. It was times like these when he missed the comforting weight of Kaburamaru around his neck the most. What he wouldn't give to get his old friend and Kenroji back in his life. Midoriya wanted to go to UA too, right? Izuku tuned back to the discussion at the sound of his name. The decision to aim for UA had been a tactical one rooted in his desire to find Kenroji or any of the other Hashira. Not only was UA an institute almost always in the news, but its annual sports festival was renounced around the world and hence the easiest way to grab attention. While Iguro wasn't someone who purposefully attracted attention to himself, he wanted to know if he was the only one who'd been reincarnated into this demonless world, and broadcasting his location and skills worldwide was the best way to achieve that. Iguro-san, Iguro-san, please. If we ever get reborn, if we're born again as human, will you make me your wife? Besides, he had a promise to keep. Yeah, what about it? He didn't care about being a hero. Any of the hatred he held for demons did not extend to villains, and he had no plans to play into their propaganda. UA was simply a means to the end. Izuku didn't blink as everyone exchanged uncertain glances or giggled awkwardly. Throughout his time at Aldera, he'd maintained a reputation of a quiet student who wasn't particularly close to anyone but didn't entertain any bullshit either. He never answered in class but always retaliated in kind when a teacher taunted him, didn't participate in any clubs but maintained the highest record in their sports assessments, and never used a quirk but always managed to come out unscathed whenever he was cornered by Bakugo and his lackeys. To the populace of Aldera Junior High, Midoriya Izuku was a mystery. None knew anything about him, and when asked, he'd never bothered to divulge. This was probably the first time his classmates had heard of him wanting to attend heroics at UA. The sweet smell of nitroglycerin hit his nose, and he stealthily removed his notebook before Bakugo slammed his hands down on his desk. Deku. Since when did you decide to be a hero, you BSD? You don't even fight me when I ask. He raised an eyebrow, completely unbothered at the twin scorch marks now decorating his desk. I don't see a point in fighting you. Small pops sound against his desktop as a vein jumped visibly on Katsuki's forehead. You're effing quirkless. You've never expressed interest in UA, so why now? Already at the end of his patience, Izuku scowled and pointed his finger at the brash blonde before him. What I do or don't do is none of your business. Why don't you go be insecure somewhere else? Ha! You want to repeat that, you little sheet. Izuku snorted. Sure. Get your insecure but out of my face, Katsuki. The Hashira was pretty sure there was smoke coming out of Katsuki's ears by the time the bell cut their argument short. As a kid, there were a lot of things Izuku didn't understand. He didn't understand why his shoulders always seemed so bare, why he reached for his waist every time Katsuki and his goons ganged up on him, or why he had a panic attack at the sight of a stranger with a snake mutation. He knew things like these weren't normal, that they weren't signs of a quirk but something much more complex. Then, at the cusp of 9, in the middle of a scuffle between him and Katsuki, he'd found his hands wrapped around a branch and for perhaps the first time in his life, truly breathed. The first thing he did after getting his memories was run away from home. It had taken him 2 days by train to travel far enough west to reach the village the Demon Slayer used as headquarters. The sight of the once familiar house being replaced by towering skyscrapers broke something in him he didn't even know existed. Even the core grove was gone. That day, slumped against the side of what once used to hold the bodies of his comrades, Obanai Iguro cried. He'd been reluctant to go back home with the memories of his childhood at the forefront of his mind, but it was hard to get a job as a 9-year-old in this time and era, so ultimately, he had made his way back to his frantic mother. Life after that became fairly monotone. He woke up, ate, did his warm-up routine, went to school, avoided Katsuki's declarations of fights, worked on his katas and tried to think of ways to find Kenroji. It was mundane and boring, but even in that there was relief. It was far from perfect, and sometimes he still woke up in cold sweat with a choked-off scream caught in his throat, but this demon-less world was what he'd given his life for, and he was happy to live this way. The only thing missing was Kaburamaru and Kenroji by his side. And for that he was willing to put himself out there. Izuku dusted his school uniform as he made his way back home. As predicted, Katsuki and his lackeys had cornered him on his way out, raging for a fight. He still needed to brush up his fighting style without a katana, but a Hashira against 3 middle schoolers was hardly a fight, even with their quirks added to the mix. He was just contemplating the odds of joining a dojo for a few months to prepare for UA when his ears picked up on movement and the rotten stench of sewage reached his sensitive nose. A medium-sized invisibility clock. Izuku's nose wrinkled in disgust as he came face to face with a villain made completely out of slime. Come now, don't fight it, I'm just gonna take over your body for a bit. The man? Voiced as 2 tentacles of slime shot towards him. Izuku dodged the slippery appendages easily and with total concentration breathing powering his movements, made a dash for the most visible organ on the villain, his eyes. What is this? The villain screeched as Izuku covered the distance between them and jabbed the creature in both his eyes in a single breath. The villain wailed as he clutched his eyes and started attacking with slime tentacles randomly. Izuku dodged the ones coming his way and tried to look for anything long enough to substitute his sword when the air pressure in the underpass dropped with an echoing boom. I am here! The number 1 hero exclaimed as he landed beside Izuku and launched a punch with enough force to knock out the slime villain. Izuku watched apathetically as All Might apprehended the villain in a way that he sure violated at least 5 of Mr. Slime's human rights while explaining how the villain slipped past him earlier. Well, young man, I'm sorry you had to deal with this, but I must say those were some impressive dash. Now, Izuku would have loved to stand there and discuss his moves with the number 1 hero or ask him why he breathed like he only had 1 lung, but he really needed a shower, so, for the sake of his sanity, he cut him off. Right, I'll be leaving now. Wait, young man, you should get your lungs checked. All Might floundered as Izuku continued to walk away. Considering he could still maintain total concentration, constant without feeling any blockages, he doubted there was anything wrong with his lungs. What a strange young man. His sharp ears picked up before there was a soft air pressure, and then the number one hero was gone. Good riddance. Izuku spent the months leading up to the entrance exam practicing his katas and undergoing a regime similar to his Hashira training with a wooden sword he'd carved himself. He knew it was most probably overkill considering whatever it was. The exam couldn't be more difficult than the Demon Slayer selection, but the familiar routine of the Hashira training helped with his restlessness. According to the UA Heroics course application, students were allowed to request or carry any support items cleared by the school board after providing documented proof of their identity and quirk. It was a long procedure and required far too many documented proofs of his quirkless status, but in the end Izuku was able to request a decent katana before the practical exam. Following that, Izuku threw himself into studying for the written entrance exam. While he wasn't worried about the practical, the written exam was another matter altogether. Iguro had been barely literate in his first life, and adapting to an educational routine, though quite welcome, had taken getting used to. UA held their written exam around 2 weeks before their practical exam. The students registered for the written exams were assigned different centers around their preferred locations and according to the stream they selected. Out of the locks who applied for the hero course, only about 500 cleared the written portion and made it to the practical stage, which was held at UA grounds itself according to time slots allotted to the candidates. Every candidate is made to sign an NDA preventing them from leaking any details to other time slots. Out of the 500 who make it to the second round, only 36 are selected for the hero course, barring the 4 seats reserved for recommended students. Overall, the acceptance rate of UA is one of the lowest in Japan, and he could not afford to slack off. Better to be overprepared than to be underprepared. On February 26th, Izuku entered UA dressed in his middle school uniform, painfully aware of the lack of weight around his neck. Barring the slime villain, this would be his first fight without Kaburamuru's comforting warmth around his neck. After a quirk body scan and a biometric check at the entrance of the hall, Izuku was handed a packet with instructions and his exam card before being allowed to approach his seat. He spied Katsuki's blonde spiky hair from a distance and internally groaned. Rebirth may have cleansed his blood, but apparently not his shitty luck. "Hey, Katsuki." Izuku didn't bother to hide his eye roll as Katsuki bared his teeth at him. "Choke on sheet and die, Deku." The agitated blonde growled. "Not even if you beg." He deadpanned just as the lights dimmed and Present Mike appeared on the podium. "Good morning, listeners. Everybody say hee-yi-yi." Silence. "Wow. I've got shivers down my spine. All right, examinees. I'm going go give you the lowdown on how this'll go down. Are you ready?" "Alrighty. Now pay close attention, listeners. We'll be running 10-minute practical at our replica city district. Everybody gather at the designated meeting area after the presentation, ya dig? They don't intend on letting friends or classmates work together, huh?" Katsuki whispers after checking his exam card. Izuku didn't bother replying. A screen suddenly lights up, a retro animation demonstrating the 4 types of villains. A large number of villains will be scattered on the battlefield, and there'll be 3 different varieties, with different point values scaled according to difficulty. Using your individual quirks, dispatch as many villains as possible. Your goal is to rack up a high score. And no sabotage or anti-hero stuff, capice? Izuku and one other examined raised their hands. Present Mike chose to call on the other examined first. A bespectacled, stiff-looking boy shot up from his seat. On the handout it clearly states that there are 4 types of villains. Such an error would be an embarrassment for a top-tier National Academy of UA's caliber. I was getting their examinee 7,111. The 4th villain are worth 0 points. Consider them as pesky obstacles to avoid. Present Mike explains. The boy bows a full 90 degrees. "Thank you very much. I apologize for interrupting. All right, now, examine 8182. What is your question?" Izuku pointed his finger at Present Mike and felt Katsuki stiffen in his seat beside him. "How does destroying robots judge our capabilities for heroics? Any blockhead with a powerful quirk can destroy stuff. How does that compensate for their heroic spirits?" Is UA just like other hero institutes who prefer quirks over heroes? What happens if an examine with a record scores high? Will UA just ignore their offenses? Izuku could see Present Mix's eyebrow twitch all the way from his seat before the hero got his bearings and flashed a smile. Very good question, Examine 8182. As for the first half of your question, that is for us to know and for you guys to figure out. Also, all examines with a record are disqualified by default. After the debrief, Izuku made his way towards Present Mic to collect his requested katana. It was a slick gray color with a black hilt, though a part of Izuku was disappointed at the basic shape and the lack of soft lavender gradients like his had. Waving the sword around, Izuku tested its weight and tensile strength before sighing. He wasn't used to fighting with a simple katana instead of his usual high-quality, curved sword, but it would have to do for now. He wasn't known as the Serpent Hashira for nothing. The edges are blunt for precaution, but be careful with the sword, listener. Handle it with care. Izuku almost scoffed but opted to not show what he really thought about the subpar sword as he put the blade back in its sheath and carried it with himself to the bus. It was showtime. Izuku could tell that the contestants assigned to his arena had already dismissed him as competition because he had to rely on a support item. Izuku rolled his eyes. This new generation was way too reliant on their quirks for everything. They wouldn't even be able to wipe their buttes by themselves if they were born in the Teisho PRD, yet they underestimated people with weak quirks. If only they knew the limits a mortal body could be pushed to without any external enhancements, they'd realize that their quirks were nothing more than tools. He was dressed in a loose tracksuit to allow for free movement with a white undershirt and a set of custom-made combat shoes because honestly, slippers. He was just wrapping up his stretches and warm-up exercises when the gate fully opened. And start. Izuku let his instincts take over and zoomed past the starting line before anyone could even get their bearings. The first step of winning a fight was being one step ahead the other contestants. What are you waiting for, listeners? There's no such thing as countdown in real-life situations. Go, go, go! By the time the rest of the examinee started, Izuku already had 5 points to his name. The metal of the robots gave soft like butter under his blade, though because of the blade being dulled it took more strength to slash off the necks of the 2 and 3 pointers. With adrenaline running through his veins, Izuku smirked. Let's make this more interesting. He muttered to himself before running deeper into the city, attracting a horde of robots to follow him. He stopped as he came up to a dead end, with a group of no less than 9 robots all ranging from 2 to 3 pointers on his trail. Breath hissed out from between his teeth as he smirked. Serpent breathing, first form, winding serpent slash. He dashed forward at blinding speed, adapting snake-like moves like second nature as he released several slashes in a winding pattern, shredding all the robots in one move while simultaneously dodging the flying shrapnel of metal. After a while, Izuku simply stopped keeping track of his points as he gave into the adrenaline of finally letting go after so long. There was silence in the recording room as everyone stared at the screen in astonishment. Nedu, are you sure the support item kid is quirkless? Yamada asks with his eyes fixed on the big screen which was currently displaying examine. 8182 per Nedu's command. He is. I checked myself. The principal confirmed as he sipped his tea, eyes lit with intrigue as Midoriya Izuku did a one-handed handstand on a 2-pointer before taking out 3 robots seemingly effortlessly. What incredible combat prowess! Yagi marveled at the beautiful display. The boy moved with agility and speed as though he were a snake. It's like watching art. Midnight whispered in awe. I've never seen a fighting style like this. Vlad commented while rubbing his chin. Am I the only one concerned that the kid is basically decapitating all the robots with a sharp sword? Aizawa muttered. Nedu hummed. Aizawa is right, I noticed that too. We'll have to train that instinct out of him, but it worries me that he has an instinct that compels him to kill at all. All the members of staff fell quiet as they stared at the shifting screens in the control room. The support item kid asked me a very interesting question during the debrief today. Yamada commented when the clock hit the 7-minute mark. Oh. Nedu prompted. He asked how destroying robots tested them for their heroic spirits. Nedu chuckled. Sharp and perceptive, I see. The rest of the staff refrained from commenting on the slight note of interest in the principal's voice. Well then, Nedu grinned, let's see if he can figure out an answer to that. With that, he pressed the large red button. Izuku was in the middle of decapitating another robot when he picked up the rumbling in the ground. Earthquake? He wondered out loud as he made his way towards the area occupied by most of the other examines. He'd only got halfway there when he spotted the 0-pointer. Let it be said that you didn't do anything by halves. The 0-pointer was huge and towered over the surrounding buildings as it swung its arm onto rooftops and in general caused havoc. Hey! Izuku shouted at the other examines who stood frozen at the sight. Do you not see that giant lump of metal coming towards you? Run, you idiots! Many students jolted at the harsh comment before turning to run away. Izuku was about to follow their lead when a stray voice caught his attention. Help! Somebody help! He spotted the girl only a moment later. Brown bob cut in a pink tracksuit, pinned under debris from the destroyed buildings, barely a few meters away from the thundering robot steadily descending upon her location. There wasn't enough time to lift the slab of cement from on top of her, especially if there was risk of impalement by any rebar or if her legs were broken. He had to take out the 0-pointer itself. Mind made up, Izuku dropped into position. Serpent breathing, 5th form. Slithering serpent. Izuku jumped high and curved his sword, slicing the opponent from multiple directions. It was a move capable of decapitating multiple enemies at once, so the 0-pointer was nothing but chunks of metal by the end. Still falling, Izuku found purchase on a giant hunk of metal and moved forward to finish his landing with a roll when a hand connected with his face and the gravitational force pulling him down vanished. He floundered for a moment to find his center of gravity before settling a few inches off the ground. The girl stuck under the debris pressed her fingers together in a seal, and he landed on the ground with a pinched expression on his face. Noticing his less than pleased expression, the girl gasped, "Are you okay? I'm sorry I used my quirk on you without your permission. I saw you falling and just panicked." Izuku sighed as the girl continued to apologize. Truthfully, he wasn't mad at her for using her quirk on him, it was more himself he was dissatisfied with. As a Hashira, Iguro had always taken pride in his reflexes. He came out of most fights without a scratch on him. But that was with Kurabamaru and constant battles to keep him vigilant. He didn't know if it was because of the girl not having any ill intentions or because of him not have Kurabamaru, but his reflexes had become slower if she could touch him mid-fall at all. But then, what was the point of having such sharp instincts when there weren't any demons left? Slowly, Izuku let the tension in his body ease out and begrudgingly huffed at the still apologizing girl. "I'm fine, are you okay?" She stared, a little breathless from crawling out of the remaining debris. "Yeah, I'm okay, my ankle is a little sore though." Izuku kneeled down and observed her ankle up close. He was no Kocho Shinobu but spent long enough as a demon slayer and you learn to distinguish severe wounds from superficial sprains. "It just looks a little sprained. I'm sure the nurse here can help you ice it." "Oh, thank you so much, Adesh." Izuku contemplated her for a little longer before sighing. "Midoriya?" "Izuku Midoriya." "Nice to meet you, Midoriya. I'm Achiko Uraraka." Izuku naturally forgot the name as soon as he heard it, but he nodded at the girl nevertheless. There was an awkward silence between them as Izuku watched the bubbly girl try and fail to put weight on both her feet. "Are you two all right?" An elderly voice asked as they were approached by a short grandma, recovery girl if he wasn't wrong. Izuku nodded. "I'm fine, but her ankle has a superficial sprain." "Oh dearie," the nurse tuts, "let me fix that for you." With that she kissed the top of the bubbly girl's forehead and a second later her ankle was good as new. How convenient. Shinobu would go wild. Oh God, he realized with actual horror, I actually missed that witch. The excitement in the hall was once again replaced by astonished silence. "There is no way this kid is quirkless." All Might whispered. "He just cut through thousands of pounds of steel with a dulled blade." Power Loader murmured. "Is it just me, or does he move exactly like a snake? It's like watching a snake attack its prey. I can almost visualize it." Midnight. Many of the occupants nodded in agreement. Even Nedu looked surprised. Those. Never a good sign. Dibs on not having him in my class. Vlad shouted while slamming his hands on the desk for dramatics. Damn it. Aizawa clenched his jaw. Why do I always get the problem children? Midnight giggled, because you're good at wrangling them. Aizawa groaned and promptly stuffed himself back into his sleeping bag. He didn't sign up for this sheet. Izuku. His mother's tentative voice broke him out of the trance he'd entered while watching cute snake videos on the internet. Technology was truly a marvelous thing. Yes? He asked warily. He knew his mother wasn't like the women who had raised him for slaughter in his past life, but his distrust of female figures had carried over with his memories. As a result, his relationship with his mother had always been a bit strained. He tried bonding with his mother, he really did, but sometimes it was really hard to look past the paranoia. Noticing his mother's hesitation, Izuku cleared his throat. What is it? He asked in the kindest tone he could master, which admittedly didn't sound all that different from his usual tone. Why you got mail, baby? It's from you, Inko stuttered. Interested now, Izuku got up from his computer desk and took the offered letter from her. It felt heavy. He saw the anxious expression on her face and something within him urged him to reach out to her. Would you like to read it with me? He asked. Hope lit up in green eyes like a shining beacon. You wouldn't mind? He shook his head as a beaming smile lit up her beautiful face. Oh Izuku, I would love to. With a rare smile, Izuku sat back on his computer chair and opened the letter. A hologram disc fell out. I am here. As a projection. All might. Inko gasped in shock. Midoriya Izuku. You scored an 87 on the written exams, you have done well enough to land in general education. But, of course, that is not what you applied for. All Might moves to reveal a video of Izuku destroying robots in the alley. You, young man, have scored an impressive 81 villain points. But that's not all. The hero switches the screen to show Izuku saving the brunette. Rescue points. A secret system to judge examiners on their heroic spirit. The judge panel awards with you 54 rescue points. Congratulations, Midoriya Izuku. You are the top scorer in the practical exam. This is your hero academia. Inko was openly crying by the end of the footage. Oh Izuku, did you hear that? You're the top scorer. Oh my baby, I'm so happy for you. Izuku flinched back as Inko opened her arms to move in for a hug, breaking the happy atmosphere and replacing it with a suffocating one. You stupid piece of shit. Can't even keep your kind mother happy. Inko wiped her tears awkwardly as Izuku glared at a random spot on the floor, self-loathing thoughts playing on repeat in his mind. All right. Inko said shakily, I'll get started on dinner. Izuku's hands struck out and latched onto his mother's arms before she could get up from his bed, his grip gentle but firm. He waited for her to meet his eyes before opening his mouth. Would you like help with dinner? He hated himself 100 times over for the hesitation lining her face. Oh, I wouldn't want to bother Dash. You're not a bother, Mom. I would love to help. Things weren't okay between his mother and him. Out of everyone, she probably knew the least about him. But either way, he tired. The next day, both Katsuki and Izuku were called down to the principal's office and congratulated for the achievements. It is such an honor, the bald moron cried, his attention mostly focused on an increasingly set-off Katsuki. We always knew you had it in you, Katsuki. And Midoriya. Never could I have guessed Dash. Can you save the bootliking, old man? Izuku cut off the sentiment as he pointed his finger at the principal. Till yesterday you couldn't care less if I offed myself off some rooftop, but now that you have 2 students into you think you're hot sheet? Let me be clear that in no way am I letting you monopolize on my admission. If ever asked, I'm going to tell the media exactly the kind of hellhole this place is with its lack of decorum and serious bullying problem. You can cry, beg, or continue making a fool of yourself like the clown you are, but it won't change anything. The office was quiet after he was done handing in his 2 bits with the principal's jaw strewn somewhere on the floor. Katsuki, who was already used to his harsh personality, had a pinched expression on his face as he watched the principal flounder for a response. Izuku just picked up his bag and made his way out of the building. Katsuki never followed him. Used to finding locations with minimal direction and sometimes just the instruction of crows, Izuku found the giant door leading into Class 1A in record time. He was dressed in the school-assigned uniform save for his tie, which he had no intentions of wearing and every intention of setting on fire. The useless abomination sat in the deepest dregs of his black and green school bag, never to see the light of day again. Sliding the door open, Izuku was greeted with the sight of Katsuki sitting in his usual foot-on-the-desk pose with the bispectacled teen from the debrief lecturing him on integrity and manners. Izuku almost laughed out loud at the prospect. "Which middle school are you from, you 2-bit extra?" Katsuki interrupted. "I'm from Some Middle School. And my name is Ida Tenya." "Some?" Kaken grinned with a viciousness that came from eating babies for breakfast. "Nope, abort, too close to sounding like a demon. Well, aren't you an elitist? Seems I've got a reason to end you after all." Ida flinched back in horror, quite dramatically. "What nerve? You want to be a hero?" The boy suddenly turned to look at Izuku and was apparently dissatisfied with what he saw. "And you? Why aren't you wearing a tie? That is unbecoming for a hero in training." Izuku frowned. "Who died and made you? King? If it is unbecoming for a hero, then that's my problem. Why are you getting your panties in a twist?" The boy, Ida Tenya, gaped at him in offense as Izuku looked at the seating arrangement and scanned to room for his seat. "Behind, dear Kaken. They're going to kill each other by the end of the first week." "Wait, Ida started before his eyes widened in recognition. "Good morning. My name is Ida Tenya. I'm from Some Middle School." Ida paused, obviously waiting for Izuku to provide his own name. Izuku continued to stare at Ida dispassionately. "Midoriya, it's you. I knew you'd make it." The bubbly girl from the exam exclaimed from behind him. Izuku missed Kaburamuru so fang much. People rarely spoke so much to the guy who had a snake wrapped around his neck on a daily basis. He was actually surprised the girl had made it. From what he'd gathered from their little talk, her score wasn't all that impressive. But perhaps she'd gotten some rescue points for slapping him in the face. After a minute of awkward silence in which he could hear other students in the class whispering, Ida finally decided to move on. "Midoriya, you realized there was something more to the practical, didn't you?" The boy sighed dramatically. "I had no idea. I misjudged you. I hate to admit it, but you're better than me. If I had known, I also would have helped others to gather more points." Izuku sighed and pointed his finger at Ida. He heard Katsuki snort in the background. "So, you wouldn't have helped anyone if you didn't have anything to gain from it in return? If that is your moral viewpoint when it comes to being a hero, then of course I'm better than you." With that, Izuku shouldered past the gaping boy to make his way to his desk. "Go somewhere else if you want to play at being friends." Izuku calmly turned towards the yellow caterpillar casually occupying the entrance of the classroom. He'd picked up on the presence a few seconds ago but had ignored it because it had no sense of malice to it. A hero, most definitely underground going by his costume, stepped out of the sleeping bag and made his way towards the podium as the class settled down in record time. Regardless, the man was not impressed. "It took you all 8 seconds to quiet down and another 12 to settle in. This is the hero course and time is limited. If you can't learn to be rational with it, then there is no spot for you in this class." The man spoke in a monotone while skiing on what appeared to be a jelly packet. Though, most capable people he'd met had weird mannerisms, so perhaps he wouldn't be a complete tool at his job. "I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuda. Nice to meet you." "Homeroom teacher?" the majority of the class exclaimed. "This is kind of sudden dash," Aizawa began, digging through his sleeping bag and pulling out a blue, white and red uniform. "But put these on and meet me in the field in 10 minutes. Izuku was the first in and out of the changing room, mostly because he wanted to avoid any other classmate trying to strike a conversation with him. He noticed that Aizawa picked up on his approach almost instantly, even though he made virtually no sound. Impressive. Maybe he'll even call the man sensei, if he managed to prove himself worthy of respect. It took all the students a total of 15 minutes to assemble in the courtyard, but Aizawa surprisingly didn't comment on it. "We'll be conducting a quirk assessment test today." The gruff man started. Quirk assessment test? But what about the entrance ceremony? The orientation? The bubbly girl, Uraraka, if he remembered correctly, questioned. If you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events. UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. All teachers are allowed to run their classes any way they please. When no one commented any further, Aizawa showed them his phone screen, which had a series of activities listed on them from 50-meter dash to ball throw. You kid have been doing physical assessments without your quirks in school. The country still uses averages taken from results from students not using their quirks. It's not rational. Here a UA will be seeing the potential of your quirks. Aizawa turned to face them. Bakugo, you scored second in the entrance exam. What was your ball throw score in middle school? 67 meters. Katsuki said with a hint of pride. Try it with your quirk. Anything goes as long as you stay in the circle. Izuku was a little insulted as he watched Katsuki swing his arm and let loose an explosion to set the ball soaring. He'd came in first, so why ask Katsuki but not him? A part of him understood it was because Aizawa knew he was quirkless, but his ego still smarted at the casual dismissal. He was a Hashira, goddammit. The worst part was that even if he'd been called upon, he knew he couldn't have pulled a score as impressive as 709.5 meters without a sword. It's important for us to know our limits. That is the first rational step to figuring out what kind of heroes you'll be. The man was sure obsessed with what was rational and what wasn't. Izuku had just dropped into his starting stretches when some girl from class chimed in. This sounds like fun. Izuku almost winced as he dropped into another stretch. He doubted expressing any iteration of having fun in front of a man as obsessed with being rational as Aizawa was. What irrational? A moment later he was proven correct as a deranged grin overtook Aizawa's face. Fun, you say? You have 3 years to become heroes. Will you have an attitude like this the whole time? Alright. Whoever comes in last place in all the tests will be judged to have no potential and will be expelled. Even Izuku was not expecting that. Welcome to the UA Hero course. Welcome indeed. But that's unfair. It's the first day of school. Uraraka exclaimed. Izuku ignored the speech Aizawa delivered on the world being unfair as he focused in bending his body in half. No one except Aizawa had even noticed he'd been stretching the whole time. These kids were worse than rookie demon slayers. Too bad he couldn't tie them up in the name of training. Indulging in a version of his brutal Hashira training before the entrance had ended up being a good decision. Even without using serpent breathing, Izuku continuously scored in the top 5 with just total concentration, constant. It wasn't surprising, after all. These tests wouldn't even count as warm-up in front of the brutal training he'd done. He came first in the 50-meter dash with a record of 3.32 seconds, beating out Ida at 3.54 and Katsuki at 4.15 seconds. Izuku, even as Iguro, had a lean build focused on speed, agility and endurance, so tests like the long jump, sit-up and long-distance endurance running and the grip test passed like a breeze, with him scoring decently if not one of the highest in all. When it was his turn for his first ball throw, Izuku rotated his arms, took a deep breath and threw the soft ball a good 100.2 meters. He was about to do the same during his second throw when Aizawa interrupted him. Wait! All the students, including Izuku, turned towards the hero dressed in black at his prompt. Midoriya. Izuku. Give me one good reason why you have been holding back this whole time. What? That's him holding back. A kid with dyed red hair spluttered. Many other expressed same astonishments. You've been holding back? Who do you think you are, You looking down on me, you quirkless F-? I haven't been holding back. Izuku stated in no uncertain terms. Aizawa buried the lower half of his face in his white scarf. I saw the destruction you displayed in the exam, Midoriya. You don't take down a 0 pointed with ease, and then score a mere 100.2 meters in the ball throw. Your speed in the 50-meter sprint too was not your best. Realization lit in Izuku's twin green eyes. The strength enhancing is because of the katas I perform with the swords. I can't pull off results like that without a katana. He admitted a bit grumpily. Aizawa stared at him for a whole minute, gauzing the truth behind the words before turning towards the girl with the ponytail. Yaoyorozu, you're done with your tests. Do you have enough strength to make a katana? The girl, Yaoyorozu, nodded with a "Hi sensei" before turning towards him. What kind of katana do you use? So, she was aware that katanas came in different shapes and forms. Maybe not everyone in this class was an idiot. I usually use a katana curved in 3 places like a snake, but if that's too hard for you, then a normal one would do too. Yaoyorozu nodded, and then there was a katana extending out of his stomach. Izuku took the blade and breathed a little heavier at the nostalgia that hit him at the familiar sight. It wasn't perfect, the curves were too delicate and not well spaced enough, but it was still better than any other weapon or sword he'd used since he woke up as Midoriya Izuku. Thank you. You have an amazing quirk. Izuku breathed, still staring at the curved pale gray katana in his hands. He was still aware enough to notice the slight blush that covered Yaoyorozu's face at the compliment. No problem. She mumbled. Right. Aizawa spoke up again. You have one more try remaining for the softball, Midoriya. Remember, anything goes as long as you stay inside the circle. Izuku nodded as he stepped inside the circle, every eye in the class trained on him. Serpent breathing, second form, venom fangs of the narrow head. The second form usually allowed the user to dash behind their opponent at blinding speed and aimed to swiftly slice off their head. But instead of focusing on speed, Izuku used the kinetic energy of the kata to throw the ball and swing his blade in an uppercut move. The resulting boom surprised even him as the ball went sailing through the air before losing altitude and falling. A beep from Aizawa's indicates the result. 543.8 meters. The sound of twin explosions reached him before Aizawa was throwing his white scarf, which ended up being a capture scarf, and catching one Bakugo Katsuki a few centimeters away from his face. What the F was that, do you? You've been hiding a shitty quirk this whole time. Aizawa's eyes light up red and the explosions erupting from Katsuki's hands die down. Now, Izuku wasn't a fan of limelight heroes in general. The flashy outfits and loud fights set him off every time, but underground heroes were a different matter entirely. Which is why he recognized Aizawa's quirk the moment he saw it. Eraserhead. Aizawa was Eraserhead. Calm down, Bakugo, or its expulsion. Katsuki gritted his teeth hard enough for Izuku to hear the grinding noise. Rage glistened in his blood-red eyes, but he wisely backed down. It's not a quirk, Izuku admitted, because Katsuki and him have never been close, but that they've never lied to each other either. Just a sword art I adopted to level the playing field because of my lack of a quirk. Katsuki frowned as many kids shouted in astonishment at Izuku's admittance. I ain't ever heard of a sword art like that. The blonde grumbled, detangling himself from the capture scarf. The shortest boy in class with purple ball on his head spoke up. Wait, so you mean you're really quirkless? Is that even allowed? Izuku noticed that many of his classmates looked equally shell-shocked at the admittance. He rolled his eyes. Yes, I'm quirkless. My strength and skills are from training, and no, I don't care what you think about it. There was silence until the boy with the red spiky hair spoke up. Dude, you topped the hero exam while being quirkless? That's so manly. Many other people, including Uraraka, Ida, and Yaoyorozu, chimed in with similar comments, though he could see people still hesitated. Fine by him. Izuku, to no one's surprise, comes first in the quirk assessment test, which is ironic. The invisible girl named Hagakure comes last and almost cried in relief when Aizawa admitted the threat of expulsion was a logical rouse to push them to do their best. Aizawa watched as his new class of hero hopefuls made their way back towards their classroom. No one had noticed, but he had used his quirk on Midoriya during his second ball throw. It hadn't affected the boy at all. It was confirmed. Midoriya Izuku was quirkless and probably the most skilled individual in his class. The rest of the day was relatively normal. As in, apart from the different subjects and pro-heroes as teachers, he supposed it was similar to any other high school experience. There were no more explosive ball throws, impromptu sword making, or threats of expulsion. Though Aizawa was singularly apt at training them all to notice his presence and settling down at the speed of light. It was looking to be a calm week, and if this is how the majority of the hero course is going to go, then Izuku might even make it through to the sports festival without any heads rolling. I am coming through the door like a normal person. Izuku head thuds against his desk as he feels the beginning of a headache forming as soon as he spies the human disaster that is All Might enter through the humongous door of their class. Now, it's not that Izuku has anything against All Might, except the crime against humanity that are his eyebrows and those costumes that look like a colorblind person with a superhero FTSH designed them. It's just that his boisterous personality reminded him of Rengoku in the same sense that Katsuki reminded him of Shinazugawa, and the reminder hurt. Iguro had always been a loner, but he'd not realized how important the other Hashira had become in his life until he was reborn as Izuku. He respected them, trusted them, and, in some cases, cared so deeply that it festered like a bleeding wound in his heart. So, seeing glimpses of his comrades in death in people like All Might and Katsuki unsettles him greatly. What right did they have to act like them when they could never be them? It's All Might, Kaminari exclaimed. Wow, he really is a teacher. Many students started gossiping as All Might walked up to the podium. I teach fundamental heroics, which is the subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of what it means to be a hero. All Might boomed. He was convinced All Might's voice dial had been stuck at loud for so long that it had rusted shut. Today we'll be doing combat training, the hero continued. Izuku's head pulsed as his headache worsened. Of course. What could be better than throwing a bunch of hyped-up kids with overpowered quirks at each other? Izuku wholeheartedly agreed with the sentiments that one could only learn by doing, but that come after the trainee had a solid foundation of basics. Izuku spied Katsuki nearly frothing at the mouth at the chance to let loose and sighed. They're gonna have a murder on there. And to go with that are your costumes based on your requests and quirks. Izuku finally lifted his head in interest. He'd requested a design similar to his Hashira uniform along with a katana curved like a snake like his old one. Aizawa had confiscated the blade Yaoyorozu had made for him after the quirk assessment. Something he absolutely had not pouted about. Iguro thought that 14 years of seeing Izuku Midoriya's face in the mirror had fairly desensitized him to his new appearance. That thought went out the window after seeing Izuku's face wearing Iguro's Hashira uniform without his distinctive bandages and kaburama wrapped around his neck. Izuku fingered the material of his black and white striped overcoat as he eyed his reflection in the mirror. It was old-fashioned. He looked like an emblem of the times long lost. Fitting, really. He wondered how Kenroji would react to this changed appearance of his. If she will recognize him. Did she herself look any different than how she did before? Unlike the first day, Izuku was the last to exit the changing room this time. What? You look so old-fashioned, Midoriya? Uraraka exclaimed as she saw him approaching. She had tried calling him Deku after the first demonstration, something he had shut down with vengeance. Katsuki was one thing, but no one else was going to call the Serpent Hashira a doll and get away with it. I agree. You look lovely, Midoriya. Is the design inspired from somewhere? Izuku turned towards Yaoyorozu and nodded. It's inspired from the Taisho-era vigilantes. Wah! Uraraka exclaimed. That's so cool. Why vigilantes, though? Because we actually did something other than interfighting. Izuku liked his lips as he contemplated how to answer to that question when All Might interrupted them. You all look like refined heroes. Not really. Half of them looked like kids playing Halloween. Badly. He didn't understand the deal with that ice kid. Now, it's time for combat training. As All Might explained the combat training exercise, Izuku took a moment to take in his classmates' costumes and almost balked in offense. There was a kid with plastic ice covering his whole left side. How he was planning to fight in it, he doesn't know. The girls all had impractical elements to their clothing, save for the frog girl. And he sincerely hoped the invisible girl wasn't actually naked. Listen up. All Might exclaimed, reading from the flash notes he had made. The situation is this. The villains have hidden a nuclear missile somewhere in their hideout. The heroes must try to foil their plans. To do that, the good guys either have to catch the evildoers or recover the weapon. Likewise, the bad guys succeed if they protect their payload or capture the heroes. Izuku joined his classmates as they circled around the hero, dividing them into teams. He'd been confused about why Yue had bothered to hire All Might to the staff. From what he'd observed so far, Yue had fairly competent teachers. All Might's involvement would do nothing but bring unwanted attention from the media, the public, and more specifically, the villains who lay in wait to target All Might's weak points. So, what was the purpose? Furthermore, it didn't make sense for All Might to teach the first years, who were inexperienced. If All Might's presence would attract attention, then wouldn't it be better to let the third years brave the spotlights? It all pointed to just one conclusion. All Might was planning on retiring and was in the process of choosing his protege. It was going to get messy and result in a media storm, and he just hoped he'd have enough time to make his own splash on the news for long enough that the people who should know would know. The first teams to battle would be Team A as heroes and Team D as villains. Izuku groaned out loud and ran a hand down his face as All Might announced the team up. It just had to be the bubbly brunette and the blonde Pomeranian. What do you think we should dash? Uraraka started as they made their way towards the mock battleground. I'll handle Katsuki, you handle Ida. Think you can handle that? Izuku stated, swiftly cutting her off. I mean, yeah, but are you sure? He could see the hesitation on her face as he continued to map out the area around the building. They both had seen Katsuki's deranged grin as the villain team had made their way in. That kid was itching for a fight. I'm sure. Izuku stated in no uncertain terms. I'll enter through the front gate to throw him off. Meanwhile, can you levitate yourself to the last floor and search for the bomb on the way down? Sure. Uraraka said with a pout. Hero team. Your time is up. Begin. All Might's voice spoke in their earpieces. Uraraka gave him a final weary nod before marching up to the side alley to float herself to the top. Meanwhile, Izuku stuffed his hands in his pockets and made his way towards the entrance calmly. There was no reason to panic. Him and Katsuki had done this same dance numerous times. The only difference was that this time Katsuki was armed and free to use his quirk. Izuku had decided the moment he had seen the sharp edges of his sword in the costume set that he wasn't gonna raise his blade against any of his classmates. It wasn't that he underestimated them or didn't think them worthy. The problem was that Izuku was and will always be a Hashira. His instincts to decapitate were too strong to be put to test on his classmates' vulnerable necks. One slip was all it would take for all his chances of finding Kenroji to evaporate before his eyes. Izuku had raised his sword against humans a handful of times for training purposes, but those were trained demon slayers. These were untrained kids. That is why Izuku made no move to reach for his waist as he dodged an explosion-powered fist from around the corner and came face to face with a wild Kaken. What's wrong, Deku? Katsuki growled, his voice rough like gravel. Not gonna use that shitty sword of yours now. No? Izuku deadpanned and took pleasure in the way Katsuki bristled like a dog at the refusal. Why the F not? Katsuki yelled as many explosions burst in his hands. A warning of what was to come. Too afraid to go up against me? Izuku looked at Katsuki's ruffled appearance dispassionately as silence rang loudly between them. A moment. Izuku raised his hand and pointed his index finger at Katsuki. Katsuki tensed. I could defeat you in under 5 seconds if I used my sword, but I'm not particularly in favor of landing up in jail for homicide, so we're gonna do this the old-fashioned way. The look in Katsuki's blood-red eyes burnt with offense as the blonde snarled. Stop yapping and take out your FNG sword. Izuku saw the punches and explosions coming a mile wide and dodged each of them with ease. He could never pull of the grace or elegance which Kenroji possessed, but snake breathing was based on speed and agility, so twisting and turning to avoid the increasingly frustrated attacks was like breathing, natural. Katsuki growled as Izuku sidestepped another grab. Stop pee-pee footing around and fight me, Deku. Izuku sked as he batted away another kick to his sides. Katsuki's moves were well executed but were starting to get repetitive. I am fighting you. No, you're not. Bakugo screamed, pushing away from him. You always do this. Just dodge and then attack when we're out of steam. Why wouldn't you just fight me? I'm not weaker than you. So that's what this was about. Midoriya. His earpiece crackled to life. I've found the bomb, but Ida has removed everything from the room, so I don't have anything to use as ammunition. Izuku frowned. What the absolute F dash? He was just about to reply to his intercom when twin explosions sounded from beside him. Izuku ducked just in time to avoid the explosion headed for his head. Even so, he was pretty sure he lost some hair to the fire. Don't. F-I-N-G. Ignore me, Deku. Katsuki hissed from in front of him. Izuku's eyes lit at the challenge. That was the first time Katsuki had almost landed a hit on him, and he was impressed. It wasn't a fluke or just a result of Izuku being distracted. No, it took more than a small distraction to get a drop on Iguro. Katsuki had to suppress his presence and his approach by making himself completely disappear from Izuku's senses. And that took skill. You almost got me there. I'm impressed, Kaken. Katsuki was scarily silent as he got up to his feet, eyes set with determination. No matter what, I will make you fight me for real. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he spotted Katsuki's finger on the trigger pin of his hand grenade. Katsuki stopped dash. Shut up. Katsuki screamed so loud he almost folded in half from the force of the yell. You came to the hero course to taunt me, didn't you? I know you don't give two shits about being a hero. You just want to look down on me. Izuku's eyes widened at the flash of tears in Katsuki's red eyes, and in a split second knew what was going to happen. Kaken dash. Young Bakugo dash. Katsuki pulled the pin and a rush of fire followed. Serpent breathing, first form, winding serpent slash. Izuku executed the familiar kata with precision as he physically cut through the fire. When the smoke settled, he was the only one standing. Katsuki! He shouted in alarm as he hastily made his way to the felled blonde and cursed at the sight. Him using the first form had caused a lot of the heat of the explosion to backfire on Katsuki, leaving him with a mess of second or third degree burns and probably some smoke inhalation. Young Midoriya. Young Bakugo. Are you both okay? All Might shouted over the intercom. The explosion had fried both their earpieces. Izuku didn't bother replying. It's not like they could hear him anyway. Instead, he sheaths his sword, picks up Katsuki in a bridal carry, and runs out of the building. All Might, Aizawa and the rest of the class run up to him as he's waiting outside the infirmary, fuming. Young Midoriya. All Might cried. How is young Bakugo? How do you think? Izuku hissed through a clenched jaw. He has several burns. Second and third degree, I'd say. Recovery girl is treating him right now. All Might deflated like a kicked puppy. Young Midoriya, I apologize, this must never have happened dash. Izuku snapped. Yes, it shouldn't have. Why did you think throwing untrained kids at each other would lead to anything other than injury? This is because of your negligence. If you don't FING know how to teach kids rather than trained heroes, then why did you join UA at all? Why did they let you? UA is responsible as well. Calm down, Midoriya. Aizawa started. We understand this is distressing, but dash. Calm down? Calm down? How come I, even after years of training, had to jump through 101 hoops to get a sword approved, but UA let an untrained minor have FING grenades for arms without any safety instructions? He could have had his limbs blown off. I could have had my limbs blown off. Did UA even consider that? And Midoriya? Uraraka started only to snap her jaw shut with a click at the glare Izuku throws in her direction. And you? He started, uncaring of the way Uraraka flinched. What the heck was that in the middle of the battle, huh? Have no FING ammunition? Is that what you're going to say when you're out in the fields working? If one door is shut, you try other doors. You could have sneaked around Ida, or fought hard enough to touch him, but no. You want someone else to come handle your problems. If you don't realize that actions have consequences and that heroes have lives depending on theirs, then get out of the hero course. Izuku breathed heavily and realized he'd been shouting. There was silence in the hall as he turned away from Uraraka's teary eyes. He tried to imagine Kenroji's smile to calm down, but all that came to mind was her blood-stained figure lying in his lap right next to every comrade he'd lost and Katsuki's heavily injured body. Once again he had failed to realize the importance of someone in his life before they were threatened by disaster. He hadn't realized that with time, Katsuki had become a placeholder in his life much like the other Hashira. He hadn't realized it, but Katsuki was now one of the people he cared for, and he was terrible at losing people that mattered to him. Recovery Girl came out an hour later to inform them that she had dressed Katsuki's wounds as best she could, but he'd need to gain enough strength to handle her quirk healing him. No one, not even Aizawa, commented as Izuku stepped into the infirmary and shut the door behind him. Katsuki woke up to dim white walls and agony screeching through his body. Shit, what happened? He tried to assemble his thoughts through the blaring pain and groaned as images of that disaster of a fight came to his mind. Deku would never take him seriously now. Ground Alpha, 4 o'clock exactly a week from now. Katsuki jerked in his place and turned his head to find Deku looking out the window. Get your shit together. You didn't even notice him. What? He asked. Demanded. Whatever. You said you'd make me fight you. Katsuki gritted his teeth at the reminder. It annoyed him that Deku wouldn't look at him. Deku never looked at him. I will. He promised. Deku hummed and finally turned to look at Katsuki lying prone in his bed with an unreadable look in his eyes. Katsuki met his gaze head-on with his head held high. He won't let Deku think he's weak just because he's currently bedridden. Well, you have no hopes of surviving a fight as you are now, and I don't mean the bedridden state. Deku deadpanned. The words cut like knife, and Katsuki bared his teeth in a snarl, ready to tear Deku a new one for thinking he was weaker than him when Deku lifted his hand in a sign to halt. Hear me out, he said, and the serious look in his eyes made Katsuki pause. For the first time, it seemed like Deku was really looking at him. Katsuki huffed and settled back down. At least the shitty nerd wasn't pointing his bloody finger at him. As you are right now, you wouldn't stand a chance. Despite his best attempts, Katsuki's face still twisted at the blunt words. So, I'll train you. Katsuki blinked. Then blinked again. A second. Echi. Deku rolled his eyes as Katsuki sat gaping at him. You'll what? Katsuki asked. I'll train you, teach you how to fight. Deku repeated. Katsuki frowned. But you hate me? Deku looked like he wanted to be anywhere but there as he grumbled something that sounded an awful lot like apparently not. What does it matter why? I said I'll teach you. Ah, you think I'm an idiot, shitty Deku? Think I can't take it? Katsuki growled, about ready to get out of bed and start throwing hands. Deku sighed and rubbed his face. No one's been able to get a drop on me for years, so you almost getting me today impressed me. You can be a great sparring partner if taught right. Take it or leave it. Katsuki looked at Deku with narrowed eyes. Throughout the years, Deku had never explained where he learned how to fight. He just showed up one day and dodged all his punches before taking him out with a sweeping kick. Though it stung, Deku was better at fighting than him. Even armed and at his full power, he just barely managed to hit him. Ground Alpha, 4 o'clock next week, you said? Deku nodded and looked pleased as Katsuki nodded in return. All right then. Deku said as he turned towards the door. I'll let Recovery Girl know you're up. Wait. Deku turned back towards him at the call, an eyebrow lifted in question. Why did you join the hero course? Deku's eyes widened in surprise before darkening in determination. It's the only way to find her. And with that, he walked out of the room, leaving 1,000 unanswered questions in his wake. The next day, the class went hush as soon as Izuku stepped through the door. It was so eerie that he was tempted to turn and check if Aizawa was standing behind him. But of course, he's not. Aizawa was probably busy wrangling the bloodthirsty reporters outside. The vultures had tried to corner him to ask stupid questions about All Might, but he'd successfully managed to glare them down. Izuku doesn't let his unease show as he made his way to his seat, which cleared as soon as he started walking in its direction. Groups of students scattering like flies. None of them except Katsuki meet his eyes. Izuku settled in his seat and looked out the window as whispers fly around. Like the day before, Izuku had arrived exactly 15 minutes prior to class. However, unlike the day before, no one had approached his desk to ask him questions about his sword or techniques. There was a quiet tension in the room that no one acknowledged. Ida caught his eyes for a moment and looked away almost instantly. Izuku told himself that didn't bother him. He had always had a harsh personality and his tongue had often deterred people from approaching him. As Iguro, he hadn't minded that. But then, as Iguro, he'd never truly been alone. He'd always had Kaburamaru and the Hashiras to lean on. Izuku, however, had no one. Iguro had always been a loner, but he had only learnt of true loneliness as Izuku. And although he hadn't expected it, the company of Uraraka, Yaoyorozu and Ida hadn't been completely unwelcomed or particularly unpleasant during lunch yesterday. Izuku wasn't the most sociable person out there, but it felt good not to be alone all the time. But looking at everyone's reaction, he supposed he'd shot that opportunity in the head by losing it in front of them. Speaking of Uraraka, Izuku sensed her standing outside the room a whole minute before the door slid open. Izuku watches with interest as her eyes seek out his immediately and do not flinch or divert instantly. There is a quiet strength to her spine as she clenches her teeth and makes her way over to his seat. With sure, confident steps. There is a heavy silence in the room as they both stare at each other for a hot minute before Izuku decides to break it. Uraraka dash. Midoriya. The aforementioned girl cuts him off. Izuku almost balks in offense. No one has ever cut him off mid-speech. Uraraka visibly braces herself before speaking. Doesn't feel nice, does it? When someone cuts you off. That's how I felt during the exercise when you refused to even hear me out. Izuku thinks back and a vague memory of her trying to speak up pops in his head. I am a student of UA same as you and I deserve to have my opinion heard as well. She continues, secondly, what you said after the exam was needlessly rude, unfair and conceited. It was the first day and our first battle. Unlike you, I wasn't facing someone I've known since childhood and am just learning the basics of heroics. She takes a deep breath as she ends her monologue, eyes hard with determination before something falls in her face and her eyes get downcast. However, she whispers, but the class is so silent it's easily heard. However, you were right. I was trying to have someone else deal with my problems and there were other ways I could have won. So, here she pauses again as she looks up to meet his eyes with a determined look before bowing slightly. Thank you for pointing it out. I promise I will never run away from a fight again. Izuku is admittedly a bit speechless. Apart from the Hashira, no one had ever spoken back to him or thanked him for going off on them. Uraraka did both in the same breath. Izuku can respect that. Izuku nodded when Uraraka met his eyes again. That's good to hear. And for what it's worth. I'm sorry for the way I spoke to you. Izuku was wondering if he should have thrown in a small bow himself when Uraraka giggled. No, you don't need to bow, Midoriya. Though I must admit I was quite distressed. So, what will you do about that, huh? Uraraka asked with her hand held behind her back and a playful smile on her lips. It was something he could imagine Shinobu doing if she didn't have a sword up her, but 24 Izuku frowned. What do you want? Uraraka beamed like the cat who'd caught the canary. Let me call you Deku. Izuku frown darkened. Absolutely not. Please, Midoriya. I swear I don't mean anything bad by it. It just sounds cute. Like Dikairu. Izuku stared into Uraraka's sparkly eyes with a deadpan expression. They faced off against each other in a battle of wills for God knows how long before Izuku sighed in defeat when she refused to budge. Which idiot said women were more SBMSV than men? All the ones he met had ball made of steel. Uraraka took the sigh of defeat as what it is and cheered as the rest of the class joined her. Fine. But if I hear any one of you idiots call me Deku except these two dash, Izuku pointed his finger at Uraraka and Katsuki and almost laughs out loud at the JRK Katsuki gave on being at the other end of his pointer finger. Looks like someone is traumatized. Then it'll be my sword and your necks. Mean Mito bro. Kirishima whined. Does this mean we can finally talk about how absolutely bad but Midoriya was yesterday? The girl with the ear extensions, Jiro? Comments as the pink girl all but flies across the class to throw herself on his desk. Midoriya, you were like so cool. UA is responsible. The electricity kid mimicked in a deep voice with an exaggerated frown on his face. If you don't realize actions have consequences, then get out of the hero course. Elbow Boy joined him, complete with hand gestures. Who knew Midoriya would get so protective over a boy? Are you two dating or something? The short boy, Mineta commented, only to be hauled up by his collar by Katsuki himself. Huh. You wanna repeat that shithead? Across the room Izuku could see Ida chopping his hand for some decorum. This is not appropriate behavior for a hero in training. Kaminari, sit down. I would love to have some tea and popcorn right now. Yayorozu commented from his left. The girls around him burst into laughter and Izuku felt a smile tug at his own face for perhaps the first time in months. Maybe UA wasn't such a bad decision after all. It takes Aizawa using his quirk and glaring them into SBMSN through his red eyes for everyone to calm down. Afterwards, Aizawa informed the class that after much consideration with the principal, they had come to a few decisions. Firstly, today, every student will stay back after class to condition and familiarize themselves with their costumes. Any impractical elements or discomfort would be noted and improved upon in the future. Secondly, people with harmful and potentially lethal weapons on their costume will be having special classes on handling them safely. Something Katsuki was less than happy about. And finally, all of All Might's classes will now be supervised by Aizawa as a precaution to compensate for the fact that All Might didn't have a teaching license. Izuku felt a little bad for the guy, but he couldn't ignore the safety risk as well. I went over the footage of the combat class and I'm glad none of you got any permanent damages, but understand that might not be the case next time if you don't use your mind and quirk efficiently. We'll be doing the rest of the combat training today, with the necessary precautions, to gauge your level before we get started with the basics. But before that, our first task today will decide your future. Izuku and the rest of the class leans forward at the prompt, everyone eager to know what today's homeroom agenda was. You all need to pick a class representative. Aizawa deadpanned anticlimactically before climbing into his sleeping bag. The fucker. You have the rest of homeroom to decide on the president and a vice president. Wake me up when you're done. Izuku wished he had a sleeping bag of his own as everyone in class started preaching themselves as the class. Silence, everyone please. Ida shouted, chopping his hand in that weird robotic way he does. The class representative's duty is to lead others. That's not something just anyone can do. You must first have the trust of every student in the classroom. Therefore, the most logical way to fill this position is democratically. We will hold an election to choose our leader. Izuku focused on throwing bits of rolled-up paper into Katsuki's hair without him noticing while the rest of the kids argued the best way to choose a representative. It's final then, Ida announced. Please write the name of the person you want to vote for on a piece of paper and pass it on to the front. Did these kids really not see how expertly Ida handled the class? Yes, he was a bit overzealous about it, but that wasn't particularly bad. Izuku rolled up the last bit of paper he had and threw it into Katsuki's hair, glancing to the side to see Jiro and Sero giggling at the mound of paper bits stuck in the blonde hair. Unfortunately, they weren't very quiet about it because Katsuki noticed. What are you idiots giggling about? He snarled. Looks like you have a dandruff problem there, Blasty. Jiro giggled, attracting the attention of a few more kids sitting around. Katsuki ran a hand through his hair only for small bits of paper ball to fall to the ground. The blonde looked confused for a split second before realization set in and he turned on Izuku with a harsh snarl, mini explosions popping in his hands. You wanna die, DKU? Like you could kill me, Kaken? Izuku retorted. Come here, you shithead. Bakugo. Midoriya. Stop disrupting the class. Ida joined the screaming charades. Fight. 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 If you guys wake me up without deciding the rep one more time, it's expulsion for the lot of you. Aizawa swore and he stuffed himself back into his sleeping bag. Yes, sensei. Ida muttered, throwing a side glare at Izuku and Katsuki who remained silent. Goddamn problem children. Aizawa muttered as he zipped up his bag and became one with it. This was all your fault, Deku. Katsuki muttered from beside him. You have no proof. Izuku replied back. You both. Ida started, grabbing both of their attention. Go back to your seats and write the name of your candidates dash. Izuku groaned. You know half these kids are voting for themselves, right? Which is why the one who will be selected will be the best of the best. Izuku sighed. went back to his seat and tore another piece of paper to write Ida's name on it. At the end of homeroom, Ida had been elected as their class president and Yaoyorozu as the vice. As someone who'd often had his meals alone, sharing meals with people was a novel experience for Izuku. He'd chosen an empty table at random but was soon joined by Uraraka, Ida, and Yaoyorozu. He wondered what Oyakata-sama would say if he saw old, antisocial Iguro willingly sharing a meal with teenagers. "I cannot believe you did that in homeroom," Uraraka said with a laugh as Ida grumbled and Yaoyorozu chuckled. "One of these days you're gonna get expelled for all the unheroic behavior." Ida chastened. Izuku sighed. He liked the kid but Ida stressed too much on how things were supposed to be. He just knew he'd end up going off on Ida about it sometime soon, but with yesterday's debacle, it'd be better if he held back for now. "I think Midoriya is very daring for acting the way he does. I can never imagine myself facing Aizawa-sensei," Momo admitted in a soft voice. Izuku hummed as he ate his food. They'll have to work on Yaoyorozu's confidence in her opinions as well. No, a friend? Is that what they were? Izuku's never had friends before. Of his were gonna be insecure about their ideals. "I'm sure you'll build up to it, Momo." Uraraka cheered, making Momo blush. "Thank you, Uraraka. You're very kind. By the way, you were so cool yesterday, Deku," Uraraka said with stars in her eyes. "The way you cut that fire with nothing but a sword. But, she nodded in self-satisfaction. "I must admit, it was truly beautiful," Momo chimed in as well. "Indeed." Ida chopped his hands. "That level of skill must have taken years to cultivate." Izuku thought back to his back-breaking Hashira training and sipped his soup. "It did." Momo paused in her eating with a thoughtful look on her face, and Izuku knew what was coming before it did. "Can I ask where you learned it from?" "If you don't mind me asking, of course," Momo murmured with a curious tilt of her head. Izuku groaned internally. After the demonstration, he'd been asked questions like these by many of his classmates and he'd avoided answering each one of them with the expertise of a Hashira, but he couldn't think of any reason to avoid answering Momo. "Well," he stalled, brainstorming to come up with a reply that wasn't, "I'm a reincarnation from the past," when a blaring sound echoed throughout the cafeteria. Izuku sat up in alarm, hand instinctually going to his sides only to find them empty. He cursed. "Stupid school curriculums. Attention students." A mechanical voice announced over the speakers. "There has been a level 3 security breach. All students evacuate outdoors promptly." Izuku clenched his jaw as panic spread through the cafeteria in seconds. "What's wrong? What's a level 3 breach?" Uraraka asked worriedly. "It means someone is trespassing on school grounds." An upperclassman informed them as people hurried to make their way towards the exit, crowding it jammed shut. Izuku caught Momo and Ida's elbows in his hands as they attempted to rise. "Wait," he told them as Uraraka shifted from foot to foot in nervousness while wringing her arms. "Hey, don't push. Wait, I'm falling. Please don't push." Izuku almost rolled his eyes as sounds of distress soon rang from the hall. What did they think would happen if some 150-odd students tried to exit through a tiny hall at the same time? Fortunately, the mess in the hall left the cafeteria almost empty, so Izuku had no trouble dodging trays of spilt food on the floor as he made his way towards one of the large windows of the almost empty cafeteria. "Midoriya, we should evacuate," Ida called as he caught one end of Izuku's coat sleeve in his hand. "He's right, Midoriya," Momo chimed in from beside a distressed-looking Uraraka who nodded. Izuku turned unimpressed eyes towards the three of them. "Aren't you all trying to be heroes? Your first instinct as protectors should be analyzing the situation," Izuku said before training his eyes on Uraraka. "I thought you were done running." Izuku turned away from the three of them as Uraraka flinched and Ida and Momo grimaced. Ida didn't say anything further as Izuku twisted his arm out of his grip and made the rest of the way towards the window facing the entrance. Izuku was expecting to see a scene of carnage, of destruction and blood lining the ground as a group of villains swarmed UA and the pros on campus engaged with the ones on front, trying and failing to not get overwhelmed. A breach into one of the most secured hero schools in Japan had to be planned. Which is why he could not make head or tail of what he was seeing. Are those reporters? Uraraka muttered in disbelief from beside him, confirming the ridiculous situation in front of him. What the actual F was going on? How did reporters get into UA? Momo asked in astonishment. That's not important right now. Ida said with a resolute expression. Our priority right now is calming everyone before someone gets hurt in this rush. Izuku knew Ida was the right choice for class rep. Now, Izuku could very easily ask Momo for a dummy sword, perform a mild trick to gather attention and solve the situation single-handedly, but seeing the unwavering, steadfast expressions on his friends' faces made him pause. Well then go on. Izuku told Momo, who jerked in surprise at being addressed. What? She stuttered. Izuku sighed. You obviously have a plan cooking in your mind, Yaoyorozu. Go on. Share it with the group. Momo hiccuped in nervousness as 3 sets of eyes set upon her. It's true she had an idea, but what if it wasn't good enough? She looked into Midoriya's eyes and challenging green eyes stared back into her black depths. You're trying to be a hero, aren't you? They seem to say. Show them you're worthy of the title. Momo clenched her fist and took a deep breath to abate the doubt in her head. She can do this. She's going to be a hero. With a concentrated frown, Momo closed her eyes and focused on the element she was producing. Warmth spread through her belly as energy escaped her in the form of light. Soon enough, she felt her skin give and hurried to unbutton her shirt from around her stomach as the object emerged. Breathing to gain composure, Momo turned towards Uraraka and Ida, who'd been watching her in silence. Uraraka, please use your quirk on Ida to make him float. And Ida, Momo handed the loudspeaker over to the taller teen. Please use this to gather everyone's attention and calm them down. Remember not to use your quirk in the confined space though, you could end up hitting someone's head or hurting yourself. The pair nodded and soon enough Ida was floating above the people panicking in the hallway. Everyone! Ida shouted into the loudspeaker, his voice drowning out the shouts of distress of the other students and catching their attention. Please don't panic. Everything's fine. It's just the media. This is UA. Let's act in the way befitting the best of the best. Please make your way back to your respective classrooms in an orderly fashion and help anyone who got hurt reach Recovery Girl's office. Izuku let a half-smile creep up on his face at the relieved expression on his friends' faces before turning back to frown at the situation outside. It didn't make sense. If UA defenses were so weak that they couldn't even hold a bunch of reporters back, then something like this would have happened a lot earlier and UA wouldn't preach about having the best security protocols on this side of Japan. Izuku's gaze flickered to the giant gates of UA and sharpened as he noticed the mound of dust on the ground near the entrance. Something had disintegrated the thousands of pounds of metal that made up the gates of UA. That was not something a mere reporter could do. No, this was clearly a malicious act, was most definitely planned. If not as an attack, then as a distraction. But what was the purpose? Distraction to do what? Izuku's eyes flickered over the reporters and the bystanders who were surrounding UA to see if anyone stood out to him, but everyone he set his eyes on looked ordinary and it was hard to gauge their threat level or feel their presence from this far. Besides, it's already been around 15 minutes since the breach was announced. There's a good chance that whoever had caused the distraction had already done what they wanted to and left the premises. Izuku sighed in frustration and turned to his friends who were conversing amongst themselves and exchanging congrats for a job well done. You guys head to class. I've got to check something out. He ignored the calls of his name as he made his way through the leftover people in the halls. Nedu was busy typing something on his laptop when Izuku knocked on the open door to his office. The rat barely spared him a glance before ushering him in, beady eyes still set on the screen before him. But if it isn't our top scorer, what can I do for you, Midoriya Izuku? The principal asked, not pausing for a second as they typed away at the keyboard. The breach was very obviously a distraction. Izuku started, not beating around the bush. Nedu smirked as he eyed him over the lid of the computer device. How astute! Not many first years are experienced enough to guess that. Izuku scoffed. Even your second and third years aren't experienced enough to guess that. Blockheads were too busy panicking like amateurs to rub two brain cells together. Nedu chuckled as he finally paused his typing. They are amateurs, Midoriya. It's why the Hero Commission mandates at least 3 years of working as a sidekick before applying for a pro-hero license. Izuku grimaced at that piece of information. He really hoped he found Kenroji before his time at UA was up. He won't survive working as a sidekick under some uptight a-hole. It makes me curious how you could guess it in one go, but I digress. How may I help you, Midoriya? Nedu asked as he pushed the laptop away and started preparing 2 cups of tea, prompted Izuku to take a seat. Izuku pursed his lips in thought. I was wondering if I could see the security footage of the breach. Nezu's hands paused for a second while steeping the tea before they were back in action. I'm afraid that's not possible. The principal commented as he poured hot water into the 2 cups. Izuku glared at the denial. Look, I don't care whatever policies you have in place, but if this is as grave as I think, then this could cause lives. Isn't it better to just let me see the video once? Nedu sighed as he pushed a cup towards Izuku. You misunderstand me, Midoriya. It's not possible for me to show you the video because there is no video. All our cameras are down. Izuku stood up and slammed his hands on the desk, causing the tea to slosh on the desk. What? How is that possible? Isn't UA supposed to have one of the best security systems in Japan? Nedu grimaced at the stain as he sipped from his own cup of tea. Technology is not infallible when it comes to quirks, Midoriya. Even the most high-tech machines can be as good as useless against some quirks. Earlier today, UA's surveillance system was broken into and jammed before the breach. Nedu eyed his laptop's screen with a frown. I've been trying to restore the footage for almost half an hour now, but it's useless. Izuku gritted his teeth. What makes you sure that the culprit isn't still inside UA then? Nedu smiled. Worry not, Midoriya. We have all the UA staff and the 3rd year's heroic students patrolling the building as we speak. If they're still inside the building, they will be caught. Izuku sighed as he slumped back in the seat, anger and energy draining out of him. I guess that's something. Nedu nodded. Indeed. If this was a declaration of war, then UA will reply with zest. Security will be increased in every department. Izuku was quick to make his way out of the principal's office after that. He'd heard the sound of police sirens halfway through their talk, so he guessed the situation with the reporters was dealt with. He couldn't wait for today to be over. Back when he was a Hashira, his sensing ability was one of the strongest because of his bond with Kaburamaru. Now, without his friend wrapped around his neck or his sword on hand, he felt like he was walking blind and unarmed in the hallways. That afternoon in Fundamental Heroics, their class completed the rest of the combat activity with Aizawa on site. Izuku systematically noted everyone's quirks from beside Ida, Uraraka and Katsuki and was even impressed by some of the performers. Despite his awful costume, the Ice Boy definitely had potential, and he noted that Momo was a lot surer of herself as she made capture nets and set up traps. After the combat exercise came their first hand-to-hand training exercise led by All Might and Aizawa. All Might was fairly competent when it came to assessing everyone's body type and preferred fighting style and coming up with a training regime for them, while Aizawa demonstrated a few simple joint locks and corrected body stances for everyone. Pissed. Izuku was in the middle of practicing the arm bar with Ida when he heard the weird noise from behind him. Pissed. He tried to ignore it, but it came again, so Izuku turned around and came face to face with All Might. Izuku stared at the giant man standing behind him and trying to grab his attention. Yes, he prompted, causing the pairs training around him to catch on to the scene. All Might stumbled over his words as he noticed the scrutiny he was under. Ah, young Midoriya. I was hoping I could talk to you. Izuku eyes the hero. We're talking right now. All Might coughed into his hand. Privately. Izuku sighed. He was about done with today. Sure. Izuku followed the hero to a secluded spot and tried his best not to think about all the things he'd shouted at the elder in anger yesterday. Young Midoriya, I wanted to talk to you about yesterday. Izuku cringed. Why couldn't things be easy for him for once? Yes, what about it? He hoped the hero wasn't expecting an apology. If anything, he should be the one. I wanted to apologize for my actions. Izuku really needed to stop thinking the worst about everyone. Izuku suddenly felt guilty. Truth be told, the situation wasn't completely All Might's fault. The other kids had performed the same activity today and all of them had come out unscarred. Izuku and Katsuki's match getting out of hand had been their fault more than All Might's. Oh, that's not necessary, All Might. I was angry and it was more our fault than yours. All Might shook his head. No. I should have assessed the risks better. You both are children and learning. It was my responsibility to make sure you both came out unharmed and I failed in that. I should have stopped the match when things started to get heated, but I wanted to see how you'd deal with it. It was my lack of judgment that ended up in young Bakugo injured. Izuku pursed his lips. He really didn't know how to deal with people apologizing to him for screaming at them, much less twice in a single day. In the end, Izuku nodded. In that case, I accept your apology, All Might. All Might beamed. Thank you, young Midoriya. Please know that I will try my best to be a good teacher despite the odds. Izuku nodded. I'll hold you to that. With that he went back to his training with a better image of All Might than before. The next day started with Aizawa announcing the rescue training at an off-campus location. Disaster, shipwreck, everything. It's rescue training. You'll have another teacher with you apart from me and All Might. Izuku was a little skeptical about leaving campus. What if the villains from yesterday decided to attack again while they were gone? He was sure that breaking the doors open was some declaration of war and attacks were never behind when declarations like that were involved. But he supposed UA had quite a few competent teachers on campus. They could probably handle it without him. Probably. According to your evaluation of your costumes, you can decide if you want to wear them or not this time. Aizawa grumbled. Huh. Katsuki twisted his lips at that. His costume had been destroyed during their battle when the explosion had rebounded and was still gone for repair. He'd have to make do with protective gear and his P uniform. Though, maybe he could fit the grenades on his arms, if they were intact. Apart from Katsuki, the Ice Kid was the only one without his costume on. If the Invisible Girl's costume could even be counted as a costume. Izuku looked up dispassionately as Ida blew a whistle. A real goddamned whistle. Where did he even get that from? Maybe Ida was a bit more than a little overzealous when it came to his duties. Either way, they made their way inside the bus and sat randomly when Ida's formation didn't work out. Izuku ended up seated between the boy with red hair, Kirishima, and Katsuki with Frog Girl and Pink Girl sitting opposite them. He really needed to learn their names. Midoriya. Izuku looked up to meet curious twin black eyes. Yes, a dash. Izuku squinted, trying and failing to remember the Frog Girl's name. You can call me Tsu, Kero. Tsu said with a figure prodding her chin. Tsu. What is it? I always speak what's on my mind. Your sword art is very unique, Kero. Izuku sighed. This is going to turn into another FING interrogation. I know. Tsu nodded. Where did you learn it from? She asked with a tilt of her head. Izuku pursed his lips as the bus went silent. He could see even Aizawa and Katsuki paying attention to him. He frowned. Guess he couldn't avoid the questions forever. I created it. Izuku felt Katsuki and Kirishima Jarke in shock beside him as jaws dropped throughout the bus. Even Aizawa left all pretense of not paying attention and turned around in his seat to stare at Izuku in astonishment. What the F-Deku? Stop FNG lying. Katsuki snarled from beside him, mini explosions giving the air a sweat caramel scent. Izuku's frown deepened in annoyance. I'm not lying, shithead. I learned the basics of sword art from my master and then created a style which suited me the most. Wow, that's so manly. Kirishima exclaimed from beside him. Tsu nodded. That's very impressive. Kero. It really wasn't. Almost all the Hashira had created a branch style that suited them the most. Finding a suitable breathing style was one of the most important things when it came to being a demon slayer. Serpent breathing wasn't even all that strong compared to styles like wind breathing or love breathing. You're so cool, Deku. Uraraka exclaimed from her seat. Man, I wish I had any cool skills like that. You can do so many flashy things with it. Kirishima exclaimed, and Izuku cringed as an image of Yuzui came to his mind. He'd rather die than be flashy, like that BSE. My hardening's strong against others, but not very flashy. Kirishima further commented while hardening his left arm for emphasis. Izuku rolled his eyes in exasperation as he pointed a finger at the redhead. If you really believe that, then get out of the hero course. Only fools let stupid things like flashiness hold them back. Izuku starred dispassionately as Kirishima spluttered in offense. In the background he noticed Uraraka cringe in sympathy. Be happy you have a quirk useful for hero work. Be happy you have a quirk at all. When there are lives on the line, it won't matter how flashy you are, what'll matter is whether you're competent enough to save them. Yuzui and his weird obsession with being flashy had always gotten on his nerves. He'd always wondered if being flashy was mutually inclusive with being annoying. In the back of his mind, he wondered if his annoyance with Kirishima wanting to be flashy had anything to do with the grudge he still held against the sound Hashira for retiring early. Yuzui was without a doubt one of the stronger Hashira among them 9. Him leaving the Corps, especially so soon after Rengoku's passing, had been a great hit to their manpower. Secretly, he'd always wondered if more of the Hashiras could have survived the fight against Muzan if Yuzui hadn't left them at such a crucial time. Although he understood the shinobi's reasoning, he'd never been able to forgive him for it. What kind of Hashira turned his back on a fight and on his comrades? What was flashy in leaving them all to die? That's enough. Aizawa's gruff tone from the front snapped Izuku out of his musings. We're here. The USJ was grand, like anything related to UA, with a large automatic door and high-tech surveillance over the different disaster zones. Everyone around him stared in awe at the dome structure, rendered silent at the beauty and size of it. Izuku, on the other hand, felt bitter. How many young demon slayers could have benefited from even a third of the facilities students got in UA? All this training to fight humans, when back then, they had to depend exclusively on sparring and hoping that the younger slayers would make it. The class entered the big dome building and came to a stop before the hero 13. Oh my god, it's 13! Uraraka exclaimed, jumping lightly on her toes in excitement. The first thing Izuku noticed was All Might's absence. He thinks Aizawa noticed it too because Izuku saw him conversing with 13 before joining the class. Izuku tuned out as the hero introduced themselves and rattled on about the dangers of using quirks recklessly. He focused on mapping the disaster areas around them, making strategies about dealing with each obstacle. He was in the middle of coming up with a game plan for the landslide zone when the electricity buzzed and a creaking sound echoed around the dome. What's that noise? Jiro winced, covering her sensitive ears with her hands. Izuku looked towards the teachers in charge in askance and felt an eerie feeling settle in his stomach at the confused looks on the two faces. Something was wrong. Look! Uraraka yelled, pointing towards the ceiling. Izuku looked up and felt his heart freeze in his chest at the shutters being drawn to block out the sunlight. The eerie feeling in the pit of his stomach turned to dread at seeing the sunlight disappearing behind the metal sheets. What's happening? He vaguely heard someone ask over the blood rushing in his ears. Calm down, he told his racing heart. It's probably just a technical glitch. Demons are gone. The heavy clang of the shutters closing sounded like an imminent death sentence to Izuku's ears, shrouding the entire facility into darkness, illuminated by just the artificial lights installed inside. Get it together. You're a Fanji Hashira, goddammit. With gritted teeth, Izuku drew his sword, painfully aware of its ordinary quality, and turned towards Aizawa, who was checking something on a tablet along with 13. Aizawa, evacuate the students. He ordered as he walked towards the steps leading to the entirety of the UFE. What dash? The gruff man started with a frown before stiffening in attention. They both felt it at the same time, the sense of unease which came when a threat was nearby. Barely a second after his neck prickled in warning, Izuku noticed the disturbance in the air in the middle of the US. A million thoughts raced through his mind as his body dropped into a battle stance out of reflex, the most prevalent of them being that he didn't have a Nichiren sword on him. Just a painfully ordinary one. They needed sunlight. He cursed as he turned and clutched a startled Momo, Yairozu, you need to make something to blow a hole through that roof. Huh? Momo questioned, startled at the sudden demand. Everyone, gather around and don't move. Aizawa ordered to the assembled students, standing in front of them as if to shield them from the incoming danger. Izuku turned at the call to see a mass of inky darkness swallowing the space before the fountain and a man covered in severed hands stepping out of it. The guy didn't have the pressing, suffocating aura of a demon, and a part of Izuku relaxed at that observation. Izuku noticed Aizawa stiffening as more and more villains exited the darkness, but Izuku just felt relief. Humans may be a handful now because of their quirks, but they were still far better than dealing with demons. Maybe he was just overreacting and letting his paranoia get to him. The leaders of these clowns probably just required darkness to activate his quirk. After all, it's not like demons would ever lower themselves to work with humans. The thought had just crossed his mind when a vertically inclined surgical table with a thrashing woman strapped onto it rolled out of the inky vortex. Izuku felt the world stop around him as his stomach dropped. It's been years, but he'd recognize those pink and green plates anywhere. Kenroji, he whispered in disbelief. Then the aura of a demon hits him like a punch to the gut. The aura coming from Kenroji. No, he whispered in horror as his grip on his sword loosened. That's not possible. Because that means... Izuku feels bile come up his throat and fell to his knees to throw up his lunch, his mind a mess of this is not real, this is not real, please let this not be real. Not her. Oi, Deku, what's the matter with you, stupid nerd? Izuku doesn't even register Katsuki kneeling beside him in concern or Aizawa leaving to jump into the horde of approaching villains. He felt trapped. Trapped in his memories, trapped in his past, trapped in his mind, and trapped in this wretched reality where Kenroji stood a mere few meters before him but as a demon. His throat closed up on admitting the truth to himself. Kenroji was a demon. She had been turned. Do you remember the day we first met? Iguro-sen, I was lost in Oyakata-sama's place, and you helped me. The meals you made were the most delicious ones I've ever had. Iguro-san, please. If we ever get reborn, if we're born again as human, will you make me your wife? He gasped as a heavy slap to his back shocked him out of the memories. Oi, breathe you demon idiot. Don't tell me you're scared now. Katsuki snarled from beside him. In a daze, Izuku looked away from the searing sight of pink and green plates to meet the burning red of Katsuki's eyes. Were he a little more in control, he'd have noticed the uncharacteristic concern leaking out of the blonde. But as it was, he couldn't do anything but stare blankly. Huh. Red eyes narrowed before Katsuki got up, gripping Izuku's sword arm as if to prompt him to rise to, get your sheet together, Deku. We need to evacuate. Before Izuku could gather enough of his bearings to reply, a blanket of darkness in his periphery caught his eye. Nice to meet you. A deep voice rumbled as the man made of shadows with golden slits for eyes blocked the rest of the student's path to the exit. We are the League of Villains. It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath. Anger and hatred, hot and toxic like acid, flooded his veins at the sight of the villain. If they had the forethought of shielding the facility from sunlight before attacking, then they knew how demons worked. Which meant they were somehow involved in Kenroji turning into a demon. I believe All Might was supposed to be here. Has there been a change? What did you do to her? He growled as he stood up on shaky legs and wrenched his sword arm out of Katsuki's strong grip. Oidash. Izuku pushed the blonde away from in front of him as he walked towards the villain with sure steps, killing intent leaking out of him. A hand on his shoulder stopped his approach. Izuku turned to glare into the mechanical eyes of 13. Back down, Midoriya. It's not safe. Izuku was too set off to reply as he turned back to face glowing yellow eyes. I asked you something, shithead. He snarled, grip tightening on the hilt of his sword. I asked, what did you do to her? Narrow golden eyes contemplated Izuku for a while before turning back towards the group of students, dismissing him. Well, it's neither here nor there. My job remains the same. Serpent breathing, fifth form, slithering serpent. Before anyone knew what was happening, Izuku had the villain on the ground with his sword at his throat, which he now noticed had a metal bracer around it. This looks fancy. I wonder what would happen if I sliced it open. Izuku said in a deceptively calm voice as he leaned over the villain. He didn't fail to notice that the other slashes he'd made at the smoky body didn't leak blood. It seemed like the villain's quirk let him shift his body from solid to gaseous state. But if the bracer was anything to go by, he couldn't turn his neck incorporeal. Pity, Izuku was used to going for the throat. Now, he stressed, leaning more weight on the sharp edge resting against the metal. I believe I asked you something. The golden eyes didn't betray much emotions, but Izuku's senses were keen enough to pick up a hint of panic in them. I don't know what you're talking about, child. Izuku bared his gritted teeth in anger. The girl with the plates. What did you do to her? Why is she here? Golden eyes widened in realization before narrowing in suspicion. She is the anti-symbol of peace who's going to put an end to all might. Why do you care? Izuku almost snapped and slashed the villain open. Almost. 13's voice stopped him. Midoriya. It's dangerous, please retreat. I will deal with the villain. Izuku looked down into the black abyss and felt nothing but disgust and hate. This was someone who'd willingly let Kenroji turn into a demon for the sake of their own goal. Izuku shook his head. No, losing it to anger won't do right now. He needed answers. Who is your leader? He demanded, digging the edge of his sword just that much firmer against the metal. Shigaraki Tamura is leading the charge today. The man replies. Izuku felt a vein in his forehead pulse in frustration. I'm not asking about that Hanken-K clown. I'm asking about your real leader. Who is he? He demands again. Golden eyes widen and assess him in a new light, but the villain remains mum. Izuku sneers at the end of his patience. Answer, you piece of shit. Muzan. Is Muzan your leader? I have never heard that name before. The guy finally breaks his silence. Something uncoils in his heart, but it's nowhere near enough to make much of a difference. After all, if not Muzan, then it'll be something else. Truth of the matter is they have another demon lord in place. Izuku could feel the peaceful life he had imagined with Kenroji eroding before his eyes. Midoriya, that's enough. 13 stalks up to him and placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. The moment of distraction was all the guy needed to slip away. A swirling vortex formed right under the guy and drew him in. Izuku noticed it in the nick of time and jumped away a second before he could be pulled inside as well. Sheet. He swore as the guy manifested a few feet before them. That was quite rude. Now it's my turn. Motherfucker. Izuku cursed again as a dome of darkness eloped him and the students near him. Izuku tried to swing his sword, thought the blinding darkness, but before he could make contact, reality tilted on its axis. The next thing he knew, he was in the main plaza with Kenroji struggling in her binds just a few paces in front of him and Aizawa fighting behind. Izuku felt frozen in his place, incapable of doing anything but staring at the demon growling around the strap in her mouth. Eyes clouded with something he'd never imagined seeing on her, bloodlust. This close he could notice the slight differences in her appearance despite her constant threshing. Unlike before, her irises were a pale gold and instead of 2 moles beneath her eyes, she had just one at the corner of her mouth. Her skin was a shade darker and face slightly rounder than heart-shaped. While Izuku looked nothing like Iguro with the unchanged hairstyle, she looked similar enough to pass as Kenroji's blood sister. That realization didn't do anything to ease the pit of anguish and despair in his stomach. Fate was cruel to let him meet the love of his life early, only to crush every hope he had for a bright future like glass. Vague fantasies of confessing to her and having a happy married life evaporate before his eyes. Seeing the slitted pupils and sharp claws on a loved one, Izuku remembered something Shinazugawa had once said to him. Seeing someone you love turning into a demon, it's another kind of despair. I have never felt more helpless. Looking in their eyes and knowing that the person you used to know is gone. It could cripple you. And then you have to pick up a weapon and fight them to death. He hadn't understood it back then, but now, even the thought of raising a sword against Kenroji made him never want to see one again. Moving forward, Izuku blocked her line of sight from Aizawa and laid a tentative hand against her bound cheek. Instantly, the girl convulsed in her contraptions, drooling with the effort to get her mouth closer to his hand. Tears prickled his eyes at the light of hunger in those crazed eyes, which always held a kind look. The food you made was the most delicious food I've ever eaten. Oh, how he wished he could make all the food in the world to chase that look of hunger out of her eyes. To feed her and look after her. The demon let out another growl, attention firmly focused on biting his hand. Izuku closed his eyes and leaned his forehead against hers lightly as he lost the battle against his tears. Why did it have to be you, Kenroji? He let out a broken whisper as a sob rose up in his throat. There was no look of recognition in her eyes at her past name. I wonder what's her name in this lifetime? Did she life a good life? How did she end up here? Izuku was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice the hand villain, Shigaraki Tamura, move till he rushed past him towards Aizawa. He jerked away from the demon and got his bearings just as Shigaraki's hand closed around the hero's elbow. Izuku watched in horror as the skin around Aizawa's elbow crumbled away, leaving the muscle bloody and exposed. Kenroji jerked in her binds and increased her struggles tenfold, shrieking and snarling like a caged animal as the smell of blood reached her. That quirk isn't suited for fighting long fights against a large group, is it? The villain murmured with unimaginable glee in his voice. What you're good at is a short fight after a surprise attack. Yet you didn't hesitate to jump into the fight to help the students escape. The villain stood up languidly from where Aizawa had kicked him down, and despite the hand covering his face, it was clear he had a wide grin on his face. You're so cool. Shigaraki spread his hands as Aizawa continued to fight the last of the villains who tried to get a drop on him while he was injured. By the way, hero. Izuku felt a foreboding chill go up his spine as he heard the mechanical sound of the cuffs holding Kenroji unlock. I'm not the final boss. He had just enough time to lift his sword and wedge it between the demon's fangs as Kenroji sprung free and jumped on him, bowling him over with the force of her momentum. Kenroji! Kenroji, stop! It's me, Iguro! Izuku shouted as it took all of his arm strength to hold the demon at bay. Kenroji had always been strong, and becoming a demon had only made her stronger. Oh, seems like the NPC knows our secret weapon. It'll be even more fun watching her tear you apart for interrupting my fun now. Midoriya! Izuku distantly heard Aizawa shout in alarm. No! Stay away, Aizawa. Don't come any closer. Izuku screamed as he heard the telling sound of the hero running towards him. No sooner had Aizawa started in their direction that Kenroji's keen senses picked up on the approaching threat and det-angled from Izuku to run towards the hero at blinding speed. No! Izuku shouted as instinct took over his body. Serpent breathing, fourth form, twin-headed reptile. He was a second too late. Izuku watched in slow motion as Kenroji's fist collided with Aizawa's stomach, with enough force to throw the hero several feet in the air towards the fountain in a loud crash. The very next moment, he was standing in front of Aizawa's unprotected body with a severed arm lying beside his leg. Izuku heard Aizawa retch behind him and internally winced in sympathy. Kenroji was strong and she hit hard, and that was without demon strength added to the mix. Izuku would be surprised if Aizawa didn't have a few broken ribs. All this while, his eyes never left the demon snarling harshly as she clutched the stump that remained of her arm. Izuku knew that the image of Kenroji draped over her bleeding arm with a twisted expression on her face would forever be ingrained in his mind as a constant source of nightmares, but he couldn't afford to get distracted. He had an injured civilian to protect. Sorry. I'm sorry. He still mumbled as his heart twinged at the pain he could see in hostile gold eyes. Midoriya, Aizawa managed to choke out before bending over to puke blood. It took barely a second for Kenroji to regrow the limb he'd dismembered as Shigaraki laughed with evil glee. Magnificent, isn't she? Meet our secret weapon. Just finished being ready before the attack to put an end to all might. Shigaraki bragged. That meant Kenroji had been transformed only recently. A small hope flickered to life in his heart. Demons couldn't be helped once they'd tasted human blood, Tamayo being an exception, but there was an instance of a recently transformed demon remaining sane because they'd never tasted human flesh. What was her name? Nezuko Kamadu. If she could do it, then maybe Kenroji could too. He just had to remind her what she had to hold on to her sanity for and prevent her from tasting human blood. It wasn't much, but it was all he had. Plus, it wasn't like he could kill her without a Nichiren blade, so either he would succeed in reminding her or he would die trying. Kenroji attacked with her claws out this time, and Izuku was quick to block them with his sword and dodge out of her sweeps and slashes. "Calm down, Kenroji," Izuku shouted, keeping his grip on his sword firm as he kicked her to maintain some distance between them. She seemed inexperienced as first, but Kenroji had always been a fast learner, and it reflected in how her moves kept evolving and getting faster the longer they fought. Izuku gritted his teeth as he parried attacks after attacks from her, lost in a daze as he continued to scream at her to remember. Every attack by her aimed to maim him, and every call of Kenroji's name that went unheard threatened his hope that he could still get her back. Yet, a small part of him continued hoping. It was all he could do not to give in to the despair. Serpent breathing, third form, coil choke. Izuku took in a lungful of air and moved at breakneck speed as he circled around Kenroji, slashing as he went. He made a point to avoid her neck, despite him having an ordinary sword, unable to even think about beheading the pink-haired girl. She screeched in response, incoherent noises dribbling past her lips at the pain. Izuku will never be able to get that sound out of his head till the day he died. "Kenroji! Fight it! Don't let it control you! This isn't you!" Izuku screamed, fear of losing her to the bloodlust and the pain of having to hurt her again and again taking its toll on him. Images of his childhood, at the mercy of the snake demon, flash before his eyes as he fights. Even the thought of Kenroji becoming like that made him want to puke. No, he will make her remember. Even if it's the last thing he did. Aizawa coughed blood and tried to stand, but his knees refused to hold his weight and buckled beneath him. He definitely had a few broken ribs, if not a punctured lung as well. God damn it. He swore as he saw the feral girl slash a big cut up Midoriya's arm. Not that the boy seemed to notice, busy as he was trying to shout the girl, Kenroji, apparently, into esping. "Mitsuri, please. It's me. Iguro." He shouted in desperation, blocking a punch to his sides which echoed around the plaza. Aizawa frowned at the secondary name Midoriya had been using for himself all this while before shaking the confusion away. This wasn't the time to be worrying about stuff like that. Perhaps it was a nickname. Prioritize. He had to prioritize. His student seemed to be holding himself surprisingly well against the feral girl, but unlike her, he didn't have a healing advantage, apparent by all the sluggishly bleeding wounds littered over his body. "What are you doing? Kill him already, you beach!" Shigaraki screamed from the side. Aizawa couldn't risk joining the fast-paced fight lest he lost an arm, so he did the next best thing and used his quirk on the girl who seemed to have multiple quirks. Like before, it didn't seem to affect her at all. The force of her hits didn't decrease, neither did her speed or healing slow down. Aizawa frowned. Was there something wrong with his quirk? To check, he turned his gaze towards the agitated disintegration villain who'd been joined by the shadow villain. "Shigaraki Tamura." The shadow guy greeted. "Kurojairi, did you kill 13? Shigaraki asked, and Aizawa felt something heavy drop in his stomach. "I put 13 out of action dash," Kurojairi admitted. "Out of action. Not dead. Out of action. But there were students I was unable to disperse, and one of them got away." Aizawa felt a sense of relief and urgency hit him simultaneously. Someone getting away meant help was on the way, but what did the guy mean by dispersing the students? Disperse where? A loud splash sounded as the ship in the shipwreck zone was cut in half by one of the villains in the water, and Aizawa felt horror come over him as he realized Kurojairi dispersed his kids into the various disaster zones where he'd seen multiple villains go off to. He felt his heart rate pick up in worry as he clenched his fist to stop himself from screaming in frustration. "Kurojairi!" Shigaraki growled as he lifted a hand to scratch at his neck aggressively. "If you weren't our ticket out of here, I'd have dusted you right now. We can't win against a bunch of pros." Shigaraki stated the obvious before dropping his hands in disappointment. "Ah, it's game over. Let's go home. Aizawa tensed all over at that. Such a big-scale operation and he was just going to leave? It couldn't be that easy. Sure enough, the guy turned at the last moment with an unholy grin on his lips. But first, let's kill a few of these kids to damage All Might's pride. Fear gripped his heart in its cold clutches as he noticed Azui and Mineta land at the corner of the central plaza, completely unaware of the approaching threat. Despite the awful pain in his body, Aizawa was moving before he could gather his thoughts. He intercepted the villain with a flying kick seconds before he could reach Azui. Shigaraki slid along the floor on his heels, maintaining his balance as he stopped a few feet before them. Azui, Mineta, are you both okay? Aizawa asked, not taking his red eyes off the villain who had started scratching at his neck again. We're fine, Karo. Are you okay, Aizawa-sensei? Azui croaked from behind him. Don't worry about me. Run towards the entrance the moment you get a chance. Aizawa pulled his capture weapon free as he made a run for Shigaraki, engaging him in hand-to-hand combat to give his students sufficient time to get away. Stupid demon, couldn't even deal with a hero. The villains growled as the two of them truffled for a while, kicking and dodging in equal measures as Midoriya screamed at the girl in the distance. Aizawa blinked and almost lost his head as he ducked out of the grab aimed at his throat. Seeing an opening, he pushed his advantage and slammed his knee into Shigaraki's stomach, forcing him to retreat just enough for Aizawa to throw his capture weapon with a quick snap of his wrist and wrap the villain from head to toe. Time to end this. He huffed as he pushed off the ground in a leap to aim a kick at Shigaraki's head, careful not to blink. That was the wrong move. A swirling black vortex opened in front of him while he was in the middle of the leap, helpless against the pole that drew him in. He wheezed and tasted blood as he collided with something, or rather someone, hard, aggravating his previous injuries as they rolled on the floor till the person came to a stop above him. Aizawa! He opened his eyes to see thick fangs descending towards his vulnerable throat. Sheet! Aizawa jerked his hand in an open-palmed move to keep the fangs at bay at the same time as Midoriya swung his blade. Blood dripped down his collarbones as Aizawa stared in horror at the headless body above him. The girl's head arced through the air and landed a few feet away from him with a sick squelch. Silence. Aizawa's thoughts were a jumped mess as he forced his eyes to disconnect from the bleeding neck in front of him to the horror-struck green eyes standing above him. Midoriya, he started tentatively as he slowly pushed the body off of him. No. Midoriya screamed as he dropped his sword and made a dash for the head that was laying off to the side with wide, horrified eyes. Midoriya! He shouted in horror as the boy picked up the decapitated head and rushed towards the body by his side. Midoriya, calm down. Aizawa tried to reassure but was pushed to the side in favor of the body. Move! The boy shouted as he knelt beside the body and placed the severed head next to it gently, all the while muttering things like please, 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 let this work and sorry, I'm so sorry. Aizawa watched in shock as blood vessels rose from the bleeding neck to connect the severed head back to the body, slowly but surely healing the deep slash. That's not possible. That's not human. No Quirk could do that. What is she? Aizawa whispered in horror, unable to believe his eyes for once in his life. Izuku felt his heart beat in his throat as he saw Kenroji blinking up at him in a daze as her throat healed. It was the quietest she'd been since this whole fuckfest started. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut as the image of Kenroji's head flying through the air played on repeat behind his eyes. When he'd seen her go for Aizawa's throat, instincts had taken over his body and before he knew it, he'd been mid-swing, too late to stop. Never before had he been gladder that the sword he was using wasn't a Nichiren one. Kenroji! He sobbed, eyes flowing over, please don't do this. I can't lose you. He swallowed thickly as he stared into pale golden eyes, so similar yet so different than the pale green he remembered. Remember that time I cooked for you and you cried and begged me to cook for you every day? Or that day I got you those stupid socks and you loved them so much you wore them every day even though I said you didn't have to? And that time you made Shinobu dress up because you won a bet and she? Iguro-san? His eyes flew open at the sound of the soft syllables of his past name on those pink lips. Izuku choked on a sob, as he cupped Kenroji's face with trembling hands. Her pale golden eyes still had a dazed look to them, but they were undeniably focused on his face in recognition. Kenroji, oh thank God. He choked out as tears traced a path down his cheeks. Izuku watched through teary eyes as Kenroji raised a clawed hand and rested it lightly in his curly hair. Soft, she murmured as her throat finished healing. Izuku let a wobbly smile stretch his lips. Yeah. An infuriated scream made them look up to see Shigaraki boiling with anger. You cheated. This wasn't supposed to happen. She was supposed to kill All Might. He shouted like a child. Kurojiri. Bring the rest of them out. I want these cheaters dead. Yes, Shigaraki Tamura. The shadow villain said. Two things happened one after the other. 6 portals opened around the central plaza, revealing cages with demons prowling within. And the entrance of the USJ burst open with a bang. I am here. Izuku watched with horror as no less than 6 cages emerged from inky portals, positioned in a way that the 3 of them were surrounded from all sides. They didn't have a Nichiren sword on them, and there was no easy way to get sunlight in the short time without hurting Kenroji as well. Their only option was to fight till reinforcements got there and someone opened the ceiling, but Aizawa didn't know how to fight demons. In short, they were effed. Izuku somersaulted and picked up his dropped sword as he positioned himself back-to-back against Aizawa and Kenroji in a triangle formation. Kenroji, are you good to fight? He asked as he tried to place how powerful each demon was. Yes, Iguro-san. Kenroji replied as she dropped into a battle stance with her claws out. Aizawa, stay behind us. Me and Kenroji will keep them away for as long as possible. Even if you see an opening, do not engage. Just curious. Are these people also like Kenroji here? Aizawa deadpanned from behind him, voice brittle from stress. Izuku grimaced. If they survive today, this would turn into a huge mess for him to deal with. Yes, they're demons. Your quirk won't work on them. He admitted somewhat reluctantly. Wonderful. Aizawa shot back, sarcasm dripping off his words like honey. Izuku clenched his jaw as Shigaraki laughed to the side. Let's see if you can cheat your way through this. A bead of sweat dripped down his forehead as all the 6 cages opened at once. The demons inside felt powerful enough to be lower moons. Even normally, going up against 6 lower moons would be challenging. Now, with no proper sword and Aizawa to protect, this was bound to be one of his most harrowing fights. Oh, looks like a feast. One 4-eyed demons with spider legs stated as he exited his cage. I call dibs on the one in black. The kid looks stringy. A female one with horns and large triangular face markings chimed in. He smells ripe though. Been a while since I had any young meat. Another one with long silver hair and a scorpion tail grinned. Izuku could feel Aizawa tense behind him at the mention of consuming human flesh. Hey! Izuku called, drawing the attention of the 6 demons. Are you ladies just here to talk, or are we gonna get to the good part? He asked in the driest tone possible. A muscular demon with red eyes and black facial markings grinned around his yellow fangs. Oh, he has spunk. He'll be fun to kill. And with that, it began. A multitude of attacks came at him as 3 of the demons jumped him while the rest tried to go for Aizawa, only to be intercepted by a furious Kenroji. Serpent breathing, 5th form. Slithering serpent. Izuku let the instincts of a demon slayer take over as he slashed and dashed around the demons like a snake, avoiding attacks and cutting off limbs in tandem. Unlike his fight with Kenroji, he didn't have to hold back from hurting these demons. They were clearly older, and had feasted on human flesh before. There was no helping them anymore. The first few minutes of the fight, although fast-paced, went fairly well with Izuku and Kenroji fighting side by side to defend Aizawa like a well-oiled machine. Izuku with his sword and Kenroji with her claws as the demons realized they weren't easy targets. Then the first demon used his demon art. Serpent breathing, 3rd form. Coil choke. Izuku sang as he aimed for the scorpion demon's throat, but before his blade could meet skin, a long tail cut off his trajectory sharply. Izuku went through with the kata and sliced the stinger off in one swing. See, now you've said me off, meat sack. The demon growled as a new stinger replaced the old one instantly. Blood demon art, scorpion dance. The demon called out, prompting Izuku to jump away in the nick of time as his tail fired corrosive venom at him at high velocity. The venom landed on a blue-skinned demon with a bird beak and melted part of his torso right off within seconds. The demon roared in indignation and charged at the scorpion demon, gripping his head between its large palms and squishing it to a paste. He never claimed lower moons were smart. Blood demon art, vines of blood. Izuku ducked as long vines of leaves raced past where his head had been seconds ago, however he wasn't fast enough to avoid one of them wrapping around his left leg. The vine tightened around the limb as the blade-like leaves sliced deep into the skin. He really hoped they weren't poisoned. Serpent breathing, first form, winding serpent slash. Izuku slashed through the vines with the precision of a Hashira and sped towards the demon at blinding speed. Second form, venom fangs of the narrow head. The body slumped to the floor as the demon's head spat curses at him from the floor. Hopefully it'll keep him down for a while. Crush. Izuku turned around at the noise and paled. While he was busy with the two demons, Kenroji had been pulled aside, leaving Aizawa to fend for himself. The blue-skinned demon who'd crushed the scorpion's head had taken advantage of the moment to slam Aizawa to the ground with enough force to crack the concrete beneath him. Izuku watched in horror as the brute twisted the hero's arm back harshly as Aizawa screamed. Sheet F-da. Izuku cursed as he tried to make his way towards the pair. A quick glance at Kenroji showed her surrounded by two demons as well. This is why he never fought in groups. Blood demon art, corpse vein. Izuku somersaulted as a spine of bones slammed into the ground ahead of him hard enough to crack the concrete. The red-eyed demon grinned. Not so fast, hero. You're mine. Various bones jutted out of the demon's skin, making him look like the world's worst porcupine. The demon flexed and a dozen sharp rib bones flew at him like kunai, forcing him to ward off the attack. Aizawa's scream echoed through the plaza again as Izuku ducked beneath another attack of the long spine. The bones were strong like diamond and took considerable force and precision to cut through. F-dash. He yelled as one of the rib bone projectiles embedded itself in his right shoulder in his moment of distraction. He wrenched it out roughly. Serpent breathing, first form, winding serpent slash. He cried as he slashed the bones out of thin air and got in close to the bone demon. Another kata and the demon was lying on the ground in pieces. Izuku panted as he rushed towards the blue demon who was leaning down to take a bite out of Aizawa's twisted arm. No! Izuku screamed as spider webs wrapped around his legs, making him lose his footing. He watched desperately as a yellow force slammed into the buff demon, dislodging him from above Aizawa and gathered the broken body of the hero in his arms. Worry not, young Midoriya, for I am here. All Might. Izuku had never been so glad to see a hero in his life. All Might disappeared in a rush of speed and was back within seconds sans Aizawa's body. Midoriya, my boy. All Might exclaimed in horror as he saw Izuku gruesomely mutilate the spider demon. These are not humans, All Might. They're demons. Proceed with extreme caution. Izuku managed to shout as the spider demon spit iron-strong webbings at him. He didn't know how much All Might understood before he was jumped by the blue demon, but he hoped it was enough that the hero didn't hold back. Sounds of battle echoed around the central plaza as the three of them fought back with everything they had. Izuku got lost in the haze of attacking and dodging, systematically blocking out any other thought than surviving. Every now and then, he caught a glance of Kenroji and All Might fighting. They both looked worse for wear, especially All Might who was fighting the blue-skinned demon and the vines demon. The blue-skinned demon seemed to have a rebounding blood art which made every physical attack on him rebound back on the attacker. He wanted to go and help the hero out. Brute force rarely worked against demons even without the blood art because of their regeneration and strong builds, but by now the demons he had dispatched in the beginning were healed and coming back for revenge with twice the vigor. A loud blast and scream from his left made him turn to see Kenroji missing the complete right side of her body. Behind her stood the female demon with horns, laughing. His heart stopped in his chest for a second before her regeneration kicked in. Then his vision went red in anger as air hissed out of his teeth. Serpent breathing, fourth form, twin-headed reptile. Izuku panted as the female demon's head hit the floor. Give up, little hero. There's no way you can win against my secret weapons. Shigaraki screamed from the sidelines. The haze of anger grew with each word out of the coward's cold, dry lips. He wanted the shitty villain dead. Dead for the crime of cowardness, the crime of attacking innocents, crime of turning Kenroji, and the crime of pissing him off. What? Dripped down his back as he bared his teeth in challenge and screamed. I'll see if you say that when I shove my sword up your butt, Shigaraki. Izuku discarded his striped haori and draped it over Kenroji's healing body to cover her lack of clothing. Then, he stood over her as all the demons bar the two All Might was struggling with surrounded him. Come at me, bitches. He screamed, refusing to show weakness while dressed in the uniform of the Corps, the kanji for destroy on his back standing proud in the chaos of the fighting. He regretted it a moment later as all four demons launched their blood arts simultaneously. Blood Demon Art, Scorpion Dance. Blood Demon Art, Vines of Blood. Blood Demon Art, Corpse Vein. Blood Demon Art, Exploding Blood. Serpent Breathing, fifth form, Slithering Serpent. Izuku used the oxygen in his veins to strengthen his legs and jumped high to avoid the attacks as he performed a series of complex slashes on his way down. He breathed hard as four heads hit the floor one by one, each throwing creative insults and curses at him in turn. He had managed to avoid or redirect a lot of the attacks, but he was still pretty beat up with deep open wounds littering his whole body and poison in his veins. Those vines were definitely poisonous. He hissed lightly as he wrenched out the bone projectile buried in his sides. Iguro-san. Kenroji caught him as his injured leg buckled beneath him. You're covered in blood. She murmured in a worried voice. Izuku looked up into golden eyes and felt happy to see no hint of the earlier hunger, just a lot of naked concern. Like this, they resembled Kenroji's lime green eyes despite the different color. I'm fine, he said as he attempted to rise. The demons were already recovering. Kenroji clutched his hand in both of hers. Rest, she commanded as she rose herself. I will deal with them. Izuku looked up at the fierce women draped in torn cloths and his haori as she set her smoldering gaze on the four recovering demons. Despite all the dirt and filth covering her form, in the backdrop of the US, Izuku couldn't help but think she looked beautiful. He would die for her. Just as Kenroji sprang into action, another loud crash echoed around the plaza. Izuku turned around on his heels to see a bloody and battered All Might lying in the debris by the broken fountain. Sheet! He swore as he forced his body to rise and charge the two demons stalking towards the felled hero. Ha! That's right, show that hero who's the boss, my secret weapons. Kill All Might. Shigaraki exclaimed. Seriously, what was his job here? Cheerleading? No one was even listening to him anymore. His lungs protested from overuse as he breathed in through his nose. Serpent breathing, second form, venom fangs of the narrow head. He managed to take out the spider one, but the blue demon dodged and caught Izuku's sword arm in one large hand. Izuku screamed as the demon squeezed hard, breaking what felt like every bone in his arm before lifting his small body off the ground and punching him hard in the solar plexus. Izuku went flying through the air till he collided with one of the cages, hitting his head hard against the metal bars. Iguro. Izuku heard explosions and Katsuki's voice through his ringing ears. Then someone was pulling his left arm over their shoulder. Izuku coughed as the movement pulled at his wounds and his chest throbbed like it had been caved in. Sheet dude, you're a mess. Kirishima's voice came from beside his ear as his vision gradually stopped spinning. The first thing Izuku saw when he opened his eyes was Katsuki shooting explosions at the blue demon, who didn't look much bothered as he stalked forwards towards the blonde. Kaken no! The scream tore itself out of his throat as he saw the demon extend a big hand towards Katsuki's head. He was already running by the time All Might slammed into the demon from the side. The demon screeched in annoyance as he dug his claws deep into All Might's bloody side. An expression of agony passed over the hero's face as he det-angled one of his arms to loosen the demon's grip on him. All Might! Izuku exclaimed as he continued to stumble towards the two giants, switching his sword from his mangled right hand to his left. The demon overpowered All Might and flipped the hero over his shoulder when the temperate plummeted and the demon was covered in a thick layer of ice. All Might got up with a pained gasp and stumbled a few steps away, his sides completely covered in blood. Izuku spied the Ice Kid from class standing in the corner as he tightened his grip on his sword. Serpent breathing, fourth form, twin-headed reptile. He choked out as he rushed forward with a burst of speed and beheaded the spider demon who had reformed and been approaching All Might's vulnerable side. Ah! Kirishima screamed as his face paled at the gruesome sight. What the F dashed? Katsuki screamed next, his wide horrified eyes fixed on the decapitated body. Even the Ice Kid seemed frozen in his place with wide eyes. Shut up! Izuku screamed back. He didn't have time to explain the situation to kids. The very next moment the beak guy broke out of the ice prison and regrew whatever limbs he'd lost in the process. Izuku gritted his teeth. His lungs burned due to the hit he'd taken, but he had to fight. The heroes were on their way, which meant that someone who could operate the sky shield was also going to arrive soon. They were so close to winning. One more time. Just one more time. Izuku breathed through the pain in his chest. Serpent breathing, third form, coil choke. Izuku twisted his body with the kata as he put all his force behind the swing. The sword met the thick neck of the demon and broke on contact. Fing. Iguro hadn't broken a sword since he became a Hashira. Sheet. He swore as the demon turned towards him with a furious expression. Blood demon art, fiery sword. The sweet but strong voice echoed through the plaza. Then a long flexible sword, a light with unholy red fire snapped through the air and decapitated the blue and the healing spider demon in a single strike. Izuku watched with bated breaths as Kenroji wielded the long blade with grace and moved like she was dancing as she sliced through the throats of all the 6 demons in a matter of moments. He loved her so fng much. Busy as he was, drinking in the breathtaking sight before him, it took a moment for him to realize that the demons were turning to ash. He was dumbfounded for a moment before the realization hit him. Didn't Kamido's sister also have a blood art that hurt her own kind? Was that a thing that only demons who regained their sanity and didn't consume human flesh could do? Izuku decided that he didn't have enough FS to care about the logistics at this point in time. He moved towards the beautiful women who dominated the battlefield in a daze when someone clutched his sleeve. Deku, Katsuki said, a question and a warning wrapped in one as weary eyes flickered towards the only demon still standing. Izuku smiled at the blonde for probably the first time in his life as he freed his sleeve gently. It's okay, he assured him as he turned back toward her. Green met gold as Izuku continued to stumble his way through all the blood and debris in the plaza. Kenroji greeted him with a beautiful smile as he reached her. I'm glad you're okay, Iguro-san. She spoke. Then her eyes rolled back in her head as she fell limp in his aching arms. Iguro remembered this too. Nezuko regained her energy through sleep instead of flesh. Gently, he laid the demon on the floor with her head resting in his lap. And oh! The infuriated scream drew his attention towards Shigaraki. Oh right, you're here too. Izuku had honestly forgotten about cheerleader Hankenke. Shut up. The villain snapped in a way that looked laughable after what he'd just gone through and witnessed. You used to cheat. Yeah. Izuku waved his functioning hand in the air as he turned back towards Kenroji, dismissing him, not like you're gonna do anything about it without any more minions to throw our way, coward that you are. Izuku finger-combed some of her hair which had gotten messed up in the fight as Shigaraki seethed and started scratching at his neck vigorously. I'll kill you. The guy muttered as Izuku hummed absently. I'll kill you. The guy screamed when he didn't get the fearful response he wanted before rushing towards them in a mad dash. Izuku was ready for it as he pivoted on his axis with his broken sword poised for attack. There was barely a meter between them when gunshots rang around the facility. Shigaraki fell in a graceless manner as gunshots continued to rain down on the villain. Izuku actually laughed out loud as Kurojiri rushed to cover Shigaraki and make a swift exit. Every part of his body throbbed in pain, but he hadn't felt so light and at peace in a long time. Maybe that was the concussion talking. A moment later, the heroes flooded in and stormed the place. Izuku noticed Cementos block off the area surrounding All Might and had a fair guess as to why. "Who do you have there?" Midnight asked as she leaned over to peer at Kenroji. "Someone special." Izuku admitted to Midnight's shock. He wasn't known for being open about his feelings. "Do you mind grabbing Yayorozu for me?" Midnight nodded absently, still in shock as she went to grab Momo. Izuku guessed he looked like quite the murder scene by the way Momo gasped and ran over on seeing him. "Oh my god, Midoriya! We need to get you to a doctor!" she exclaimed as soon as she was within hearing distance. Izuku hummed as he continued to weave his fingers through soft pink locks. In a way, it felt like he was rewriting their last moment together in the last lifetime. The end being replaced by the beginning. Eventually. "But first, I need a favor." Momo seemed surprised at the request but nodded in acceptance as Izuku explained the structure of the box he needed. "Okay, that's no problem. How big do you want it to be?" Izuku pondered on it for a moment before pointing down at Kenroji. "Big enough to fit her inside." "Huh." Izuku gripped the hilt of his broken katana as he eyed the teachers and police surrounding him. "Midoriya, you have to understand. We can't let you take a potentially dangerous villain to a hospital." Present Mike tried to reason. Izuku snarled from where he was crouched over the wooden box. "She's not a villain, I told you. They must have held her captive. She's innocent." "You don't know that." Ectoplasm stated from behind him. "Yes, I do. She helped us." "Even so, we have to take her in for questioning, Midoriya. She came with the League. She might be able to provide us with some intel." A plain-faced detective said. "So did the 50-something actual villains you've arrested. Ask them." "She's not going anywhere without me." Nedu stepped forward from the group. "Midoriya, please don't force us to drag you. I promise you, I will personally ensure she's comfortable and taken care of. It's a good thing they sent Midnight to the hospital with Aizawa. Then take me with you. I'll stay with her till you all are satisfied of her innocence." The detective shook his head. "We can't do that, Midoriya. Not only will it violate many of your fundamental rights, but you urgently need a hospital." Izuku could agree with that sentiment. He could feel a bone jutting out of his right arm and his leg was going numb with the poison in his veins. Breathing could only hold back its progression for so long. His head also felt heavy. "What I need is you guys to leave her alone." The hair on the back of his neck rose and Izuku moved on instinct, slashing the projectile heading towards his neck out of thin air. His eyes hardened as they landed on the broken tranquilizer dart on the floor. Izuku raised his blade and took a threatening stance with the broken tip pointed at the shocked crowd. "My speciality is tearing through flesh. If necessary, I'm willing to demonstrate it at any time." Everyone tensed at the threat in his voice as the detective and Nedu exchanged glances and talked through their eyes. After a minute of tense silence, the detective sighed. "Can you promise me she won't cause harm to anyone at the hospital?" Izuku nodded without hesitation. The detective frowned. "I am serious, Midoriya. I need your word." "I promise. As far as I know, she won't even wake up for a few days if not weeks." The detective looked like he wanted to ask about that but chose not to and nodded tiredly. "All right then. I'll leave her in your care." Izuku woke up slowly, drifting in and out of consciousness for a while before jerking up in alarm as memories of the USJ came to mind. He winced almost immediately as several parts of his body protested at the sudden movement. He hadn't been this banged up in quite a while, but he would worry about that later. First he had to find Kenroji and make sure she was out of the sun. "Easy, kid." Izuku looked up to see a heavily bandaged Aizawa sitting by his bedside, the arm that almost became demon snack up in a sling. "You look like sheet." Izuku deadpanned as he threw off his covers and swung his legs off the bed. "Where do you think you're going? You should stay in bed." Aizawa said tiredly, like he was already done with dealing with him. Izuku looked at him incredulously. "You should stay in bed. Have you seen yourself?" Though honestly, Izuku probably didn't look much better. Aizawa sighed and leaned forwards to stop Izuku from pulling his four out forcefully. If it's the wooden box you're looking for, it's right there. Izuku turned his face in the direction Aizawa was pointing to see a big wooden box with leather straps leaning against the far side wall. The sight of it put his racing heart at ease as he leaned back into the bedding with a sigh of relief. She was safe. According to the paramedics, you wouldn't let go of it on the way over, so we thought it'd be best to place it nearby. Aizawa explained as Izuku lay back down with a groan of relief. God, his body hurt. How long has it been? You were out the whole night. It's morning. Your mother actually just left to go down to the cafeteria. Izuku hummed in acknowledgement. He'd have to apologize to his mother for scaring her. Maybe do something good for her for once, like cooking dinner or cleaning the kitchen. Doctors said you had multiple lacerations all over your body, some of them so deep it's a miracle you didn't bleed out. Apart from those, you had 2 broken ribs, severe bruising around your abdomen area, and a concussion. They also found an unidentified poison in your bloodstream. Thankfully, they had a specialist whose quirk lets them remove any kind of poison from the body. And all that's without even taking your mangled arm into consideration? Sensei, Izuku called, cutting Aizawa off. Ha! Rambling. That's the first time you've called me sensei, Aizawa said with a constipated expression on his face. Izuku looked away, facing the other direction. Your actions yesterday proved you worthy of the title. Oh. There was silence in the room as they both sat awkwardly like the bunch of emotionally constipated morons they were. Are you human? Aizawa blurted out, like he couldn't hold it in anymore. Izuku grimaced. Guess they were having this conversation after all. Yes. I'm human. Aizawa nodded, like he had expected that answer before sharply jerking his chin in the direction of the wooden box. And her? Izuku stayed quiet, unsure how to answer the question. You mentioned the word demon yesterday. The hero prompted after several seconds passed without an answer from Izuku. Izuku sighed. When can I leave? Midoriya. Okay, so changing the topic won't work. Izuku took a deep breath to brace for the pain before sighting up slowly. Look, I know you have a lot of questions, anyone would after what you saw yesterday, but I would rather not answer them right now. Hear me out, Izuku said when he noticed his teacher opening his mouth in protest. Aizawa settled down with a begrudging expression. I'm guessing the police also want a statement. Especially if you all have already given yours. I promise to tell everything I know about the situation and answer all your questions to the best of my ability when they come to question me. I'll even request them for your presence if you're not there already. Aizawa stared at Izuku's face for a moment, gauging how sincere he was being before he sighed like this conversation had aged him 30 years. Drama queen. Recovery girl is here to heal you. You should be discharged by tonight. Izuku nodded. Can you arrange for a meeting with the officer in charge for tomorrow morning? Tiredly, Aizawa nodded. You're gonna be a problem child, aren't you? He asked rhetorically. Izuku gave a half smile. Oh, you don't know the half of it. Later that day, Recovery Girl visited Izuku to heal his injuries. The bruising, lacerations, and what remained of his concussion vanished in a matter of seconds at the cost of his energy, but he couldn't take off the cast for a couple more days, during which he had to visit the old lady daily. His ribs and shoulder, too, would remain tender for a few days. Izuku let his mother fuzz around and dot on him when they got home later that night. She deserved it after all the stress he'd put her under in the last 24 hours. After a hearty dinner, he unlocked the wooden box and pulled Kenroji out of the crammed space as gently as he could while down one hand. Then he ran into a problem. Mom. Izuku called as he entered the kitchen. Did you need something, Izuku? Inko asked as she finished tidying up the kitchen. Yeah. I was hoping you could help me with something. Izuku mumbled, suddenly shy. Inko was surprised to see an unconscious girl slumped in the box he'd been towing around, but didn't complain once as she bathed and dressed her in Izuku's clothes while he exchanged the curtains in his room for the thickest ones they had. His dressing sense wasn't anything special, but even a plain t-shirt and shorts looks incredible on Kenroji. The demon didn't even twitch as they both physically maneuvered her body onto Izuku's bed. You like her? Inko mentioned casually as she finished tucking her in like a child. Izuku's face colored as he looked in the opposite direction. Inko waited till Izuku overcame his embarrassment to face her again before patting his cheek lightly. She looks like a lovely girl. Though I hope you're not expecting me to let you sleep in the same room before marriage. She teased with a playful light in her eyes. Izuku colored again. Mom. I'm 14. Inko laughed in a way he'd rarely heard her laugh due to their strained relationship. Oh darling. With the way you look at her, you'll be married before you know it. Izuku didn't say anything to refute that as Inko left the room. After all, she didn't know Kenroji was a demon. He had fed her a bullshit story about comatose sleep and sensitivity to sunlight being a side effect of her quirk. Izuku looked down at the girl sleeping in his bed and felt something ache in his chest. He'd never seen her with her hair down before. She looked beautiful. I expect to see you sleep on the couch, young man. Mom. The next morning, Izuku entered the police precinct grim-faced. He'd stayed up for majority of the night brainstorming, but he still didn't have a good idea about how he'd explain everything to the people concerned. The internet turned out to be futile. There were simply no reports of any cannibal serial killers. Whoever the new Demon King was, he was keeping the ones he turned close to him, which made him unpredictable. That was dangerous. Demons rising again was a big thing. The whole society had changed in the past century, and nightlife was a lot more bustling than it used to be when Muzan was active. A lot more people and heroes could end up losing their lives if they weren't informed about the arising threat, but they couldn't possibly announce the existence of demons to the public in fear of it causing mass panic. Plus, once the state discovers just how powerful demons were, they'd be firmly against Kenroji staying unharmed. There would be public outcry about staking her in the sun or something equally gruesome. He couldn't risk that. He had to be extremely careful about how he exposed the information. There you are, Midoriya. We've been expecting you. The plain-faced officer greeted him as he was waiting by the reception of the busy office. My name is Tsukachi Naomesa, and I'm the detective in charge of the attack on UA. The detective introduced himself. I must say, your statement is very anticipated, Midoriya. Please follow me, everyone's already here. Izuku frowned as he followed the officer towards the back of the precinct where the bigger interrogation rooms were located. Everyone? Aizawa hadn't informed him about anyone else attending the meeting, though he supposed it made sense for some people like All Might and Nedu to be present. That's who he was expecting when Tsukachi opened the door and gestured him to enter first. What he wasn't expecting was to see the entirety of the UA staff plus a scrawny, sickly blonde man sitting around the interrogation table. I didn't realize I would be attending a UA staff meeting. Izuku said sarcastically as he took the seat clearly meant for him between Aizawa and Nedu. The villain Shigaraki expressed clear intent to target you again, Midoriya. In view of that threat, we decided it was best to have the whole staff on board so we could protect you and the students of 1A to the best of our abilities. Nedu explained. Izuku eyed the scrawny blonde man. He hadn't awakened the Slayer's mark in this universe, but he didn't need the ability to see the transparent world to know that the man had serious health complications and was missing a lung. The way he breathed was enough for Izuku to guess that and more. I suppose I should introduce myself. The blonde man began on noticing Izuku's scrutiny. My name is Yagi Tashinori. I'm here on behalf of... Izuku snorted, cutting him off. I know who you are, All Might. Stunned silence enveloped the room as All Might spluttered hard enough to cough blood into his fist. How do you know that, young Midoriya? Izuku sighed. It's obvious, really. No way would UA involve every member of the staff but exclude All Might when he was one of the people who went up against the villains. You're practically the same height, have widely the same features, are wearing a suit 3 sizes too big for you, and you breathe the same way as him. In the era of quirks, it's not a far stretch to connect you to him. All Might frowned. You breathe the same way as him? Izuku nodded. Like you're missing a lung. Your left one specifically. All Might blinked in surprise. How? What astute observations. Are you sure you don't have an intelligence quirk, Midoriya? Nedu asked with an interested glint in his eyes. Izuku gave Nedu an unimpressed look. You all are way too dependent on quirks. He deadpanned. Alright, I think we should start from the beginning. Detective Tsukachi said, breaking the incredulous air in the room. But before we begin, I'm legally bound to tell you my quirk since I'll be using it during the course of our interaction. Izuku nodded, gesturing the detective to continue. My quirk is called Truth Detector and it lets me know when someone is lying or not being completely honest. Izuku blinked. That would actually be quite useful in making everyone believe what he was about to tell them. Alright, let's start. Would you mind giving us a brief about the events that occurred on April 14th at the USJ? Izuku pursed his lips in thought. I'm pretty sure you have majority of the story already, detective. So why don't you ask me what you want to know? Tsukachi exchanged looks with Aizawa and All Might before opening a notepad to a specific page. Many eyewitnesses suggested that you used your sword to behead some of the villains, yet we didn't find any bodies. No. There wouldn't have been any left. And why is that? Because the things me, Aizawa and All Might fought at the USJ were not humans. They were demons. Demons? Midnight echoed, confused. Izuku nodded, expression souring. Demons. They are a vile carnivorous species whose primary diet is humans. The more humans they eat, the stronger they get. Many of the teachers exchanged looks among themselves. I ain't encountered or heard of a demon eating humans before. Snipe said with his arms crossed over his chest. You wouldn't have. Because every last demon was killed in the Teisho PRD by demon slayers. Demons, demon slayers? What the hell are you talking about, boy? You should know better than to waste pro hero's time. One BS homeroom teacher, Vlad Kingroff. Others didn't chime in, but it was clear that most people thought he was talking out of his butt. Izuku bared his teeth in irritation. I'm not lying. Demons are real and they are back. Yeah, and I'm the next #1 hero. Vlad King mocked. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up in anger, pointing a finger at the hero clad in red. Listen here, you 2-bit hero? Settle down, Midoriya. Vlad, stop riling him up. Aizawa said, placing a hand on his shoulder to hold him back from punching the smug BSD in the face. He's just trying to talk himself out of murder. Vlad defended. If you used a little bit of your brain, you would notice I never denied that. Izuku shouted. Aizawa tightened his grip on his shoulder. The wound there had been healed by Recovery Girl, but the place was still tender, sending a zing of pain down his arm. Tsukachi, is he telling the truth? All Might asked the detective who'd been worryingly quiet this whole time. The detective had a complicated expression on his face as he nodded. He's telling the truth. Or at least, what he thinks is the truth. Izuku glared at the recipients of the room. Fine. Don't believe me. See if I care. He spat before turning on his heels to head for the door. This was clearly a mistake. There was a reason demon slayers had been vigilantes and he was beginning to understand why. He won't sit here and let a bunch of morons ridicule his past and spit on the memories of the hundreds of demon slayers who'd lost their lives. He won't. Hold up, Midoriya. Izuku paused in the process of wrenching the door open and turned his head to set a glare on Aizawa. What? He hissed. Aizawa didn't answer him, but he did turn towards the rest of the room and say, I believe him. Shoyuda? Present Might questioned. Aizawa frowned. I know it sounds unbelievable, but I know what I saw that day, Hisashi. Those people were not human. Could tell just by being in their presence. I've never felt something so uncanny. All Might nodded. I felt it too. Let's not jump to conclusions and listen what young Midoriya has to say first. I agree. Nedu chimed as he sipped his tea. Where did he get that from? Please forgive our naivety, Midoriya. Tsukachi said, this is hard to swallow, but we're willing to listen to you. Please take a seat. Izuku huffed as he eyed the gathering of adults in the room with suspicion. Majority of them seemed willing to listen after Aizawa's admittance of trust in Izuku's words. Begrudgingly, he sat back down. There was silence in the room for a while before Tsukachi cleared his throat. You mentioned that these demons were eradicated by demon warriors? Demon slayers. I apologize. Demon slayers in the Taisho PRD. How do you know that? Izuku pondered on how to answer that question for a minute before he sighed. All the anger bled out of him, leaving only tiredness and acceptance behind. There was no going around it. Because I was there. Silence. Pardon? Cementos asked when no one said a word. Izuku looked up at the ceiling in despair. Memories of his past life playing behind his eyelids like a film. My name is Midoriya Izuku, in this life. But long ago, I used to be a Hashira, the highest rank of a demon slayer. My name back then was Iguro Obanai, the Serpent Hashira. The tension in the room was thick enough to be cut by a knife. You're talking about reincarnation. Midnight murmured with wonder in her voice. Izuku nodded grimly. I am. Tsukachi? Power Loader prompted to the wide-eyed detective. Slowly, as if in a trance, Tsukachi nodded. Truth. Many faces around the room paled, disbelief almost tangible enough to taste in the air. Izuku stares off into the far corner of the room, not finding the strength to look his teachers or the detective in the eye. He swallows harshly. He can't believe he's actually doing this. He's willingly going to talk about his past with people who are essentially strangers. I'm going to tell you a story, my story. Iguro Obanai's story. Try to keep the questions to the end, it'll be pretty long. It's kind of funny, his life had been so short, but there's almost too many things that happen to explain. The adults nod shortly, regarding him with various expressions. At least they were taking him seriously now. I was a piece of sheet person born into a piece of sheet family. Izuku began, staring off into the distance and lost to the grim silence of the room. The clan I was born in used to worship a female demon with a snake-like lower body and face with a particular taste for newborn babies. My clan willingly sacrificed their newborns to the demon for the riches of the people she'd killed. I was the first boy child born into the family in 370 years and had a rare case of heterochromia, so the demon took a particular liking to me. I lived the first several years of my life locked in a cage and being spoiled by the women in my clan. When I turned 12, I was allowed to exit my cage for the first time and taken to the demon's shrine. She used to spend every night slithering around my cage and staring at me, but that was the first time I saw her. She claimed I was still very small, so she'd wait till I was bigger to eat me. Meanwhile, my relatives were ordered to cut open my mouth all the way to my ears so I'd look more like her. Izuku sneered as the memories of the pain and disgust at his clan hit him tenfold at the recitation, so lost in the memories that he didn't even register the horror pained on all the faces in the room. The beach drank the blood I had shed like it was the elixir of life. I will never forget that moment till the day I die. Izuku swallowed thickly and took a moment to close his eyes and breathe through his emotions. Anger at the demon, disgust at his clan, and loathing at himself and his filthy blood from his past life. When I realized what was in store for me in the future, I started trying to escape. Night after night, I would spend hours scratching away at the lattice of my cell with a stolen hairpin, terrified of what would happen if my attempts at escape were discovered. Those days, the only one I could trust was a small snake who'd weaved his way into my cage somehow. Izuku's harsh expression softened a tad into sadness as he palmed the empty space around his neck where Kaburamu had liked to reside. He missed his dear friend more than anything in the world. As far as he was concerned, finding Kaburamu was the only good thing about his childhood. Eventually, I managed to completely chip away a wooden chunk of the bars and escape into the night, but the demon had sharp senses and realized about my disappearance almost immediately. She slaughtered my entire clan before she began to pursue me and almost killed me when the flame Hashira of that time came to my rescue and beheaded her. Izuku took a deep breath and looked up to gauge the reaction of the adults. A majority of them looked horrified. Present Mike in particular looked pukish. Satisfied at being taken seriously, Izuku finally explained the trivia of demons. You see, demons are superior beings. They have powerful physical constitutions and possess a potent regenerating ability that can let them heal from any wound and even regrow their heads. The only way to kill them is from exposure to sunlight or by beheading them with a Nikarin sword, which is made of a special sunlight-absorbing ore. Though wisteria is also known to be poisonous to them. After the demon was defeated, I trained to become a demon slayer and learned about the breathing styles required to successfully wield a Nichiren sword. You see, just a Nichiren blade isn't enough to kill a demon. We need to use certain breathing techniques to use it effectively. The swords changed color when a sufficiently skilled slayer wielded it. Without that, the blade could break on contact with even the weakest demon. That girl, Kenroji, she was a demon too, wasn't she? Aizawa asked tentatively. Izuku's expression darkened as he clenched his jaw in spite. Yes. She is also a reincarnation. Mitsuri Kenroji, the love Hashira. They turned her. He spat, his anger at the league apparent in his words as he glared a hole through the desk before him. Imagine creative ways in which he could make them pay. Power Loader cleared his throat to grab his attention. How does one turn into a demon? Izuku realized he never explained about Muzan. Only the Demon King can turn humans by giving them his blood. Back in the Taisho PRD, Kibutsuji Muzan was the Demon King, the first of his kind. Practically all demons possess a murderous instinct to kill and devour humans, and have lost most of their memories from their human life. While they do still retain their original personality, most times it becomes a darker version of what it used to be, often corrupted by their core beliefs and their past. And you kept something like that in a hospital? Present Mike shrieked. Izuku frowned. Here comes the hard part. He had to be extremely cautious about painting her as a harmless light. Kenroji is different. Back in the Taisho PRD, there was an instance of a demon regaining all her memories and sanity right after she was turned because she'd never tasted human flesh and had her brother to ground her to reality. Her name was Nezuko Kamadu and she used to regain her energy by sleeping for long PRDs of time rather than feasting on human flesh. Izuku chose to withhold the fact that with time Kamadu also gained sunlight resistance. The information was too sensitive to be dealt out casually. Especially if there was a possibility of Kenroji developing it with time too. She was an anomaly, the only one of her kind. Even her blood demon art was harmful to other demons instead of the other way round. When Shigaraki let it slip that Kenroji had been turned only recently and hadn't tasted human blood yet, I thought, maybe she could pull off what Kamadu did. So, I tried to make her remember our past and eventually succeeded. She's comatose right now and would probably remain so for quite a while till she regains her strength, but she's harmless to humans. I promise. There was silence in the room as everyone digested the information Izuku had dumped on them. Young Midoriya, All Might began, you mentioned that demons were powerful. How powerful are we talking? Honestly, without a way to kill them, even the ordinary demons could be problematic to deal with, but in terms of power, they're not that much of a threat. What you need to worry about are the demons as strong as the 12 Katsuki, the strongest and Muzan's most loyal, split into two tiers, the upper moons and the lower moons. If the new Demon King manages to make demons as powerful as them, then we'll be in trouble. Izuku pondered how to explain how powerful each tier was. Oh my, how powerful? Would you say the demon you fought at the USJ was? He asked the hero. All Might paused and took a moment to consider. I'm not as strong as I used to be, but even then, the 6th demon was one of the strongest I've fought. If I were to place him on a scale of 1 to 100, I'd say somewhere around 70. Izuku nodded. Well, I'd say that the demons we fought at these were on par with lower moons. However, demon strength increases exponentially as we move up the ranks. If the demons at USJ were around 70, then you could say the lowest rank of the upper moon would be they could level a whole city in a moment if they so pleased. While one Hashira could easily slay a bunch of lower moons on their own, a single upper moon required at least 2 to 3 Hashira working together to defeat them. And Muzan, honestly I don't think we can even quantify the power he possessed. All the heroes in Japan plus All Might couldn't even match him. Someone inhaled sharply enough to start coughing and a couple people gasped out loud, horror pained on each face in the room. Izuku was glad they understood just how serious the situation was now. But you said you killed all the demons. That includes Muzan, right? Tsukachi asked with desperation in his voice, his notes long forgotten. Izuku grimaced but nodded. We did. Unlike the other demons, Muzan could survive decapitation, so the only way to defeat him was to stall till daybreak. There were a few factors working in our favor which just barely gave us an edge. Even then, we almost didn't make it. I can't remember how many times I almost died during that battle. I did die at the end. But against all the odds, we did kill him. The air in the room was thick with tension even at the reassurance that Muzan was dead. Izuku could feel the familiar anger and disgust he felt at demons coming back, boiling in his stomach at a low shimmer like acid. Died. Midnight choked out. Izuku clenched his fist hard enough that a twinge of pain went up his cast. He didn't want to talk about his death. He didn't want to talk about any of this. What right did these people have to know his story when they could never understand the magnitude of sacrifice the Corps had given in order to eradicate demons from the earth? But he had to. Because demons were back and it was his duty as a Hashira to destroy them. Yeah, I did. And so did hundreds of Demon Slayer and the other 6 Hashira. That's right, Yuzui hadn't been there, the BS started. There were just 7 of you? Present Mike screeched, hands on the table like he was contemplating begging Izuku to say everything he just said was a lie. 9. But we were just 7 by the time the battle began. And probably none left by the end of it. He actually didn't know if any of his comrades had survived their wounds. He hoped at least one of them had lived on to see a demon-less world. How old were you when you, Aizawa struggled to get the words out. Died? I wasn't even the youngest. Izuku looked off into the distance as the hundreds of demon slayers who died that day flashed through his mind. So many of them had been younger than him. Many hadn't even reached adulthood. Kaijuro Rengoku, Mitsuri Kenroji, Jutomioka, Shinobu Kocho, Zenitsu Agatsuma, Tanjiro Kamadu, Inasu Kashibara, Muchiro Takito, 14 F-. Izuku trailed off as his anger spiked with every single name he spoke. He banged his free hand on the table as he swallowed thickly. His saliva tasted like blood and ash in his mouth. God damn it. What did we all give our lives for? What did we fight so hard for? What was the point of being given a second chance if we're just gonna face the same fate? He looked up at the other occupants of the room in askance to see lowered gazes and guilty-looking faces. Sinking back into his seat, Izuku sighed, suddenly feeling drained of every emotion. The point of this meeting is that whether we like it or not, demons are back. Which means there is a new demon king in place. I doubt he'd be as powerful as Muzan just yet, given that he's come into power only recently, but if we don't hurry, it wouldn't be long. If we can get all the reincarnated Hashira together, we have a chance to fight back. How are you so sure that the other Hashira have been reincarnated? Nedu asked with serious eyes. Izuku shrugged. God wouldn't be so cruel as to send back only 2 Hashira to fight the new coming of demons. There have to be others. I refuse to entertain anything else. He couldn't give in to that little voice in his head which kept saying maybe him and Kenroji were the only ones reincarnated. Because even the possibility of that happening made him sweat. He wasn't strong enough to take on a demon king alone. No Hashira was. So, assuming you're right, how do we get them together? All Might asked. The sports festival, of course. Izuku said like it was obvious. I'm going to broadcast my skills on national television and send a message out to all those who remember, maybe even help some of them remember. Speaking of which Izuku turned towards the principal. Nedu, I need permission to use my sword during the contests. Nedu picked up his teacup, made a face at its cold content and placed it back in its saucer. No problem, Midoriya. I would also recommend Present Mike announcing your quirkless status early on. Even more people would be interested in you that way and it would reach a wider audience. Izuku nodded in agreement, giving his consent. The biggest concern isn't getting them together, it's finding Nichiren swords for us. Tsukachi cleared his throat. You said these swords were made by a special or? Izuku nodded again. It's a sunlight absorbing or called the scarlet ore. I believe I've heard of it. Nedu chimed in. Let me check and reach out to a few people I know. If the ore is available, we'll get you a Nichiren sword as soon as possible. The part of Izuku relaxed at the assurance. Having a Nichiren blade would certainly soothe some of his nerves. Though I meant to ask. Nedu said, Midoriya, do you think you could teach us these breathing techniques? Izuku grimaced as he shook his head in a negative. None of you could handle it. Your lungs are too used to breathing normally. Even total concentration breathing could cause them to rupture. Then what about any of the third years? Midnight prompted. Izuku thought on it before shaking his head again. I only know serpent breathing, which is something I created specifically with my own body in mind. It wouldn't work for anyone else, and even if I found someone fit for it, it'd take them years to master it. Plus, I don't want many people to know about this. Tsukachi frowned. Midoriya. We need to tell the superiors about this. So many people could dash. No, Izuku cut him off with a serious expression. There have been no reports of man-eating monsters in the past 5 years, I checked, so telling people would just cause needless panic. You can release data about there being a mysterious creature at the USJ and its weakness to sunlight along with anything else you deem necessary, but don't mention the term demons, and keep Kenroji's involvement out of the news. Tsukachi didn't look impressed but nodded nevertheless. Alright, I'm going to put them in the triple S category, so if the League attacks again, the heroes in the area would prioritize evacuation. Izuku nodded, groaning as he ran a hand down his face. He was drained, both mentally and emotionally. The only thing he wanted to do was go home, make sure Kenroji was comfortable and then fall asleep on that shitty couch. Meanwhile, Nedu continued after Tsukachi, if you are positive that she is safe, then UA would like to extend its facilities to house the Love Hashira till she wakes up from her sleep. Izuku blinked as he stared at the principal, taken aback at the kind offer. You don't have to do that, he began unsurely. We're asking you to help us fight a war, kid. Let us do this. Aizawa said with earnest eyes. All Might nodded along. That's true. That's why Might Agency would be handling any expenses which come from the ore mining and sword forging as well as any other thing you wish for, my boy. He said, ever the pillar of strength. Izuku frowned. You're not asking me to do anything. I'm not fighting this war for you. I owe it to Oyakata-sama and my sword to see an end to this. As a Hashira, it is my duty. Plus dash, his tone darkened as he imagined slashing Shigaraki open piece by piece. I have some grudges to settle with Shigaraki. Well, regardless. The offer is there. Nedu said. Izuku hesitated at first, but seeing the earnest expression on Aizawa's face, he couldn't tell with Nezu's. Izuku conceded. He couldn't keep Kenroji in his apartment forever. His mother would get suspicious, and his back would hate him forever if he slept on the couch for a long. And with that the meeting concluded. As soon as Midoriya left the room, nearly everyone slumped in their seats as ehs and groans filled the room. Demons. Fing demons. Ken murmured as he ran a hand down his face. Aizawa groaned in agreement with his face on the desk. God, he needed coffee. I'll be having nightmares about this conversation forever. Hisashi cried, you gotta sleep with me tonight. Coffee, he needed something stronger. Like a metal bat to his head so he drops dead and never has to deal with this mess again. Tsukachi sighed. He's 14, it's hard to believe he's been through so much. 13 hummed. So, you believe him? It's hard not to. Everything he said was true. He didn't lie once. Aizawa pressed his face deeper into the cold surface of the desk as some of what Midoriya said came back to him. She claimed I was still very small so she'd wait till I was bigger to eat me. Meanwhile, my relatives were ordered to cut open my mouth all the way to my ears so I'd look more like her. Died? I was, and I wasn't even the youngest. God damn it. What did we all give our lives for? What did we fight so hard for? What was the point of being given a second chance if we're just gonna face the same fate? Huh. He sighed as he lifted his head off the surface. He wanted to help, he really did, but he couldn't figure out how. His quirk didn't work on demons. What do we do now? Are we really going to let a 14-year-old fight what are essentially monsters? Maijima asked to no one in particular. They all knew they didn't have a choice but to let Midoriya fight. It doesn't feel right, but what other choice do we have? We can't fight them. Ectoplasm said. No. We just can't kill them. We can fight and give young Midoriya some breathing room. Yagi said with his fingers folded on the desk. There was a dark undertone to his azure blue eyes, the bright blue dulling to a stormy gray. He looked like he was thinking really hard about something. We'll only get in his way, All Might. Ishiyama murmured, you could barely match the lower moon. According to Midoriya, the upper moon are 10 times stronger, if not more. We can't let him fight those things alone. Yagi shouted back, aghast. We'll provide him supports any time he needs it, but stay out of his fights otherwise. Nedu said in a deceptively calm tone. His tail continuously swishing behind him gave away his agitation. He's only a kid. Yagi muttered with a dejected sigh. Nedu frowned. I know. There's got to be another way to deal with demons. Aizawa voiced. Midoriya's experiences are from the Taisho era. That's pre-technology and pre-quirks. Nemuri sighed as she tapped her red nail against her folded arm. Not like we can afford to test things out. Perhaps someone who could manipulate infrared and UV rays could help, but that's not much. They all sat in grim silence for a while, each lost in their own thoughts. Aizawa thought back to the Desperation Inn. Midoriya's eyes at the USJ when the girl, Kenroji, was out of control, and the fierceness with which he'd named his comrades a while ago. They all must have been very close for Midoriya to have a reaction like that. Midoriya had probably watched a few of them die before his eyes. He imagined himself in the kid's place and actually shuddered at the thought. Images of Oboro's mangled body came to mind, and Aizawa shut it down at all his might. Not right now, he just couldn't think of him right now. The future was gonna be a shitfest, but for now, he'll look after the kid and do his best to be there for him. It's the least he could do. Izuku felt the stares of the student body on him the moment he entered the school campus. It could be because of the cast around his right arm or the giant wooden box he was towing around with his bag hanging from his left arm. Unlike Nezuko, Kenroji hadn't shrunk in size after falling asleep, so her box was practically half his size and heavy. From all the stares he got, Izuku imagined he looked like quite the pitiful sight. It had been 2 days since the attack, and it seemed like everyone and their mother knew about it. The media had dubbed the unknown creatures at the USJ as Nomus, which was quite literally the dumbest thing he'd heard all day, and declared the students of 1A as the ultimate heroes for making it out of a sticky situation with just one casualty, if you don't count Aizawa and All Might. Izuku, admittedly, didn't understand the hype. All the rest of them had done was survive being cornered by the lowest level thugs and thieves, which didn't match the requirement for his praise, but whatever, good on them, he supposed. There you are. Good morning, Midoriya. Midnight greeted him with a smile from the entrance of the Hero Department building. Morning. He grunted back as he adjusted his school bag. Do you want help with that? Midnight asked, gesturing towards his school bag. Izuku was glad she didn't offer to help him carry the box. It's fine. Lead the way. Midnight pouted, something about men, as she led him around corners and across corridors till they reached an isolated room in the general department building. In here. Midnight motioned as she opened the door to reveal a small, well-ventilated room with no windows. It was modestly decorated with a queen-sized bed in the center and a comfortable-looking chair besides it, with another door leading to what he assumed was the washroom. Izuku looked around as he settled the heavy box beside the bed and spied the camera in the corner. It's for surveillance. We'll connect your phone to the system as well. That way you can check on her even from class. Midnight said as she walked into the room behind him. It had been decided that during Kenroji's stay here, Midnight would be her primary caretaker as the only female member of the staff. He wasn't a big fan of an essential stranger being responsible for Kenroji's well-being, but understood there wasn't much he could do when it came to her hygiene. Izuku nodded as he helped the hero settle Kenroji in bed. He tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and hoped she'd wake up soon. He wasn't used to seeing her be this quiet. Kenroji was supposed to be free and happy and full of love and kindness. And although she looked beautiful while sleeping, the continued silence unnerved him. A squeal made him turn to see Midnight grinning into her palm. What? Izuku deadpanned with narrowed eyes. Midnight shook her head but didn't stop grinning. Nothing, Midoriya. Don't worry about it. Izuku contemplated pushing it, but he was pretty sure he didn't want to know what went on in the mind of someone rated R18 by the media. So, with a huff, he turned towards his discarded bag and with a last glance at Kenroji, made his way out of the room. Deku, you're here! Uraraka exclaimed as soon as he entered the class. Many others followed her example. Midoriya. Good to see you're alright, Monami. Should you be in class with your injuries? Ida asked while chopping his hands aggressively. He was sure the bespectacled teen would poke out someone's eye someday. I'm fine, recovery girl healed me. The cast is mostly just for show. Izuku closed the door behind him and made his way towards his seat. He caught Katsuki's eyes on the way over and internally winced at the reminder of him, Kirishima and the Ice Kid seeing him decapitate a demon. He had to come up with some explanation for the three of them. Hey Midoriya, Sero started, prompting him to turn around. What happened to you, man? We heard you fought with the main villains, the Nomus, in the plaza. Yeah, were they really strong? You looked like hell when they rolled you out. Jiro added. Yeah. And who was that hot chick you were fighting with? Her melons looked so beige. The short boy with ball on head screeched as Izuku turned around and picked him up by his shirt collar. Talk about her like that one more time and I'll cut your tongue and shove it up your butt. He hissed with promise in his voice. Kenroji was strong and didn't need anyone to defend her dignity, but that didn't mean he wouldn't do it when she wasn't around. The short boy tensed and started kicking his legs in the air with increased vigor. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know she was your girlfriend. Izuku released the boy with a forced blank expression on his face. She's not my girlfriend. Yeah, right. Why else would you get so protective over her? Ballboy yelled with tears in his eyes. Mon, I didn't expect you to be the romance-type Midoriya dash. Izuku turned just in time to see Jiro shove one of her ear jacks into the electric boy's ear. Smart girl. He could hear multiple people around the room asking each other who he was talking about but chose not to elaborate. That was until Kirishima spoke up. So, who was she really? Where did she come from? Izuku turned to meet weary red eyes and frowned. At the look of distrust in them. God, you behead a few people in front of someone and suddenly you're untrustworthy. He wasn't going to reply, but then, he figured he owed Kirishima an answer for all the trauma he'd probably given him. Izuku didn't know how normal, well-adjusted people perceived decapitation, but he was fairly certain badly summed it up pretty well. She's an old friend. The League, they had her captive for her quirk. The lie felt awkward in his mouth, but he forced it out nevertheless. Izuku had never been a good liar, even in his past life. He preferred delivering brutal truths over sweet lies, but the current situation called for it. Horrified gasps rang out around the room, and even Kirishima looked surprised, but before anyone could reply, Aizawa opened the door. That's enough. Get back to your seats. The teacher said grumpily. He didn't look any better than yesterday with the sling still in place like Izuku's and deep eye bags under his eyes. Though the last one was probably his fault. Aizawa took the podium and fixed his bloodshot eyes on the students. You all need to pull yourself together. The fight isn't over yet. Izuku rolled his eyes as Ballboy behind him started freaking out. Again, they'd literally just fought common thugs and thieves. In 2 weeks' time, the Yudata Sports Festival will be held. Aizawa continued. It's still happening? Someone called from behind him. What about the villains infiltrating? It sounds like something they could take advantage of. Unless you know you're dealing with demons who won't attack during the day. The police presence will be 5 times stronger this year. UA's security will be tighter than ever, so don't worry yourselves about that. The sports festival is a chance for you to make a mark and to be scouted by the heroes there. You have 3 chances within the time you have at UA. Take this seriously. The sports festival can make or break your career as a hero. Aizawa paused to let the seriousness of the situation dawn on them. The gyms will be open for use after school. Make use of them to improve yourself in these 2 weeks. The mood in the room was high as many students hyped each other up. Uraraka in particular seemed very hyped as she turned towards Izuku and exclaimed, I'm gonna do my best. At lunchtime, Izuku made his way towards where Kirishima was trying to convince Katsuki to join them for lunch. Get out of my face, shitty hair. But Bakugo. Dash, Kirishima exclaimed before he noticed him approaching and his face dropped into a neutral mask. Oh, Midoriya. Hey. Katsuki turned his head at his name and eyed him over his shoulder like he was a pest. What do you want, Deku? Can you both stay back for a while? He asked, and he turned towards the mostly empty classroom to spot white and red hair. Todoroki, he'd finally gotten his name from Momo, seemed to have anticipated a talk because he walked towards them with purpose without prompt. So, are we finally going to talk about how you beheaded that villain and then that girl turned them to ash? Todoroki asked as soon as the last person left the room and the door slid shut behind them. Izuku winced at the tactless Dielvoy. He really should have thought this through. Yeah, about that. Thanks for not telling anyone. The police strongly advised us against sharing that information. Kirishima admitted with a frown. What happened down there? Please tell me I didn't witness multiple murders happen before my eyes. Izuku shook his head. No. We didn't kill any humans. Demons didn't count. There was nothing human left about them. Kirishima seemed to relax the most at the assurance, but Izuku noticed some of the tension leave Katsuki's shoulders and Todoroki's face smoothen as well. Then what happened, man? Because I very vividly remember you beheading that guy. The redhead exclaimed. Here comes the hard part. You see, there was a quirk. It made nearly indestructible hybrids dash. Katsuki cut him off by snorting harshly. He watched as the blondes stalked closer till they both were inches apart. Seriously? That's the bullshit lie your nerd brain could come up with. Izuku maintained a calm facade as he met Katsuki's challenging eyes. I'm not lying. He lied. Katsuki straightened his posture, enhancing the slight height difference between them. Bullshit. He snarled. Do you think I don't know all your tells by now, huh? Don't kid yourself, Deku, you've always been shit at lying. Izuku clenched his jaw as he refused to break eye contact with Katsuki. Breaking eye contact meant admitting defeat, though he knew his silence already spoke volumes. Do you know what I think? The blonde started when the tension became too thick to breathe, closing around his throat like a noose. I think you used very specific phrasing when you said you didn't kill any humans at the USJ. Does that imply you killed something not human? Because you definitely killed something. Katsuki didn't miss the way Izuku's eyes widened a fraction as a sharp-as-knife's grin spread across his face. Right in one, huh? That chick said something like blood demon art before she cut the sheet out of those fuckers. I don't know what it means yet, but I will figure it out eventually. Izuku felt the razor-sharp expectant gazes of Todoroki and Kirishima fixed on the side of his face and sighed, admitting defeat. Look, I can't tell you much, but I can promise that we didn't kill any humans at the USJ. The teachers at UA and the detective in charge have all the information necessary and I'm not at liberty to share. That's all you guys need to know. None of them looked very happy at Izuku's answer, but when he offered no further explanation under their scrutinizing gazes, one by one they accepted it. Kirishima gave him a strained smile and a hard slap to the back as he left while Todoroki just nodded in acknowledgement. Katsuki, on the other hand, is she the one? The blonde asked, hand on. The doorknob. What? The one you were looking for. Your reason for coming to UA. Surprise lit his features for the second time in so many minutes. Sometimes, he forgot that despite Katsuki's brash personality, he was actually quite perceptive and smart. He nodded. She is? Katsuki nodded back. She's badass. Izuku smiled. I know. Izuku was just contemplating eating lunch in Kenroji's room because he was done with social interactions for the day when, pissed, young Midoriya. Izuku gave a deadpan stare to the 7 feet 3 inches, muscular hero trying to hide behind a wall like a middle school girl. All Might either didn't notice the ridiculousness of the situation or simply didn't care as he wiped out a packed bento box from behind him. Mind having lunch with me? The hero asked. Izuku sighed, resigned to his fate. Lead the way. All Might puffed into his weaker form as soon as the staff room's door closed behind them. I hope you don't mind me being in this form, young Midoriya. The scrawny man said as he took a seat on the couch opposite to him. Izuku shook his head in a negative. How long can you hold that form anyway? All Might grimaced. That's actually why I asked you to join me today. Oh, by looking at this form of mine, I'm sure you realize that my days as the symbol of peace are limited. A fight 5 years ago severely injured my respiratory system and my stomach. I've become emaciated from repeated surgeries and the aftereffects. All Might scowled as he palmed the area where the blue demon had sunk his claws in. After the USJ, I can only hold the buff form for about an hour. My body is at its limits. Izuku frowned. All Might's retirement was sure to be a shitfest. Not only was the whole society very dependent on him, but the League had expressed clear intent to kill him, which meant they were due another attack from them sometime soon. Fun. Izuku looked up to see the dejected expression on the hero's face and genuinely felt bad for him. He couldn't imagine not being able to wield his katana. But despite all his thoughts, he still couldn't understand why he was here. Why tell him all of this? I came to UA to find a successor who could be the next symbol of peace. But then the USJ happened. Truth is, I believe I know who the new Demon King is. Izuku sat up with a jolt. You do? I don't have any proof. It's just a gut feeling, but over the years I've learned to trust my gut feelings. All Might placed his elbows on his knees as he hunched over. Let me tell you a story to make you understand. A story about two brothers. Izuku sat and listened to the story of All for One and One for All as several things clicked into place in his mind. So, you think this All for One guy is the new Musen? The blonde man nodded grimly. I believed him to be dead, but throughout my years as a hero, I have never fought anyone with more influence and power than him. If anyone had the means to figure out how to get the powers of a demon, it'd be him. Izuku frowned as he thought about it. The Corps had never been able to figure out how Musen had become the first demon. For all they knew, the process was something random like the origin of quirks. Unexplainable. But regardless of how the new Demon King came to power, there should have been a shift in the power dynamics of the underworld, something the heroes would have noticed. Izuku hummed, it seems probable. And you're the 8th holder of One for All. All Might nodded. That could explain why the League wanted the hero dead. Though All Might had lots of enemies. The reason I'm telling you all this, young Midoriya, is because I want to help you fight the demons. I wanted One for All to be used in fighting crime, but there is a bigger threat on the horizon. That's why I wanted to ask you, would you like to be the 9th holder of One for All? Izuku stared at All Might incredulously. Absolutely not. He said with no room for doubt. All Might sighed. I had a feeling you'd say that, he said dejectedly. It's not that he thought it wouldn't help, it's just, a quirk like One for All would be wasted on him. It would take time to master it, time he doesn't have if he plans to keep up with his Hashira training. Moreover, his fighting style won't mix with a quirk that's used mostly for brute strength. And most importantly, the chances of him dying were too high to risk it. And if he survived the war to come and succeeded in turning Kenroji back, he didn't plan to be a hero. Maybe in some other universe, I'd have said yes. But this is not that universe, All Might. Izuku said honestly. All Might looked disappointed but not surprised. Something about the look on his face didn't sit right with him. You already knew I wasn't going to agree. Then why ask me? The hero sighed again, getting up to face the windows. One for All was made to fight All for One. That's what my mentor and the ones before her used it for. That's what I used it for. But with the current situation, I don't know how to feel. I feel lost, unbalanced. If my suspicions are right and that man is the one behind this, then what will I do? What role will I play? It's always been All for One against One for All, but I couldn't even fight the lower moons. Izuku stared with wide eyes as All Might trailed off, staring out the window at the vast expanse of the UA grounds. Oh my God, All Might is having a midlife crisis. He thought, horrified. Externally he sighed. You're a good hero, All Might. This was perhaps the first time Izuku understood why this man was at the top of the charts. As for what you should do, you pass on the torch, guide the next generation. Be a good teacher, be better. Teach these kids how to survive and how to keep going when things get rough. They need you. Your job as All for One's nemesis may be over, but your job as All Might is not. Izuku turned his head to see All Might blinking at him in surprise. That's, All Might coughed as his eyes softened. Thank you, young Midoriya. The bell rang, signaling the end of lunch break as Izuku stood up to leave. If that's all, then I'll take my leave. All Might nodded absently as he made his way out. He hadn't eaten anything, but this wouldn't be the first time he'd have to go without food for a while. He'll be fine. Izuku closed the door softly behind himself, leaving All Might to his thoughts. As soon as the clock struck 3, Izuku slammed his mathematics notebooks shut, wishing he could run it through with his sword. He groaned as he laid his head on his desk. His brain felt like soup. Maybe being illiterate was better. What is this? He looked up from his desk to see Uraraka standing in front of a crowd of first-years barring the door. What business do you have with 1A? Ida asked the crowd at large. Che, they're obviously here to scout the enemy. We're the ones who survived a villain attack. Katsuki grunted as he walked to stand before the crowd. There's no point doing this, extras. Get lost. Bakugo, stop calling people extras. Ida scolded. A tall head of hair parts the crowd. I came to see what the famous Class A was made of, but you seem pretty arrogant. Are all Hero Corps students this way? Ida and Kaminari shook their heads in denial. The face of the student comes in full view, tired eyes and a mess of purple hair on his head. Did you know that there are quite a few students in Gen Ed who didn't clear the hero exam? And depending on the results of the sports festival, people can be put under review for transfer to heroics, and the reverse is also a possible outcome. Katsuki sneers. You think I'm scared of losers? Bring it on, Ibex. I'm gonna crush you into the ground. Sensing the tension in the air, Izuku walked forwards to stand beside Katsuki to hold him back from throwing hands. Purple Boy didn't miss his approach and eyed the cast around his right hand. I heard one of you guys got involved with the main villains. Must be nice having a strong and flashy quirk to rely on. Us guys with mental quirks always suffer because of the skewed nature of the exam's dash. Izuku snorted, cutting the taller boy off. Oh, the shithead. The boy seemed surprised at the interruption. What? Izuku rolled his eyes and pointed his index finger at the purple head. Beside him he heard Katsuki snort. I know your type. You're one of those people who like to blame their problems on something. Fate, the system, the society, you name it. You just need an excuse to exploit. The boy frowned as anger sparked in his purple eyes. Don't say shit when you don't know anything about me. But I do know you failed the entrance exam because you completely relied on your quirk to carry you through and like to blame it on the fact that it was skewed towards those with powerful quirks. Maybe you just didn't put in enough effort. The boy snarled, anger highlighting his features. Didn't put in effort? What do you know? Someone with a powerful flashy quirk could never understand dash. One look at your twig arms is enough for me to know how much effort you put in, and as for having a powerful quirk, Izuku lowered his finger as he leaned in closer to the boy's face and felt the whole crowd physically back away from him. I'm quirkless, shithead. Shock spread through the crowd like electricity as people openly gaped at him, dumbstruck. The boy, too, seemed to be rendered mute as he stared at Izuku with wide, disbelieving eyes. And I'm not the only one without a strong quirk that made it in. I can give you multiple examples of people who made it in through sheer effort and creativity. And lastly, Izuku's face darkened as he glared into wide purple eyes. Don't insult all the hard work my classmates put in to hone their skills by assuming the only reason they passed was their quirks. He hissed through his clenched jaw. Just being born with a strong quirk isn't enough to clear the exams. Each and every classmate of mine put in hours of practice every day to reach where they are right now and make their quirks as strong as they are. They deserve to be here because they worked for it. Did you? Wide, vulnerable eyes stared into his own. Izuku leaned back out of the boy's personal space and saw him exhale shakily. But the exam wasn't fair. Izuku rolled his eyes. Do you think life as a hero would be fair? The whole society is skewed towards powerful quirks. How long are you going to whine about it? Deal with it. That seemed to shut the boy up as an introspective look entered his eyes. Izuku roamed his eyes over the crowd and felt the students cringe away from his gaze. He scoffed and turned his back to the onlookers as he made his way back to his desk. What do I do now? He looked over his shoulder at the purple boy standing with clenched fists. His eyes had a hard, resilient look in them that wasn't there before. Interesting. Isn't it obvious? Train till you drop. He turned back towards his desk so he missed the determined nod the boy gave before the crowd began dispersing. Phew. Uraraka exhaled dramatically. That was so tense. Good job putting the guy in his place, Mido. Electricity Kid said with a thumbs up. Remind me never to piss you off, man. Sero said with a grin. But they all will be hating on us now. Kirishima said with a worried frown. It doesn't matter. Katsuki chimed in as he walked over to Izuku's desk. But it doesn't matter as long as you rise to the top. The class emptied as people made their way out. Izuku slung his bag over his shoulders and raised an eyebrow at Katsuki, glaring at him with an impatient frown. What? He asked when the blonde continued to glare into his soul in silence. Katsuki sked in annoyance. Ground Alpha, for a clock exactly a week from now. That's what you said. Izuku stared in confusion for a second before the memory hit him. You said you'd make me fight you. I will. As you are right now, you wouldn't stand a chance, so I'll train you. Ground Alpha, for a clock exactly a week from now, you said? He'd completely forgotten about that. Izuku glanced up at the clock. 3:32 p.m. Actually, we can head over now, he said, making his way out of the classroom. Katsuki stomped up to him with a humph, so they were walking side by side. This better be worth it, Deku. I'm sacrificing my training time for this. Izuku didn't bother replying as they reached Ground Alpha. It was designed like a forest, which was perfect for the first lesson. Aren't you gonna grab your sword? Actually, can you even fight with that ugly cast? Katsuki asked as he selected a clearing. I don't need my sword to fight you unless you're trying to blow apart buildings. Katsuki bristled at the comment. Besides, we're anyway not fighting today. Ah. Then why the F are we here, shitty Deku? I'm gonna teach you how to breathe. Ha! Katsuki yelled, setting off explosions in his palms. Are you trying to make fun of me, Deku? Izuku frowned. No, I'm serious. I'm going to teach you total concentration breathing. The blonde bared his teeth and threw an explosion-powered punch that Izuku easily dodged. F off with that yoga bullshit. Grab your sword and fight me for real. You die. He deadpanned. Shut up. Katsuki yelled as he continued to throw punches and kicks at him. After a minute of dodging, Izuku sighed. Fine, we'll do it your ways. He mumbled as he grabbed Katsuki's punch, twisted on his toes and threw him over his shoulder. Turning him around while he was winded, Izuku jabbed his left elbow into his spine. One of the first things in Hashira training is learnt was to be ambidextrous, so he doesn't struggle even with one of his arms in a cast. A few small explosions sounded against the ground before they fizzled out as Katsuki gasped at the lack of oxygen. Your form is fine, but your moves are far too predictable, slow and repetitive. Also, you always start with a big right swing. If you see don't talk, you'll combust your lungs. Izuku mentioned casually. Katsuki, always stubborn as a mule, continued threshing till he was on the verge of losing consciousness. With an eye roll, Izuku let up, causing the blonde to gasp and cough for a solid minute. Again, he wheezed as he got up to his knees. Seriously? Izuku deadpanned, completely done with the blonde. Again! Katsuki shouted as he righted himself and charged him again. Izuku spent the next hour tossing Katsuki into trees and pinning him to the ground repetitively. He did this all one-handedly, without breaking a sweat, as the blonde was thrashed and flung all over the clearing. Katsuki swore on his hands and knees as he gasped for air. His uniform was completely filthy with mud and sweat sticking to the cloth, and he had a few leaves in his hair from the time Izuku threw him into a bush. Now will you let me teach you what I want? Izuku asked with his hand to his waist. Katsuki sighed as he lied down on his back, trying to get his breathing under control. Fine, you sadistic BSRD. You're the one who wanted to fight. Katsuki humphed as he sat up and crisscrossed his legs. So, how do we do this breathing crap? Izuku sat down as well. It's easy really. You just need to take a long deep breath and feel the oxygen flow through every cell in your body. Relax your upper body and brace your lower half. You'll get it when you feel a spike in your energy, your strength, and your concentration. Katsuki looked skeptical but closed his eyes to take a deep breath. Izuku sked as he slammed a hand into the blonde's gut. Katsuki choked. "What the F-Deku?" he screamed as he hackled. "I told you to brace your lower half, idiot. Here, put your hand to my chest, feel how my lungs rise and fall," Izuku ordered. Katsuki eyed his chest and his hand like he'd asked him to touch his D-dash. "Kaken." Izuku deadpanned. The blonde huffed as he begrudgingly placed his palm to his chest. Izuku closed his eyes and continued to breathe with total concentration, constant. Katsuki frowned as he placed his other hand on his own chest and compared. Then he tried to copy him. To Izuku's surprise, he actually managed it for a second before he choked and keeled over to cough harshly. I'm dying, Katsuki said as he continued to hackle with tears in his eyes. Izuku thumped his on the back. "You're literally breathing more air, you're not dying." "What the F-? You do this sheet." Izuku hummed, "I do it constantly, even in my sleep." Katsuki's eyes blow wide. "Bullshit. I felt like my lungs were gonna explode." "You just need to build up your lungs capacity. I won't ask you to learn to do it constantly like me, but if you manage to master just total concentration, it'll boost the strength, stamina, and speed of your attacks. Maybe then you'll be able to keep up with me." Katsuki scoffed at the taunt as he side-eyed Izuku. "So, is this breathing sheet how you do all those moves you do?" Yes and no. "The F-? I use a more complex breathing style that I created. Serpent breathing. I'm not gonna teach you that though." Katsuki scoffed, offended. "As if I need your shitty moves to defeat you." Izuku smirked. "We'll see." They emerged from ground alpha around 6 with Katsuki looking a little more than worse for wear and ran into Kirishima emerging from ground beta. The redhead's eyes widen as they land on Katsuki. "Oh, you look like sheet. What did you guys do?" Izuku smiled. "We breathed. I almost died." Katsuki deadpants. Kirishima's eyes dart between the both of them questioningly. "Ukiyai?" They decided to meet every other day till the sports festival before taking their leaves. The next day during lunch, Izuku approached Cementos and explained the kind of terrain he wanted for practice. During Fundamental Heroics, their class, along with Aizawa and All Might, approached Gym Gamma to work out according to the plans All Might had made for them. Izuku didn't really follow the plan the hero had made for him because he had his Hashira training routine, but he'd seen the ones All Might had made for the others and had to admit that they were pretty good, considering everything. "Oh, what's that for?" Kaminari, a name he'd learned today, whistled as he entered the gym first. Izuku entered with the rest of the class to see giant slabs of hard cement lined up in the middle of the gym. "Oh, that's for me," Izuku clarified as he went up to one of the pillars to check its strength. He'd asked Cementos to make them as strong as he could. Truthfully, he'd have preferred giant slabs of hard rock like the ones his sensei had used as a last test while teaching him the basics. But for now, this would have to do. "What are you gonna do with these?" Momo asked as she too stepped forward to inspect the handiwork. "I'm gonna cut them with my sword." An incredulous silence rang in the gym. Izuku had a feeling he's making rendering people speechless a hobby. "You can do that?" someone asked in a disbelieving tone. "Liar. No one could do it with just a sword," Ballboy said while pointing a finger at Izuku. I find it hard to imagine too," Momo murmured from beside him. Izuku barely spared them a glance. "You're welcome to come and see after class." With that, he made his way towards the weights section and started his workout routine. After school ended, Aizawa pulled him aside. "Nedu wanted me to tell you that he got in contact with someone regarding the Scarlet Ore. If things progress smoothly, you should have a Nichiren blade by the end of the sports festival." Izuku nodded, the ever-present tension in his body relaxing a little at a rough estimate. He doubted Shigaraki would wait long before the next attack, and he would really prefer to have a real blade the next time he went toe-to-toe with demons. Also, as the top scorer of the hero entrance exam, you have to open the sports festival with a pledge. Izuku grimaced. God damn it. Do I have to? You can write your own pledge if you don't want to say the standard one. Use this opportunity to make yourself stand out to the people concerned. Izuku frowned. Goddamn heroes and their bloody opportunistic outlook towards life. Later, Izuku entered Gym Gamma with his new sword in hand to see the majority of his class there. He approached the group standing near the pillars. Most were people he expected, though he was surprised to see the Ice Kid, Todoroki, and Katsuki among the crowd. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the both of them. Todoroki, the little sheet, just blinked at him, bluntly ignoring the question in his gaze. Katsuki growled, I'm just here to scout the enemy, alright? If I'm gonna crush you in the sports festival, which I will, then I need to know what I'm dealing with. Izuku shrugged. Alright then. You might want to back up. Izuku drew his katana vertically from his magnet sheath, a modified version of the one he used to use, and got into the battle stance. Closing his eyes, Izuku breathed in deeply, conscious of every molecule of oxygen that entered his bloodstream. He focused on directing the flow of oxygen to every cell. Each and every fiber in his muscles, each and every vein in his body, circulating oxygen-rich blood. When he felt his body reach equilibrium, he exhaled, air hissing out of his clenched teeth. Serpent breathing, first form, winding serpent slash. Pushing energy into his legs, Izuku ran forward at blinding speed and jumped high as he reached the pillars. Gauging the trajectory of his jump, the angle of his sword and the distance between them and the cement pillars, he let muscle memory take over as he applied force in the direction of the slash. The cement gave under the force and expertise of his kata like water, and he slashed through the whole pillar in a series of slashes. Izuku didn't stop there. Air hissed out of his mouth as he headed towards the second pillar without pause. Second form, venom fangs of the narrow head. He dashes behind the pillar at blinding speed and slashes his sword right through the middle, cleaving it in two. Third form, coil choke. He moves forward to the next pillar, circling around its perimeter, quick like a snake as he slashes off big chunks of it with each swing. Fourth form, twin-headed reptile. He leaped forward to the fourth pillar, and performs a horizontal slash that sliced through the target in a second. Fifth form, slithering serpent. He curved his blade and his body like a snake in multiple directions, slashing as he goes. Before slicing off the top of the pillar in a sweeping arc. He landed after what felt like minutes but was probably mere seconds and exhaled, focusing on his breathing to lower his blood pressure and cool his body temperature. Izuku eyed the mess of rubble on the floor and frowned in dissatisfaction. This wasn't enough. Maybe he should look into making new katas for serpent breathing. He'd never felt the need for it in his previous lifetime, but then he'd gone up against Muzan and had felt the massive gap in power. If he was going to face another demon king, especially without Kaburamaru, he needed to up his game. Sheathing his blade back into his magnetic sheath, Izuku walked towards the gathering to see gaping mouth and wide-blown eyes. Oh my god. Someone whispers. There's no way you're quirkless. Ball boy yelled. Fed up with the short boy, Izuku pointed his finger at him and heard multiple people wince. Believe what you want, I don't care what your insecure but thinks about me. If you think harassing your female classmates is fine, then all your thoughts are obviously bullshit. If I were responsible for your training, I'd tie you to a post and leave you hanging for hours till you learn some respect. The boy screeched and hid behind the boy with a tail. During the next 2 weeks, Izuku spent days going through the different terrains of the UA grounds while keeping up with his Hashira training. Katsuki and Izuku continued to meet up every other day to spar. The blonde spent the first half an hour struggling, though total concentration. He'd finally started doing it without coughing a lung but couldn't keep it up while moving or using his explosions. Izuku suspected Katsuki was facing so much trouble with it because of the smoke inhalation that came with his quirk but didn't comment on it. The rest of the hour, they spent sparring where Izuku taught Katsuki various grabs and how to dodge. Katsuki was a fast-learned and a master when it came to combat prowess, so he picked those things up as easily as breathing. On second thought, not quite as easily as breathing, but he was a work in progress. 2 days before the sports festival, Izuku dusted off his hands and turned to a sweaty Katsuki lying on the ground on his back. He'd lasted a whole 10 minutes in their last match, which was impressive to say the least. I think that's enough for our lessons. You just need to practice how to use total concentration while moving and using explosions now. That's something you'll have to figure out on your own. Katsuki grumbled as he got up from the ground and dusted off his clothes. Yeah, I got it. I'll figure it out. Well, then this concludes our training. On their way out, Katsuki looked away and grumbled something under his breath. What? The blonde swore. I said, thanks or whatever. Izuku blinked in surprise. Did you just say thanks? Katsuki bared his teeth. Don't rub it in a hole. Izuku felt his lips twitch up in a half-smile. Whatever. On the day of the sports festival, Izuku left the house with well wishes from his mother. Instead of heading straight towards the stadium, Izuku chose to go to the general department building to visit Kenroji. The main campus was all but deserted as Izuku scanned his ID and entered the building. Kenroji was as asleep as she had been when Izuku last checked on her from his phone. Still, Izuku took a seat on the chair placed beside her bedside. Hey Mitsuri. He'd never have the courage to call her by her first name to her face or with someone nearby, but sometimes he liked to call her Mitsuri in the privacy of his own mind. Today is the UA Sports Festival. It all starts today. If things go well and if there are others like us, then today will put in motion how we should proceed. Izuku roamed his eyes on the different features of her face. It hurt how achingly familiar she felt. Despite the demon aura, which is considerably dulled now, and the different body, she gave the same calm and happy vibe like she used to. Izuku has never felt calmer than when he's around her. You know, originally I planned to use this day to send you a message, to find you. But, look at how things change. Izuku took one last glance at her and got up from his seat. I'll turn you back to normal no matter what. I promise. The stadium check-in itself took some time, along with the student's ID. Also had each student go through facial scans and thumbprint verification before they were allowed in. There were waiting room with lockers for each class. Izuku eyed the crowd in the stadium as he made his way towards his. It's more crowded than Izuku thought it'd be. After all, the event will be happening for 3 days, one for each year as they do every year, and it was common knowledge that the third year's event was the main attraction of UA's sports festival. But then he supposed 1A did get proclaimed as the ultimate heroes on national television. Izuku shrugged. The more the better. Due to his visit to the main campus, Izuku was the last of his class to enter the waiting room after changing into his P uniform. There you are, Deku. I was starting to think you'd gotten scared and chickened out. To his and everyone's surprise, it was actually Uraraka who said that to him as he entered the room. Uraraka? Ida exclaimed in shock. Uraraka ignored the class president as she strode up to him with a determined expression on her face. I know I'm still far below you when it comes to skill and expertise. She started, but even so, I will try my best to defeat you today. You're my friend, but you're also my inspiration and my competition. So, I won't back down. Yeah, me too. Kirishima exclaimed from the side. You may be able to cut through cement dash, he hardened his arm with a sharp grin, but you wouldn't be able to cut me down today. Kaminari laughed. Nice one, bro. How long did it take you to think of that? Kirishima sniffed and mimicked wiping a tear from his eyes. Just the whole night, bro. Bro. Moving forward. Katsuki, never one to be bested, stomped up to him and shoved Uraraka to the side to get in his face. Move, chipmunk cheeks. Don't let all these challenges get to your head, Deku. No matter what, I'm the one who's going to win today. Midoriya. Izuku turned around to see Todoroki standing behind him. I can't say who between the two of us is stronger. But know that I will win today. Ida looked between Uraraka, Katsuki and Todoroki and puffed up like a puffin. In that case, I would also like to extend a challenge to you, Midoriya. So many declarations of war against Midoriya. Kaminari chimed with a grin. Hey Midoriya. If I challenge you too, you won't completely kill me out there, right? Me too. Pink Girl raised her hand. Me too, Kero. A symphony of voices rang out and Izuku couldn't help it. He burst out laughing. Everyone watched in shocked silence as he laughed and laughed and laughed till his eyes teared up and his cheeks hurt. Somehow, against all the possibilities in the world, Midoriya Izuku Iguro Obanai, harsh, cynical, judgmental, BSRD Obanai, had inspired and motivated the people in his class to do their best and try to beat him. Iguro. Motivational. Izuku shook his head fondly as he wiped away the tears of laughter from his eyes. Then he gave a wolfish grin to all. The people in the room. I accept all your challenges. Come at me with everything you have. Izuku walked up to the locker with his name on it. By the way. He clicked the door open. I hope you know I got permission to use my sword during the contests. He mentioned casually as he took out the twisted katana stored in the locker. Holding it up so light shone off its shiny edges. Every face in the room paled. Izuku grinned. And so, it begins. And representing the first-year student body, this year we have the top scorer of the entrance exam. Midoriya Izuku. Whispers and gasps sounded from the assembled students as Izuku made his way towards the stage. After his declaration to Purple Boy 2 weeks ago, the news of there being a quirkless hero student in 1A had spread like wildfire throughout the school. He'd had to suffer through people pointing and staring at him during lunch for days before he'd given up and started eating in Kenroji's room. Izuku kept a straight face as he ascended the steps of the stage, aware of the thousands of eyes analyzing his every move. Aizawa's words echoed in his mind as he stopped before the mic. Use this opportunity to make yourself stand out to the people concerned. Izuku took a deep breath. This is where it begins. Long ago, I lost some people who were very precious to me. And recently, I find myself needing them more and more every passing day. The crowd went quiet as a dead silence enveloped the stadium. So, Senemi, Gyomii, Michiro, Shinobu, Kyajuro, Ju and Tengen. He unsheathed his sword in one swift moment and pointed at the crowd at large. I pledge I'll win this tournament in your names. There was a moment of silence before loud cheering greeted his back as he stepped down from the stage and made his way towards his class. He could see their changed perception of him in their eyes as he walked to stand beside Ida. What a riveting speech from our top scorer. Present Mike commented from the booth, and now it's time for the first game of the event. The first game of the event is what you'd call a qualifier. And our qualifier this is year going to be Dash, Midnight said as the screen behind her rolled like a token machine before finally stopping on an option. An obstacle course. A 4-kilometer race with a series of trials and tribulations from start to end. As long as you stay on the course, it doesn't matter what you do. An obstacle course. Now, that sounded promising. Izuku breathed through total concentration, constant as he adjusted his sheath on his hips so it doesn't end up tripping him. The first-year student body gathered around the starting line and he could already tell the first obstacle was going to be getting through the narrow doorway without getting trampled. Keeping this in mind, Izuku made his way to the front of the crowd and noted that some other 1A students like Katsuki, Todoroki, Ida and Momo seemed to have deduced the same conclusion. Izuku smirked. Good to have competition. Not that it would make much of a difference. As soon as the last red light of the countdown went down, Izuku took a deep breath and was off like a bullet, leaving the other students to eat his dust. Among all the Hashira, Izuku was barely the 5th fastest. But among the students of 1A? What was that? In an impressive show of speed, Midoriya Izuku takes the lead, leaving the others to eat his dust. Igu. Izuku smiled as he heard Katsuki's explosions behind him. The temperature dropped and Izuku jumped just in time to avoid the path freezing over beneath him. Izuku speared a glance behind him to see Todoroki running towards him with a thunderous expression, the doorway behind him frozen over. Though that isn't enough to stop 1A as many people successfully avoid the attack and burst out through the ice. Literally, in Katsuki's case. Take that. You, half and half busy. And our ice prince, Todoroki freezes the competition with his chilling move. Though it seems that many students were able to avoid it. Izuku can't run fast on the slippery ice, Least he slipped and broke his neck, so he chose to slide till the ice path ended before continuing to outpace the competition behind him till he reached the group of robots from the entrance exam. Obstacles have shown up suddenly in front of our lead. Starting with the Robo Inferno. Target locked, said the three-pointer before him. Izuku unsheathed his sword with grace as air hissed out of his mouth. Serpent breathing, first form, winding serpent slash. He zapped through the air and beheaded the robot before heading straight towards the large zero-pointer in a leap. Serpent breathing, fifth form, slithering serpent. Multiple slashes of his sword and then the zero-pointer is falling sideways, taking the two zero-pointers standing beside it with itself. A loud crash followed their downfall as Izuku expertly maneuvered through the shrapnels and debris to run forward. What? Look at that. Midoriya Izuku, despite being quirkless, expertly deals with the robots. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Midoriya Izuku is, till date, the only quirkless student who didn't only get accepted in the hero course but also topped the hero exam. He's almost through the clearing of robots when a wave of cold is followed by the path ahead of him being blocked by a large structure of ice. Not so soon. Todoroki growled from behind him. And our ice prince shines again by blocking the path ahead with a huge block of ice. Are we going to see a showdown between our two leads? Todoroki stopped a few feet before him and sent another glacier of ice towards him. Serpent breathing, fourth form, twin-headed reptile. Izuku leapt forward and performed a horizontal slash, cutting the approaching glacier straight through the middle before running straight towards Todoroki. The ice user's heterochromia eyes widened in surprise as Izuku closed the distance between them in a second and planted both of his hands on each of his shoulders. Jumping off the ground, he pushed himself up into a handstand, careful to keep his sword pointing outwards. There was a second where Izuku's green eyes met Todoroki's panicked gray and blue before he gripped the fabric of the boy's pea shirt and swung his body down with momentum. As soon as Izuku's feet found purchase on the ground, he jerked his hands forward with force, lifting the white and red-haired boy off the ground with the momentum of his swing and, snapping his body forward, slammed Todoroki into the ground, back first. Todoroki wheezed as the air gets knocked out of him from the impact. By the time the boy gets up, Izuku has already slashed the ice blocking the path ahead of them and is on his way towards the second obstacle. What was that? In an impressive show of flexibility, Midoriya slams Todoroki to the ground and moves forward. Eraser, what are you teaching your students? That one came like that. Izuku heard the sounds of explosions close behind him but maintained a steady pace till he reached the edge of the pit. And just like that, our lead has reached the second obstacle of this round. The pits. Fall and you're disqualified. Izuku eyed the ropes and the distance from the edge to the first landing. It's too large to clear even with a kata-powered jump. He'll have to use the ropes, and unlike Yuzui, he's not a FING shinobi used to running on rope. He'll have to either crawl upside down or swing with his hands like on monkey bars. Cutting the ropes and swinging with them and then climbing the severed rope to the platforms was also an option. God damn it. Each of those options was going to take a lot of time. Explosions got louder as Katsuki stopped right beside him on the edge, clearly deducing the same conclusion that Izuku is going to lose his lead in this round. Bus. Time for you to eat my dust, Deku. The blonde taunted as he fired a few small explosions to warm himself up for the big leap. A moment before the boy took off, Izuku leapt and wrapped his arms and legs around the blonde's neck and waist respectively. What the dash? Katsuki twisted around as he struggled to unhook Izuku's strong limbs from around him. Get off of me. After you clear this obstacle. Like hell, I'm giving you a ride, Now, get off. No thanks, I'm pretty comfortable here. Who knew you'd be this cuddly, Kaken? Uff. The blonde growled as Todoroki took that moment to get past them, steadily sliding forwards on the taut ropes by freezing them over. His shoes must be custom made to slide like that on ice. F you so much, Katsuki screamed as he blasted off huge explosions from his hands, lifting their combined body weight off the ground with the force. Attaboy. I'm gonna kill you for this later. Sure. You can try. And look at that, folks. Present Mike laughed, Midoriya seemed to have hitched a ride on Bakugo Katsuki's back to clear the pit as soon as possible. Katsuki very obviously tried his best to make Izuku lose his grip and drop him throughout the obstacle, but Izuku had a grip as strong as iron and didn't budge an inch till they were at the last stretch of the pit. The moment they cleared the last landfall, Katsuki dived for the ground at breakneck speed, obviously meaning to slam Izuku into the ground and probably knock him out as well. Well aware of the approaching ground, Izuku gripped Katsuki's shoulders and, releasing his waist, swung his legs upward in a backflip with enough force to turn his body mid-flight so his legs landed on the ground before Katsuki and, using the momentum of the fall, swung the blonde sideways and threw him into Todoroki running a few paces ahead of them. Katsuki cursed as he flew through the air and slammed into the ice user, causing the both of them to topple over in a tangled mess. "Sorry, boys," Izuku shouted as he ran past their groaning bodies. "You're dead, Get off of me, Bakugo." And maintaining his lead throughout the course, Midoriya has reached the last obstacle of the race. A 1-kilometer stretch filled with mines created by our very own support course. They won't kill ya, but they sure do pack a punch. Izuku won't be able to sprint his way through this one. The final obstacle had been designed that way. It's made to slow down the lead and let the others catch up. There are small mounds of freshly dug dirt where the mines have been placed, increasing in number the closer it gets to the finish line. Katsuki and Todoroki have nearly caught up to him, judging from the increasing amount of noise coming from behind him. He needed to think of a way to clear this obstacle as fast as possible if he didn't want to lose his lead, because both Todoroki and Katsuki have quirks that can clear this obstacle in a few minutes. Serpent breathing is fairly fast, but it wouldn't be fast enough to avoid the blasts if the radius is large. Izuku bit his lips as an idea came to his mind. It's possible, but will be hard on his lungs. Maybe he should throw this round. Let one of Katsuki and Todoroki take the first place and then win the rest of the matches. I pledge I'll win this tournament in your names. He clenches his jaw and shook the pathetic thought away. God damn it. Quirks or no quirks, he's not staining the name of Hashira by being bested by a couple of brats in a FING race. Deku! He hears Katsuki scream behind him, now close enough to be seen with Todoroki running right beside him. Izuku is a little surprised they're not trying to kill each other as they leg it towards him. The rest of the competition isn't much further either. He can see Ida, Momo and a few kids from 1B making their way towards him behind those two. In that case, Izuku took a deep breath and prayed that his lungs survive this. Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind cutter. Izuku ran forward at the blistering speed which came with the wind breathing kata, even as his lungs threatened to collapse. By the time the first mine went off, Izuku was already out of its blast radius and stepping on another, and so on, such of the speed and power of wind breathing. Mines go off one after another in a chain reaction as he raced past the field at breakneck speed while slashing his blade in a fashion more suited to Shinazugawa. What is this? In a truly impressive show of speed, Midoriya races past the minefield. Is this kid really quirkless? Izuku stopped as soon as he cleared the last stretch of the minefield and fell to the ground to hack up a lung. Good. How the F did Shinazugawa do this sheet every day? Serpent breathing was derived from water breathing, so technically speaking, Izuku can perform all the forms of water breathing, though it's not really suited to his body. Wind breathing, though? A different beast altogether. The sound of explosions made him look up to see Katsuki avoiding the minefield by taking to the sky and Todoroki sliding forwards on his ice while simultaneously evaporating the path behind him. Cursing up a storm, Izuku clutched his aching chest and started total breathing, constant with some difficulty as he ran through the last stretch of land towards the exit gate. He could hear the sounds of Katsuki and Todoroki hot on his trail as he dashed through the last 100 meters at a quick pace. He emerged from the tunnel, a small victorious smirk on his face. The crowd cheered for him, forgetting that he's quirkless after the show he put on. And we have our winner for the first event. Midoriya Izuku. The glass disintegrated to dust under his hand, but that wasn't not satisfying enough to pacify his need to destroy, so he picked up the other whiskey tumbler and threw it against the wall with all his might. The bullet wound on his shoulder twinged as glass shards rained down around him. Shigaraki brought up his hand to scratch lines down his already raw throat. Midoriya Izuku. That's the name of the brat that ruined everything. And if that wasn't insulting enough, to add salt to wound, the little sheet was quirkless. Quirkless, and he didn't only go toe-to-toe with no less than 6 demons but somehow also tamed the one that, by far, took the longest time to convert. His nails dug deeper into his throat as images of the brat cutting off limbs and heads without hesitation came to his mind. What kind of hero student went for the kill like that? That's not right. Shigaraki remembered how the boy had acted when he'd set that beach with pink hair on him. He knew what was happening to her. Was aware that cutting off her head would not kill her. Shigaraki had even heard him use the term demons, while warning All Might. Sensei had confirmed that he hadn't set any of the demons he'd created free. Yet, somehow, Midoriya Izuku had known about them. Furthermore, they discovered that apart from sunlight, demons could kill other demons with their blood arts. Though testing that theory with the demons they currently hadn't borne any fruit. Perhaps, the demon had to want to kill the other demons for it to happen? Or perhaps, there was something different about the pink-haired demon. Sensei had mentioned that it took her twice as long as any other test subject to change. Sensei's voice echoed in his mind. Observe them, Tamir. Pick the ones that ruined your plan and decide what you want to do with them. As he saw the brat win the first round, Shigaraki decided that he hated Midoriya Izuku, despised him. He wanted to wring his neck with his own 2 hands, then kill him by disintegrating his body piece by piece. But he can't do it himself yet. He'd be at a disadvantage against a blade with his current injuries. He needed a new player. Someone who was just as proficient with a blade as Midoriya Izuku. It's not long before Katsuki and Todoroki exit through the tunnel, thunderous expressions on their faces. Todoroki sneered at him and looked away while Katsuki stomped up to him to grab him by his collar. If you ever pull that sheet again, I'm gonna blast you off my back, understood? The blonde growled. Izuku smiled, no promises. Katsuki huffed as he released his collar with a push. A-hole. Says you. It's not long before the other contestants start trickling in. Each of them looked dusty and haggard from being tossed around the minefield. Many of them threw him dirty look which he chose to ignore. Deku! He turned at the call to see Uraraka, Momo and Ida heading towards him. Congratulations, Midoriya, Momo said with a faint smile. She had some of the ballboy's balls stuck to her back. Izuku raises an eyebrow in askance and Momo grimaced. Let's just say, Mineta took inspiration from your act with Bakugo. Izuku purposefully forgot Ballboy's name as soon as he heard it as he frowned in concern. He didn't touch you inappropriately, did he? Momo sighed. Define inappropriately? But no, not this time. It was just really uncomfortable. Izuku made a note to purposefully target Ballboy in the next round. Deku! You got first place. That's so cool. Uraraka said with a bounce. Izuku nodded in thanks. Ida stared at his own hands. To think I'd place so low with a quirk like mine? Uraraka puffed up. 6th place isn't bad. It's only the first event too, you've got plenty chances to stand out, Ida. Midnight snapped her whip, drawing the attention to herself. Alright, that concludes the first round of the sports festival. Now let's look at the results. The top 42 have earned the right to advance. The big screen behind her lit up to show candid pictures of the contestants with their position highlighted. Majority of them are from Class 1A and 1B, but Izuku noticed Purple Boy from General Ed and a girl with pink locks and gaudy goggles among the top 42 as well. The real competition begins now. Now then, on to today's heart-pounding second event. The screen behind her spun through the events. I already know what it is, but the suspense is killing me. What could it be? Well, I'll tell you. Midnight flared her hand out in time for the screen to pause. Capture the flag. Izuku frowned. Capture the flag is a group exercise. This is going to get dicey if he has to work with people. Midnight cracked her whip. Let me explain the rules. You all have to form teams of 2 to 4 people and will be assigned a territory to begin with. It's basically the same as normal capture the flag, The only thing that's different is each of the team's flags will be worth different points. Based on the result of the last game, each of you has been assigned a point value. The point assigned go up by 5 starting from the bottom. So 42nd place gets 5 points while 41st gets 10 and so on. Except, the point value assigned for first place is 10 million. Izuku stood with a deadpan expression on his face as everyone turned to eye him like a pack of hungry wolves. A group exercise and he had a massive target on his back. Honestly, the only thing that bothered him about that was the group exercise part. Now, let me explain the rules of the game. Midnight said. The time limit is 15 minutes. Each team flag is worth the total of its members' points. Your task is to protect your own flag while capturing as many enemy flags as you can. The flag post needs to be situated somewhere visible and all the flags you steal need to enter your territory for them to be counted as yours. For example, if you steal someone's flag but cannot get out of their territory before time ends, then the points would still be counted as theirs. If your flag gets stolen, you can always try to reclaim it or steal other flags to make up for the points. The top 4 teams with maximum points wins. You have 15 minutes to decide your teams. Izuku grimaced as the timer started counting down the minutes. This wasn't good for him. Basically everyone in 1A had declared war against him and no one from 1B would want to team up with him knowing he's quirkless. It won't matter that he came first, the quirkless title is all they'll see. He was experienced but even he couldn't defend a frail flag against some 40-odd people with quirks. He needed at least 2 people if he had any hopes of winning. His eyes landed on Purple Boy from Gen Ed. Absently, he watched as the lanky teen went up to the guy with the tail and asked something. Izuku jolted to attention as a blank look entered the guy's eyes. That was perfect. The beginning of a plan started forming in his mind as he marched up to Purple Boy, grabbed him by the scruff of his uniform and dragged him away from the guy with the tail. Hey, what the F, you? Purple eyes widened as they landed on him. You're teaming up with me. I am. The guy asked, radiating confusion. Izuku nodded. Didn't you just tear me a new one 2 weeks ago? Now you want me on your team? Izuku shrugged. Yeah, but then I saw you actually training every day. Once I even had to carry your passed out but to recovery girl's office. That was you. Point is, you proved that you're serious about getting into the hero course and will give your best to achieve that goal. So you're in. You don't even know my quirk. Actually, I just saw you use it on Monkey Boy. It's some kind of mind control, isn't it? The boy tensed all over. Brainwashing actually. Izuku nodded. That'll be very useful in defending the flag. You can make people back down without having to fight or even set them on each other. The guy visibly relaxed at the comment before standing up straight. Okay, but what makes you think I want to team up with you? Izuku gave a wolfish grin. You want to win, don't you? I can guarantee you I'm making it past this round. Plus, with half the cameras pointed at us, you'll get a moment to shine. The guy eyed his confident grin and the sword on his waist before nodding slowly and extending his hand forward. Shinso Hitoshi. Izuku met the offered hand with his own. Midoriya Izuku. First place. Hey, first place. Izuku step-sided just in time to avoid the girl with pink locks colliding with him. She recovers from her fall, unfazed, before grabbing his shoulders with her gloved hands. Team up with me, first place. Izuku leaned back and dislodged her hands from his shoulders. He hated when women touched him without his permission. Who are you? He asked with a frown. Hatsume. Future CEO of Hatsum Industries, and a certified genius, and I want to use your position to show off my babies. Hatsum said while pointing at all the gadgets on her body. Well, at least she's honest. Izuku crossed his arms. And what can you offer to the team? This. The girl exclaimed while pressing a button on her chest. Instantly, 4 strong and durable appendages resembling an octopus's tentacles with tips having 3 plates used for grabbing extend from the back of her body. Wow! Shinso murmured as Hatsum moved the 4 tentacles with the controls on her waist. Badass, aren't they? I took their inspiration from Dr. Octo from the Spider-Man movies, which are really old so I doubt you've seen them dash. You're in. Izuku said while pointing his finger at her. Now if he could just have one more person with a strong defensive quirk? Izuku roamed his eyes around the students who still hadn't teamed up, and his gaze landed on the black crow head on his classmate. He really needed to start learning their names. This is ridiculous. 5 minutes later, Izuku had his team ready for the showdown. Alrighty. Your 15 minutes are up, contestants. Present mix voiced echoed from the announcement booth. But before we begin, we need a suitable terrain for you guys to fight in. The contestants and staff are evacuated off the field. Izuku watched from one of the exits as the ground rumbled and opened down the middle, retreating into the sides to make way for another platform emerging from below the faux ground. Seriously, just how much money does UA have? The new platform had a hilly terrain with 11 different areas sectioned off with red paint. The teams were handed their flags and poles and given 5 minutes to situate themselves in the territory marked as theirs. Izuku grimaced as he saw that their territory was the one right in the middle, surrounded from all sides by enemy teams. Seriously, UA? As if the target on his back wasn't big enough. This isn't good. Tokoyami murmured as Hatsum and Shinso got to work burying the pole in the soil and hosting up their flag, proudly displaying their combined 10,265 points. We have a strong team. We'll be fine. Izuku assured, though he himself was a little worried. All right, contestants, your 5 minutes are up. The big screen above the audience lit up to show a countdown from 3. Izuku's term got in a diamond formation around the flag. 2. Shinso double-checked the stun guns and explosives Hatsum had provided him. And start. Barely a second passed before they were surrounded and being bombarded with quirks. Izuku breathed through his mouth as he cut through solid air, vines and horns with his teammates defending the sides. He jumped back to avoid a swipe of Tsu's tongue and batted Jiro's earphone jacks away. And we start right off with Team Midoriya being surrounded. Will they be able to hold onto their flag? From the corner of his eye, he saw Tokoyami and Hatsum holding their own. He couldn't see Shinso, but if the vines currently wrapping around Tsu were any indication, the boy already had one student under his control. He was in the middle of fighting a girl with flying horns when a sudden premonition made him throw a spinning hook kick to his right. His leg connects with invisible skin and the invisible girl went flying into the girl with the horns. The sound of explosions made Izuku look up to see Katsuki soaring through the air towards their flag, a path of smoke highlighting his ascend. Hatsum! On it! One of her metal tentacles lashed out and wrapped around Katsuki's waist. You think something like this could stop me? The blonde said before pressing a hand to the metal and blasting right through it. But, my baby! Hatsum cried, short one tentacle now. Sheet! Izuku cursed as dark shadow blocked the blonde's path and took a direct hit for its efforts. Tokoyami's quirk just had to be weak to light. Hey Blasty! Are you finally upping your game? You've been making a fool of yourself all this while. Shinsu's voice echoed around their territory. What did you say, eyebags? Katsuki screamed back and immediately went blank-faced. Izuku smirked. Gotcha. Help defend the territory. Shinso ordered. Izuku dodged Ballboy's weird sticky ball, careful to not let any touch his sword before moving forward and kicking the midget pervert into a tree hard enough to knock him out. Revenge? Acquired. With Katsuki's firepower added to the mix, they had no problem keeping their flag safe. What? In a shocking twist of events, Bakugo Katsuki and Shiozaki Ibra changed sides to help defend the enemy's flag. Could this be the work of a quirk? Izuku doesn't stop as he kept fighting alongside his teammates, and some non-teammates, to defend their flag. 5 minutes into the match, Izuku spied Kirishima charging towards him and ducked to avoid his rock-hard fist, only to realize it wasn't aimed at him. F-dash! Katsuki cried as he bent over in pain. What the hell, shitty hair? You were fighting for the enemy, bro. Izuku was just preparing to knock both of the boys out when a distressed voice called out. Bakugo! The three of them turned to see Pink Girl and Sero buried halfway into what looked like quicksand and waving frantically towards a pale blonde running away with a flag. It's been 7 minutes. The current ranking are up on the screen and except Team Midoriya, One it doesn't seem to be doing so well. Izuku could see Katsuki's blood pressure rising by the way the vein on his forehead twitched. And as if stealing the blonde's flag wasn't enough to PSS him off, the bold, or idiotic, boy turned towards Katsuki and stuck his tongue out with a thumbs down. He was dead. Or will be soon. Kirishima. Change of plans. Katsuki growled, an intense wave of bloodlust extruding from him. We're killing that fucker before we go for Deku. Bakugo, you need to calm down, Kirishima said after taking one look at Katsuki's bloodthirsty aura. I am calm. The blonde said with a decidedly not calm look on his face. With it he fired huge explosions from his hand, flying towards his stolen flag with increasing momentum. Kirishima sighed before running to help free the pink girl and Sero. Learn your classmates' FING names. Izuku repeated to himself. Izuku's team didn't get a moment of rest as many of the teams who'd lost their flags tried to snatch the 10 million points with increased desperation. He heard as Shinso snagged someone else under his control and Hatsum used her explosions to drive back some of the teams. Just 3 minutes left. The hair on the back of his neck rose and Izuku jumped away from the diamond formation in the nick of time to avoid getting his lower half frozen in ice. Unfortunately, the teams attacking them and his own teammates weren't that lucky. Izuku eyed Todoroki and Ida who were standing on Shinsu's side of the flag. Their territory must be the one right behind Izuku. We'll be taking that now, Todoroki said as he flexed his leg and covered the whole boundary, safe the part leading to their own territory, in ice. And Todoroki freezes the competition by blocking off all the routes to Team Midoriya. Will he succeed in taking the flag out of Midoriya's territory? Izuku tightened his grip on his sword as the white and red-haired boy sent another big glacier at him, blocking his sight. This is getting old. Serpent breathing, fourth form, twin-headed reptile. Severing the ice in two. Izuku ducked as Ida aimed an engine-powered sweeping kick from behind the cover of the ice. It might have even connected if the noise hadn't given him away. 1 minute left. Todoroki, there's less than a minute left. I won't be able to move after this, so make sure you get the flag. What dash? Ida threw something at him and he struck at the projectile with his sword on reflex. Big mistake. Izuku blinked to remove the bright afterimage of the flashbang, rendered effectively blind by the bomb exploding right in his face. Iguro had once fought Muzan completely blind, but that was when he had Kaburamaru around his neck, continuously replying information to him through their bond and the Demon Slayer mark powering his movements. As it happened, Izuku was severely lacking in the lifelong trustworthy companion department and didn't have black snakes itched into his arms, so he was a second too late in jumping away from Ida's speed attack. The speedster slammed into him at high velocity, knocking the wind out of him and taking him a good few feet away from the flag. Sheet! Izuku hissed as he swiped Ida's legs from under him and sprinted after Todoroki who'd taken their flag in the few seconds and was legging it towards his own territory. And 30 seconds before the round ends Todoroki snatches the flag. But it's not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. He still has to take the points into his own territory for them to be counted as his. Serpent breathing, second form, venom fangs of the narrow head. Izuku dashed through the air at blinding speed while slashing off the ice in his path, but even after using the kata, he could tell he'd be just a second too late. So, taking a deep breath, Izuku calculated the trajectory and threw his sword towards the boy sprinting ahead of him. The sword zipped through the air towards Todoroki as Present Mike screamed in the background before crossing the boy and embedding itself into the soil right in front of the ice user, its sharp edge perfectly aligned with the red markings of the boundary just like he'd calculated. Todoroki stumbled at the sword's sudden appearance and that was all it took for Izuku to catch up and slam into him from behind. The flag rolled away, still within the bounds of his territory as he wrestled with Todoroki on the ground. The little sheet tried to freeze him, so Izuku locked his arm around his neck in an arm triangle choke and leaned back to put pressure on his windpipe while simultaneously restraining his right arm and legs to stop the boy from trying to kick the flag into his territory. 10 seconds. Start the countdown. Todoroki spasmed in his grip and brought up his left hand to try and dislodge Izuku's. Izuku yelped as the hand gripping his forearm got uncomfortably hot before literally catching on fire, searing a handprint into his skin. Izuku broke the chokehold and pushed the dual-haired boy away with a grimace. He lunged for the flag and pulled it away from the edge of the boundary, keeping an eye on Todoroki in case he tried something, but the boy seemed unusually shaken, with his eyes remaining fixed on the second-degree burn on Izuku's forearm. "Du!" Katsuki screamed as he blasted his way past the ice wall and dived for the flag. "Time UPPP." The blonde stopped mid-flight and fell to the ground ungracefully as he beat the floor with his fists in frustration. "That's the end of the second round, capture the flag." The audience's screams sounded deafeningly loud as Izuku dislodged his sword from the ground. "You should get that checked." He looked up to see Todoroki avoiding his eye. "What?" The boy pointed to the burn mark on his forearm and repeated himself, "You should get that checked. And after that, if you don't mind, I'd like to talk to you." Izuku frowned in confusion but nodded nevertheless. "Sure. What did you want to talk about?" Izuku asked as he leaned against the wall. The hallway Todoroki had chosen was completely deserted bar the two of them. He half expected the boy to lunge for his throat and attempt to strangle the life out of him because this looked an awful lot like the start of a murder scene. Contrary to his very legitimate concerns, Todoroki directed his eyes towards his forearm. "Did you go to Recovery Girl?" Izuku blinked in surprise before holding up his forearm in the light of the doorway, highlighting the sensitive red skin of his freshly healed burn. "Yeah, all good." He wouldn't say that Todoroki relaxed or got less tensed after that, but Izuku thought he saw something that could be relief flash in his heterochromia eyes before the emotion was masked. Izuku waited for something to follow, but when a minute passed with Todoroki just staring at him, he quickly got annoyed. "Is that all you wanted to ask? You had something to say, right? Or are we just going to keep standing here?" "I was overpowered. So much so that I broke my pledge." Izuku eyed Todoroki's left side. He'd often wondered why the boy never used his fire. Having both fire and ice was an insanely powerful quirk, and Todoroki not using it to its full potential actually annoyed him quite a bit. Izuku had seen countless young demon slayers die before they could reach their full potential. Todoroki was purposefully holding his back, and that felt like an insult to his memories. "What are you getting at, Todoroki?" The boy stared at his left palm. "I vow to never use my left side offensively because you must know of my old man, Endeavor. He's been the number 2 hero forever. Whatever he did, it was never enough to measure up to the living legend that is All Might. And because he knew that, he devised a plan." Izuku really hoped this wasn't going where he thought it was going. "You know about quirk marriages, right? The outdated and barbaric practice of choosing mates solely to enhance the next generation's quirk. With the means and merits he had, Endeavor easily integrated himself into my mother's family and took possession of her quirk. Also, he could raise a hero to surpass All Might and claim it as his own victory." He raised a shaky hand to cover the left side of his face. "His scar. In my memories, my mother is always crying. She told me that my left side was unsightly as she poured boiling water on me." Izuku pressed his lips together, memories of having his mouth slashed open by his relatives playing in his mind. His nails bit into the palms of his hands at the force with which he was clenching his fists. He hated people who claimed to be family but used children as a means to an end. Used them as pawns to fulfill their own lust for power, money, and fame. Izuku had never thought much of Endeavor, but in that moment he decided he despised his existence from his very soul. "The reason I aim to beat you is as a personal triumph. I won't use my father's quirk. I'll become number 1 without needing to. And that is my total disavowal of him," Todoroki finishes. Izuku bit back some of his anger. "I understand how you feel, really I do. And I agree with you about rejecting him, but you're going about it all wrong. You'll never be able to leave him behind if you center all your life around how he'd react to it." "You don't get it," Todoroki scowled, completely missing his point. "You don't have a quirk to understand what it's like to be tainted by your father's blood dash." Izuku couldn't help the bark of harsh laughter that escaped past his lips at the other boy's words. "I don't know what it's like to have tainted blood? Me?" He scoffed in disbelief. You don't know shit. He crossed the small distance between them and got into Todoroki's personal space. When he spoke, his voice came out harsh as gravel. You think I don't know what it's like to be raised by a shitty family? Don't know what it's like to be alienated from the whole world just so I'm perfect for my family's use? You don't think I know what it's like to grow up knowing that if I wasn't useful, my family wouldn't have given two shits about what happened with me? Well, think again, Todoroki, because you're not the only one who had the goddamn misfortune of having a shitty FA family. Izuku took deep breaths to calm himself when he realized he'd backed Todoroki into the wall in his anger. Shocked blue and gray eyes stared into his own as he backed up, giving the boy some room to breathe. I very well know what it's like to have filthy blood. Izuku spat, but I also know my blood doesn't dictate my potential and my path. And as for you, father, Izuku snarled the word like it personally offended him. Your father is a FNGBSTD, but denying a part of yourself will only make you weaker. If you want to reject him, leave him behind. Don't even look at him on your path to a hero. As soon as you glance back, he wins, you lose. Disown him, not that hidden quirk of yours. Todoroki stared at him with a multitude of emotions on his face, all of them mixing into something that seemed almost vulnerable. There was silence in the hallway as Todoroki stared off into the distance before he shook himself out of his daze and looked at Izuku with hard eyes. I'm gonna be a hero with my mother's quirk. I'm just here to let you know that I'm gonna defeat you. Thank you for listening. With that, the boy turned on his toes and left. Izuku sighed as he leaned against the wall. The memories of his past life always left him feeling drained. Why couldn't he just leave the painful memories in the past? Why did it still hurt to remember them? The crunch of rubble under shoes made him stand in attention. Who's there? He demanded as he rounded the corner, a hand situated on the hilt of his katana. How long had the intruder been eavesdropping on their conversation, and how did Izuku not notice their presence before? I asked who, Katsuki? Red irises avoided his own as the blonde shifted his weight nervously. The expression almost looked guilty on his usually angry face. Izuku raised an eyebrow, one hand still firmly on the hilt of his katana. I didn't take you for an eavesdropper. Tiesuke. It's not like you guys were being quiet. Izuku frowned at the grumbled reply. That's not an invitation for you to listen. Katsuki scoffed, turned his back to him. Whatever. Izuku sighed. He was really not up to deal with Katsuki's moods, he never was. Come on, let's grab lunch before dash. What did you mean by having a shitty family? Katsuki cut in. Izuku tensed. Is Auntie Dash? No. Izuku turned to face the blonde and shook his head. No, Mom is great. Katsuki frowned. Your old man hasn't been around since we were small. So, what was all that bullshit about? Did you make up a sob story for yourself in your mind? Dumps. Izuku suppressed a groan. Drop it? Katsuki moved forward to block Izuku's path with a hard glare. No, I will not. You kill some unknown creatures at USJ, talk about losing people I've never heard about, and now claim to have a family who abused you when I know Auntie Inko would never do that. And somehow, it never seems like you're lying about any of it. What the hell is going on, Deku? Izuku pondered his options as he stared into Katsuki's glaring red eyes. He could deny answering and force the blonde to drop it, or he could tell Katsuki the truth. No matter how brash, he knew the boy was trustworthy. Izuku had already told his life story to a bunch of virtual strangers. Surely he could afford to tell one person whom he considered a friend? Answer, damn it. Are you even Deku? Katsuki snarled, at the edge of his patience. Mind made up, he replied. I am Izuku Dash. Then? I'm not only Izuku. Katsuki stared at him in silence for a second. What the F is that supposed to mean? Do you have split personality? Got two souls stuffed in one body? Reincarnate into another dimension dash. From the Teisho PRD actually. Katsuki frowned in confusion before his eyes blew wide in realization. You remember your past life. Surprised at the spot-on answer, Izuku nodded, honestly impressed at Katsuki's deduction skills. And Nedu called him smart. Katsuki eyed him skeptically. That actually makes a lot of sense. You're weird as F-. Well, thanks. Izuku deadpanned. Katsuki shrugged as he turned towards the cafeteria. You're telling me all about that later? Izuku rolled his eyes. Demanding little sheet. He got a middle finger for his troubles, but that was just typical Katsuki. Lunch was halfway through when the two of them arrived at the cafeteria and split off to meet their different groups of friends. Or annoyances, in Katsuki's case. Izuku frowned as he saw the sticky midget and Kaminari talking to Momo in the corner and approached the pair to make sure they weren't bugging the girl. Those two could not be trusted around anything with Vgna. Said everyone has to wear those clothes to do a cheer battle in the afternoon. He heard Purple Ball say, I didn't hear anything about this though. Momo said, confused. You don't have to believe me, but we heard from Aizawa. He yelled as Izuku lifted him clear off the ground by his ear, the other hand twisting Kaminari's in turn. Is that so? He muttered in a dark tone. In that case, we should go and confirm it with sensei. Ami Midoriya. Kaminari squeaked in a high pitch. That's really not necessary. We shouldn't disturb Aizawa-sensei, ouch. The blonde yelped in pain as Izuku twisted the earlobe in his hand just a bit more. Oh, we shouldn't? You should have thought of that before you tried to make a fool of the girls in your class for the sake of your pleasure. He said as he glared at the two perverts before him. By now, half the cafeteria had noticed the commotion and Momo was whispering an explanation to Jiro, Ida and Uraraka. Izuku watched as Jiro balked in offense at the details and glared at the boys in turn, her face reddening with either anger or indignation. What is wrong with you two? She hissed, the long cords of her earjacks waving as if itching to shock them. Her question was addressed to both of them, but her glare was firmly fixed on Kaminari, who stopped fumbling in Izuku's grip and avoided her eyes. I expected this kind of behavior from Mineta, but you, Kaminari? The blonde flinched at the barb in the raven's voice, fidgeting with his sleeves as he looked down in shame. Understanding that Kaminari seemed to be realizing the weight of his mistake, Izuku realized his ear. Kaminari stayed rooted to his spot under Jiro and the rest of 1A, and some of 1B, girls' glares. Oh, come on. It's not like it's that big of a deal. We were just playing a harmless prank. Bo said while kicking his legs in the air in an attempt to free himself from Izuku's grip. I don't think humiliating your classmates on national television and staining their images in front of all the pro heroes present and watching is in any way harmless. Izuku drawled as he shook the purple head by his ear. Midoriya is right. This was very unheroic of you, Mineta. Ida said while chopping his hands. So not manly. Kirishima chimed in agreement. Mineta winced in pain and wisely decided to stay silent. Izuku released the boy and watched dispassionately as he fell on his butt. Walk, he said, pointing at the hallway leading out of the cafeteria. We're going to Aizawa. The short boy jerked in his place on the floor. That's really not necessary. I beg to differ, Jiro said with a hard look on her face. You heard her, Izuku said curtly. Kaminari. Say something, man. Mineta prompted. The blonde stood silent with his head bowed in shame for a few seconds before bending down into a 90-degree bow without lifting his head. I'm sorry. Kaminari mumbled in a watery voice before silently walking towards the corridor Izuku had pointed at. Izuku felt a little bad. He had always dubbed Kaminari as a people-pleaser. Being so publicly shamed for his mistake must be killing him, but he couldn't do anything now. Kaminari dug his hole, now he must lay in it. Oh, come on, Purple Midget yelled before begrudgingly following the blonde after a glance at Izuku. The walk to the announcer's booth was a short one with Kaminari not saying a word and Mineta grumbling to himself the whole time. Izuku knocked on the open door, causing Aizawa and Present Mike to look up from their lunch. Aizawa took one look at Kaminari and Mineta and sighed. What happened? These two tried to convince the girls that they had to dress up as those foreign cheerleaders and participate in a dance battle after lunch. And Mineta used your name to convince them. Izuku delivered dryly. It was Aizawa's turn to glare at the teens now. Kaminari, Mineta, is that true? Both the boys flinched under their teacher's glaze. Yes, sensei. Kaminari mumbled, ashamed. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. What am I gonna do with you two? Be glad we're in the middle of an event or I'd have expelled you right now. But Sensei-Purple tried to protest but was silenced by Aizawa's glare. You will both be serving detention with me after the sports festival, Aizawa declared. For now, go sit in the stands and I better not hear any other complaint about you two. Yes, sensei. Kaminari muttered. Yes, sensei. Mineta echoed sulkily. Aizawa glared at the two for a moment longer to make sure the warning in his voice sunk in before nodding at Izuku. Good job bringing this to my attention, Midoriya. You three can go now. They nodded and took their leave. Mineta threw a sneer at him as they left the room and stormed off in the direction of the stadium while Kaminari sighed heavily, threw a weak smile at him and turned to follow. Kaminari, Izuku called as the blonde turned expectantly. I would recommend staying away from the midget if you don't want a repeat of this. He puts stupid ideas in your brain. From Izuku's point of view, the blonde should have never been influenced by him in the first place, but what was done and he could see the genuine regret in Kaminari's eyes. He was harsh but he wasn't a total a-hole. Kaminari looked off in the direction Mineta had gone in thoughtfully before nodding. I don't want to blame my behavior on Mineta, but that's probably for the best. Thanks, man. Izuku looked the other way. Whatever. Welcome back, everybody. Now that lunch is over, it's finally time to reveal the last game. Present Mick's voice echoed over the stadium. The last game for the tournament includes 1-versus-1 combat fights where our 16 finalists will duke it out, tournament style. A cheer went up along the stadium. This is a sports festival. So, we have created recreational games for those who didn't make it to the finale. But before that, let's determine the brackets. On the stage before Izuku, Midnight snapped her whip. Alright, settle down. She called for attention. The brackets based on the results of the drawings are as followed. Izuku, along with everyone in the stadium, checked out the brackets. He'll be facing Todoroki a lot sooner than he thought. His first match was against someone called Shiozaki Ibra. Isn't that the girl Shinso had caught in his brainwashing during the second round? Midoriya Izuku? Izuku turned at the sound of his name to see the girl with vines standing behind him. Shiozaki Ibra, I presume? Shiozaki nodded. By the grace of God and for the salvation of others, may we have a fair match. The girl said by joining her hands in prayer position. Izuku, who'd spent considerable time around BGMI, simply nodded. May we enter the match with no ill intentions. Shiozaki blinded in surprise, taken aback by the religious reply in kind. It made sense. Followers of God and religion in Japan had decreased massively since quirks had become common. Majority didn't believe in worshipping a god when humanity now had the strength to level mountains and create water and wine out of thin air. But Izuku had spent a lifetime surrounded by religious people and had always found peace in believing in a divine force. Shiozaki smiled at him and nodded before taking her leave as the recreational games started. And from 1A, we have our quirkless wonder, the unstoppable champion till now Midoriya Izuku. A wave of cheers went up. And on the other side, the assassin from 1B. Pretty things have thorns, you know. It's none other than Shiozaki Ibra. Another round of cheers was interrupted by Shiozaki interrupting present Mike. Excuse me, what do you mean by assassin? I'm here to win the match, not take my competitor's life. Izuku's eye twitched. Her and BGMI would really get along like a house on fire. BGMI had every intention of taking the lives of the demons he fought. Sorry. Present Mike apologized nervously. Anyway, start. Izuku's match against Shiozaki was over in less than 2 minutes. It wasn't that Ibra was weak. He was simply a bad matchup for her as his katana effortlessly sliced through her vines like water, without even needing any katas. It didn't take long for Izuku to break free from the dome of vines Shiozaki had attempted to trap him in. She tried to send another wave of vines, surprisingly level-headed, but Izuku swiftly cut through them, rapidly closing the distance between them and knocking her out with a swift chop to her neck. Shiozaki is unable to move. Midoriya Izuku moves to the next round. Cheers sounded around the stadium as Izuku was announced the victor of the match. Izuku made his way back towards the stands allotted to 1A. Many of his classmates give him their congratulations, some brave ones patting him on the back as he took a seat beside Ida. "Congratulations on winning, Midoriya," the bespectacled boy said. "Yeah. Good job, Deku." Uraraka joined in. Izuku nodded his thanks as he turned to face the stage. "And now, for our second match." On the left, he's been swinging past one obstacle after another, it's Sero Hanta. And on the right, we have our resident ice prince, Todoroki Shith. Izuku frowned as he picked up on the cold anger Todoroki was radiating as soon as the boy entered the stage. He was shaken but fine when Izuku last saw him during lunch, what could have? He blanched as he spied Endeavor standing at the mouth of the exit Todoroki had come from, his body encased in fire. That didn't bode well. And start. The match started right off with Sero making the first move and trying to swing Todoroki out of bounds. The ice user let himself get dragged for a while before he dug his feet into the ground and got into a familiar stance. Ice burst out from the bottom of Todoroki's foot, racing towards Sero with speed before extending out into a glacier that covered half of the stadium, jutting out from the top. Izuku breathed out a visible puff of breath, adapting to the cold air biting at his lungs. He bit back a frustrated remark at the thin layer of frost he could see covering Todoroki's right side. The foolish boy had clearly pushed himself past his limit to prove a point to his trash bag of a father. "Are you all right?" Ida asked. "Totally fine." Uraraka chattered, rubbing her hands together. Momo eyed the glacier of ice inches from her face. "A little overboard if you ask me." "I knew Todoroki was powerful," Ida said, shivering, "but this is something else." Izuku grimaced as he watched Todoroki use his left side to melt Sero and Midnight out of the ice. The audience started a chant of, "Don't mind it," for Sero, which only served to make Todoroki shrink in on himself further. Izuku glared at the flame hero from his place. Todoroki actually seemed to be considering using his left side after their talk, albeit tentatively, but this move of unleashing as much ice as he could at once screamed, "I don't need your fire to win." Endeavor had definitely said something to undo the small amount of progress he'd managed to make. If Izuku was still Iguro, he wouldn't have cared about this or exerted any efforts to poke his nose in something that wasn't his business, but being reborn had come with a lack of the severe self-hatred that had dominated his self-image in his previous life, and with that had come a sense of compassion. Now, Iguro? No. Izuku couldn't imagine leaving Todoroki to his fate without making him understand that the fire was his to use. People like Endeavor should never get what they want. He wouldn't let him use a classmate of his like a pawn. Mind made up, Izuku started strategizing. The match between Hatsum and Ida was the most ridiculous thing Izuku had watched that day, and he'd witnessed Mineta trying to intimidate him. His friends, Izuku decided, were the most gullible FS in class. Following the match, which was a glorified advertisement for Hatsum Inc., was Tsu and Mina's turn. Bulk tried to shout encouragement at the girls to tire each other's clothes, but before Izuku could shut him up, Kaminari sent a zap of electricity through the small boy. The two girls engaged in a commendable battle of physique and flexibility, which Mina ended up winning by covering more or less the whole stage in acid and pushing Tsu out of bounds. After that came the match between Kaminari and Shinso. The peppy blonde was noticeably down as he entered the arena with an uncharacteristic neutral face. Izuku wondered if he should have warned Kaminari about keeping his mouth shut, because Shinso didn't even have to try to make the blonde talk. Kaminari put his foot in his mouth all on his own by saying, "I'm sorry, but this match will end in an instant." "Is that so?" Shinso deadpanned as electricity crackled around Kaminari. Kaminari nodded, "Yeah. 1.3 milio dash." Izuku facepalmed as a blank look entered the blonde's eyes and the electricity died down. "What is this?" Kaminari talked a big game, but he's completely frozen. He's got a blank look on his face and isn't moving a muscle. Could this be Shinsu's quirk? That's the same look you had on your face when you were fighting for Team Midoriya, Bakugo. Kirishima exclaimed as he pointed at Kaminari. Katsuki bristled like a cat and turned to glare at him. "Oi, Deku. What's the purple zombie's quirk?" Izuku shot an unimpressed look at Katsuki. "Figure it out yourself." Shinsu Hitoshi from General Studies had gotten the better of Kaminari from Heroics. Will the underdog overthrow the top? Turn and walk out of bounds. Shinso ordered. Slowly, Kaminari turned and walked towards the boundary. What? Kaminari is being so obedient. Kaminari, you lose if you step out of bounds, Ida said as he waved his arms around wildly. His quirk is mind control, isn't it? Katsuki grunted. Izuku smirked and nodded, brainwashing but essentially yes. Cool, isn't it? Katsuki scoffed. The audience watched with bated breaths as with a final step, Kaminari stepped out of bounds. Kaminari Denki is out of bounds. Shinso Hitoshi wins, Midnight said with a crack of her whip. The audience burst into cheers. And Izuku clapped along as Kaminari looked around wildly. You're very blessed to have a quirk that cool, Shinso commented as Kaminari turned to face him. Kaminari pouted, says you? The guy with the actual cool quirk. I don't even remember what happened. Shinso seemed particularly taken aback at the positive remark as Kaminari extended an arm for a handshake. Good match, Shinso. Yeah. The purple-haired boy muttered awkwardly, accepting the handshake. And with that incredible show of sportsmanship, we move on to our next round. The next to go up on stage were Momo and Tokoyami. Momo seemed confident enough at the start, but Izuku frowned at seeing the dejected expression on her face after Tokoyami pushed her out of bounds. Making a torch would have worked better against Tokoyami instead of a shield, but no one except him, Hatsum and Shinso knew of Dark Shadow's weakness against light, though he didn't think it was particularly hard to guess. It didn't seem like it, but he'd noticed that Momo was an insecure person. Izuku had no doubts she was probably blaming her judgment skills and capabilities as she walked out of the ground. They'll have to do something about that later. Izuku noticed Uraraka's absence for the first time halfway through Kirishima and Tetsutetsu's match but didn't go to check on her. Thinking back on the challenge she'd issued, Izuku knew Uraraka was strong enough to give Katsuki trouble. Kirishima and Tetsutetsu ended up in a tie and were rolled out of the grounds together. And now, for the final match of this round. On the left, he's been blasting his way to the top 3 from the start. It's Bakugo Katsuki. And on the right, she's the one I'm rooting for. It's Uraraka Ochako. And start. The match started with Uraraka rushing towards Katsuki and taking an explosion from point-blank range. Did he blast her? Mineta uttered in surprise. Even though you're fighting a girl, you have no mercy. Do you, Bakugo? Sue said with a finger to her chin. By the way the rest of the people winced at Uraraka taking explosions after explosions, they all seemed to agree with her. Even Ida and Momo seemed set at Katsuki. Izuku frowned in irritation and turned towards the students occupying the 1A stands. I can't watch, Jiro said. Shut up. He shouted loud enough to be heard over the explosions. What is wrong with you all? He gritted out when everyone turned to face him. You call yourself hero students yet hate on Katsuki for giving his best? Do you all underestimate Uraraka that much? What's so wrong with him going hard on a girl? I know females who could kick all of your buttes collectively without breaking a sweat, so just shut the f up. He turned back to the front when everyone looked chastised enough but felt his anger spike up again when the audience started booing at Katsuki. What the F was wrong with these people? Are they blind? He was just contemplating going up to the announcer's booth to give everyone a piece of his mind when Aizawa's voice echoed throughout the stadium. Was that a pro saying he's playing around? How many years have you been a pro, huh? If you're saying that with a straight face, there's no point in you watching anymore, so go home. Go home and look into changing careers. The audience went pin-drop silent as Aizawa continued ripping into them. Bakugo is being careful because he's acknowledging the strength of his opponent who has made it this far. It's because he's doing everything he can to win that he can't go easier on her or let his guard down. Izuku smirked as Uraraka finally took a pause. Time for the final showdown. Also, just how blind are you all to think that girl is defenseless? Each and every student that made it this far did it because they're continuously thinking about beating each other. And this was why Aizawa was the only teacher Izuku respected enough to call sensei. Thanks, Bakugo. Uraraka panted from the torn-up battlefield. For not letting your guard down. She pressed her fingers in the seal for release. Rumble and debris from the torn-up ground rained down towards Katsuki with momentum as Uraraka ran towards the blonde. Izuku noticed the moment Katsuki started using total concentration breathing because his next explosion was the largest he'd ever made. He sighed softly as Uraraka struggled to move before slumping in defeat. Uraraka is out of commission. Bakugo advances to the second round. There was silence in the stadium at the announcement, so Izuku stood up and started clapping. For both Uraraka and Katsuki. Momo and Ida followed his example, and it spread from there as one by one everyone in the stadium gave a standing ovation for the match well fought. And with that, the first round ended. Izuku ran into Katsuki on the way to the waiting room. They both stared at each other for a beat before Izuku's gaze dropped to the blonde's forearm. I see you figured out how to use total concentration while using your explosions, he mentioned nonchalantly. Katsuki lifted up his arm and dragged a thumb into the bone of the forearm. I honestly thought you were FNG with me with that breathing sheet. But an explosion that size should have cramped my arm for at least an hour, but it barely hurts. It's like I reached a new limit. Izuku smiled. I'm glad. Wouldn't want you indisposed by the time we face each other. Katsuki predictably bristled. Like hell. You better be ready to get your butt beat into the ground, Deku. Izuku smirked. Sure. Looking forward to it. Katsuki narrowed his eyes, disconcerting whether Izuku meant it as a taunt. Oh. I need to get ready for my next match. Izuku waved behind him as he entered the waiting room. Oh. Izuku looked around awkwardly as Uraraka hurried to wipe her tears. Ada. Man, I totally lost her. Uraraka said in a fake happy tone as she rubbed the back of her head. Izuku eyed the tear stains on her face and Uraraka dropped the smile as her lips wobbled. I'm sorry I can't face you in the final, she said in a watery tone as she rubbed her red eyes. I tried so hard to be strong like you, but, she hiccuped, it wasn't enough. Izuku wasn't really comfortable with physical contact, but he still placed a hesitant hand on her hair. You did perfectly fine. Do you think I became this strong in one night? I too had to go through a fair share of failures before I reached where I am. Izuku murmured. Izuku wished that Kenroji was here. She'd take one look at Uraraka and know exactly what to say to make her feel better. Kindness and compassion like this came naturally to her. But she wasn't here, and as absurd as it sounded, Uraraka was his friend. So, don't worry. He continued, you did well and I'm proud of you. Uraraka sobbed harder into her hand at that, but Izuku didn't let it bother him as he patted her head till she calmed down. They both heard Present Mike announce Kirishima as the winner of the arm wrestling match over the speaker. I should go get ready for my next match now, Izuku said as Uraraka sniffled and nodded. Thank you, Deku. All the best for your next match. Izuku nodded and left the room to let her compose herself in privacy. The corridor got stuffier the closer Izuku got to the end stadium, and he had a good idea why. Heavy footsteps rounded the corner and a flicker of flame entered his line of sight before the flicker became a blazing fire, sat on the shoulders of someone he wished didn't exist. Endeavor! Izuku spat as the number 2 hero's massive form stopped before him. Oh, there you are, the hero said in a deep, heavy voice. Is there a reason you're blocking my path, blockhead? Izuku asked, glaring into azure blue eyes. The temperature around them spiked. Watch how you talk to me, boy. Sorry. Is there a reason you're blocking my path, Mr. Blockhead, sir? Endeavor eyed Izuku like he was a fly in his tea. I watched your fights. You possess a lot of power for someone quirkless. Your skill with a blade is considerable and your combat prowess isn't bad either. Izuku sneered. What? Do you want an autograph? Azure blue glared into emerald green. Insolent brat. I'll enjoy it when my Shoto defeats. Shoto isn't yours, BS30. He doesn't owe anything to you. Now, get out of my way. Izuku spat with venom as he walked past the giant man. You have a lot of attitude for someone quirkless. Izuku turned and pointed a finger at the hero, and you have a lot of audacity for someone stuck at rank 2 for years. The fire surrounding Endeavor's body flared up as he stalked up to him thunderously. "What did you say? You might want to consider retirement if you're already having trouble listening, old man." Izuku smiled as the flames of Endeavor's costume burnt close to his face. "I would recommend watching your tongue." Endeavor hissed. Izuku leaned in closer to the hero's face. "Or what? You can't do." "Sheet." With that, he turned on his heels and made his way to the ground entrance. "Oh, and by the way," Izuku paused before turning the corner, "the whole flame mustache getup makes you look like a pervert and you don't deserve the title of a father." Satisfied with the livid look his comment put on Endeavor's face, Izuku turned the corner. Shoto stood opposite Midoriya as Present Mike introduced them for the first match of the second round. He'd cooled down significantly since his talk with Endeavor, but even thinking of the man made his blood pressure spike. Shoto knew he'd gone overboard with Sero, but he'd just been so angry. The need to show his father that he didn't need his fire had overthrown his need to hold back. Shoto's eyes involuntarily drifted to the stands, blue and gray eyes catching on the large figure draped in fire. Endeavor as usual stood out among the commoners with his intimidating size and aura, but he was surprised to note that his azure blue eyes were not trained on him tauntingly. Instead, they glared into the frame of his competitor. "Where are you looking?" Shoto's eyes snapped from the bright fire on Endeavor's shoulder to the burning green of Midoriya's eyes. "Huh. I'm your competitor, not him. Keep your eyes on me." "Forget he's here," Midoriya said in a monotone. Shoto pressed his lips in a tight line. When he'd asked Midoriya to talk to him during lunch, he'd never expected the talk to go in the direction it had. "I very well know what it's like to have filthy blood. But I also know my blood doesn't dictate my potential and my path." Shoto felt conflicted. A part of him understood the point Midoriya was trying to make, but another part of him couldn't think of anything but the fear and disgust in his mother's eyes when she'd looked at him the day it all went south. How could he embrace something that made his mother react like that? He shook the thought away as Midoriya drew his sword from its sheath. Now isn't the time to get distracted. Midoriya was a strong opponent and he had to focus on winning. Shoto had just one chance of winning. He'd already established that sending glaciers towards the shorter boy was useless. He simply couldn't produce ice fast enough to catch him off guard. The only viable strategy he could think of was using large attacks as a distraction to get close enough to freeze Midoriya's arms to his chest. And start. The moment the countdown reached 0, Shoto sent a barrage of jagged icicles towards Midoriya. But Midoriya was too fast, his movements fluid and precise, easily evading the attack. Serpent breathing, second form, venom fangs of the narrow head. Midoriya's katana reflected the sunlight ominously as he slashed through Shoto's ice with ease. The clash of ice and steel rang through the arena as crushed ice flew in every direction. Shoto's breath fogged in the chill he'd created, frost spreading around him as he focused on his strategy. He created towering ice. Glaciers each bigger than the last to obscure his position, moving swiftly to get around Midoriya to freeze his sword, but it was useless. Midoriya was unyielding. His eyes, sharp and calculating, followed Shoto's every move. He said nothing, his face an impassive mask, as he slashed through the ice with his katana, effortlessly countering each of his moves. A huge chunk of ice fell where he stood, forcing him to duck to avoid getting grazes by the jagged edges. Midoriya's expression remained bored, as if countering Shoto's efforts was nothing more than a mundane chore. Shoto gritted his chattering teeth. The calm, deadpan face mocked him more effectively than any words could. Serpent breathing, third form, coil choke. Midoriya's katana spiraled through the air, and Shoto barely managed to dodge a kick, the attack grazing his side. Shoto's breath came in ragged gasps, his right side covered in frost. His ice was strong, but it wasn't enough. How was he supposed to reach number 1 with his mother's quirk if he couldn't even defeat his classmate? Every part of him itched to use his fire, to unleash his full potential and force Midoriya to acknowledge him as a worthy competitor. But every time he thought of using his flames, his mind blanked, paralyzed by the memories of his father. Midoriya's eyes bored into him, calm and unfeeling as he approached Shoto, who was bent over, panting and shivering. "Is this the type of hero you want to be?" Midoriya asked, his voice as steady as his gaze. Someone who won't give their best? Someone who would rather accept defeat than face themselves. Shut up. Shoto growled, still trying to breathe through the knives in his lungs. You have the power to be incredible, to be unstoppable, but you're too afraid to use it. It's pathetic, really. Is this really how you want to live your life? In fear of becoming your father? The word struck Shoto like a physical blow. His restraint snapped. In a surge of emotion, flames erupted from his left side, merging with the ice to create a breathtaking display of power. For the first time, Shoto didn't think of endeavor when using his flames. He didn't even notice his father shouting in pride from the stands. Instead, a memory surfaced blurry with age. His mother's gentle voice saying, "Shoto, you can be whatever you want to be. You are not bound by your father's legacy. I told you to shut up." Shoto swallowed, straightening. The chill in the air receded rapidly as feeling returned to his numb right side. In that moment, his fire smoothed the pain-bought warmth instead of heat, and Shoto burned. Midoriya's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly regained his composure, a smirk lifting his lips. Finally, show me what you're truly capable of, Todoroki. Shoto moved. He launched powerful blasts of fire and ice, using them to herd Midoriya into a corner. The ice flowed easily, like water from his arms, while the fire burst out in large bursts, wild and untamed. It was intoxicating. For the first time, he realized that fighting could be fun. He aimed a wild stream of fire to block Midoriya's line of sight and slipped under it to freeze his sword arm, but Midoriya countered with relentless precision. Serpent breathing, fifth form, slithering serpent. Midoriya's katana weaved through the air, cutting through the fire with deadly accuracy, before he roundhoused a kick into Shoto's side to push him back. Despite Shoto's newfound power, Midoriya's experience and skill were overwhelming. Shoto somersaulted over a melting stump of ice and regained his footing to shoot fire. Shoto Todoroki is out of bounds. The match goes to Midoriya. Shoto blinked in surprise at Midnight, who had her arm raised with the referee flag. He looked down in a daze, adrenaline still pumping through his veins. The white boundary line ran between his feet. "It's over," Midoriya declared, sheathing his sword. His voice was rough but not unkind. Shoto, breathing heavily, nodded. He had lost, but he felt a weird sense of completeness and clarity, which is not to say he didn't feel panicked or confused, just that those particular emotions weren't overwhelming. Midoriya offered Shoto a nod of respect. "If you let that flaming trash bag undo all the hard work I just did, I will be very sad." A surprised burst of laughter burst out of his lips. Shoto stood up, for the first time realizing that half of his jacket was burnt. "Thank you," he said quietly, a bit embarrassed. Midoriya, infuriatingly, smirked. "Maybe now, you won't be such an embarrassment to fight." Shoto scoffed. "I'll win next time." Midoriya nodded. "We'll see."